Chapter 705. It was a quiet afternoon. The people and horses in the house had all rested. There was a sense of peace and tranquility everywhere. Gu Jiao didn't touch the red-tasseled spear. Instead, she went to the well to wash her clothes. The summer in Yin country was humid and hotter than in Zhao country. The air was sticky. Especially because she had wrapped her chest, it was so hot that she felt like she had a heat stroke. Gu Jiao hung the washed clothes one by one on the rope to dry. Halfway through, she heard the sound of horse hooves outside the door. At first, Gu Jiao didn't pay attention to it. However, the sound of horse hooves stopped outside the door of her house. Gu Jiao's first reaction was that Gu Qingfeng was here. Su Fengxian from Qinxiang Pavilion couldn't keep an eye on him. Gu Qingfeng's actions had always been more free. The reason why she didn't suspect Xiao Heng was because Xiao Heng had been very cautious recently. He didn't say anything, but Gu Jiao could roughly guess. That day, in order to let her put a gunny sack on Shitzi Han, Xiao Heng lured Prince Ming away. After that, Shitzi Han must have realized that Xiao Heng did it on purpose. However, Shitzi Han didn't have any evidence. He couldn't be at odds with Prince Ming because of some speculation, so he could only secretly send people to keep an eye on him. But soon, Gu Jiao heard a series of horse hooves. Not only was there a carriage, there was also a group of people and horses. This definitely wasn't Gu Qingfeng. Nan Shenyang happened to wake up. She heard the noise outside the door. She put on her veil and walked over to open the door to take a look. She asked, "Who is it?" As soon as she finished speaking, she was shocked by the scene in front of her. She saw a luxurious carriage accompanied by a group of imperial bodyguards stop in front of her house. The curtain was lifted and a young man in his early 20s stepped out of the carriage. He was dressed luxuriously and had a dignified appearance. The other party's expression was very cold. He had the arrogance and murderous aura of a superior. He didn't look friendly. Mistress Nan's eyes darkened and she asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Who are you people?" Han Shitzi glanced at the veiled woman. At first he didn't pay much attention to her, but her tone caught his attention. He asked the guard beside him, "Are you sure this is the place?" One of the guards cupped his hands and replied, "Yes, Your Highness. That day we went to the Yamen to inquire about the whereabouts of your mount and met a few thieves who were detained. They said that they found a very powerful dark horse in this residence." Dark horse. Could it be? Marshal Aunt Nan's gaze paused. This young man was the owner of the black horse in the house? Han Shitzi looked at Madame Nan and asked in a deep voice, "Do you have the horse he mentioned in your house?" Mistress Nan was slightly startled. Han ignored her and went straight into the yard to look for his horse. Mistress Nan reached out to stop him. "Who allowed you to come in?" A guard shouted and rushed forward. "How dare you? My young master is not someone you can touch with your filthy hands." He reached out to slap Mistress Nan. Mistress Nan's martial arts had been destroyed in her early years. She was only good at poisons and hidden weapons. However, hidden weapons were not advantageous in close combat. She didn't have any poison on her at the moment. Just as the slap was about to hit Mistress Nan's face, there was a sudden swoosh in the central room. A cold arrow flew out and hit the man's shoulder. The man screamed and flew out, falling to the ground. Han Shitzi didn't expect that someone would shoot an arrow in the house. He frowned. What a fast arrow. The rest of the guards pulled out their swords. Han Shitzi stopped and looked in the direction of the central room with an uneasy expression. Gu Jiao was dressed like a teenager. She held a longbow in her hand and walked out in an unruly manner. Han Shitzi recognized Gu Jiao at a glance. "It's you?" Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows slightly. It was obvious that she also recognized Han Shitzi. The two didn't know each other on the surface, but Han Shitzi had secretly seen Gu Jiao hit the bow and Gu Jiao had secretly put Han Shitzi in a gunny sack, so they both recognized this face. There were too many grudges between the two of them. The Han family had abused Gu Qingfeng, Han Che had come to steal his horse, Han had used the Shaolin martial arts monks to injure Gu Jiao's teammates, and Gu Jiao had beaten up the two brothers. They couldn't live under the same sky. Both of their gazes turned cold. Han Shitzi coldly said, "Xiao Lulang, don't think that I don't know what you've done." Gu Jiao touched her chin. Oh, he knew that she was the one who put the gunny sack? Also, he knew that she was the one who killed Nangongli? Han Shitzi looked at Gu Jiao's expression and knew that she had guessed what he wanted to say. He thought that Gu Jiao would at least feel guilty and afraid, but Gu Jiao just said, "Oh." Han Shitzi was almost stunned. What kind of reaction is this? What are you doing at my house? Gu Jiao asked indifferently. She always used a teenager's voice when talking to outsiders. After using it so many times, she became more and more proficient and couldn't find any flaws. Han Shitzi frowned. This kid was too infuriating. He almost forgot about the important matter. Han Shitzi coldly said, I was wondering who was so bold to steal our Han family's horse. I'm not surprised that it's you. Hand over my horse. Your horse? Gu Jiao put the longbow on her shoulder. Your horse isn't here. Han Shitzi coldly said, You think it's not here just because you say so? Gu Jiao, yes. Han Shitzi, then do you dare to let me search you? Gu Jiao, why should I let you search me? Do you have a search warrant from the government? Did the Han family need a search warrant for their actions? Gu Jiao said, You can't search me without a search warrant. Han Shitzi dangerously narrowed his eyes. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Fine, then I'll settle all the old and new debts with you here today. What are you doing? Master Lu was awakened by the commotion in the courtyard. He took large strides and rushed over with a machete. Gu Jiao blocked Master Lu and looked at Han Shitzi coldly. I'll do it. Xiaoshen, give me my gun. Gu Xiaoshen, who had just walked to the central room rubbing his eyes. Oh, okay. He quickly ran back to the backyard and pulled out the red-tasseled spear beside the Black Wind King. The red-tasseled spear was too heavy. If he hadn't practiced grabbing it every day, he wouldn't have been able to carry it at all. In a spurt of energy, he carried the red-tasseled spear to Gu Jiao. Lulang here. The red-tasseled spear had a big braid and a big red flower on it. Han Shitzi actually didn't recognize that it was Xianyuan Li's weapon on the spot. Such an ugly weapon really stung the eyes of everyone present. One of the guards mocked him on the spot. What a joke. Master Lu pulled Madame Nan behind him. Are you okay? I'm fine. Madame Nan shook her head. Han Shitzi said indifferently, I don't need a weapon to deal with you. Make your move. As he spoke, his internal energy spread out in all directions. It was as if it was solid in the entire courtyard and pressed down on Gu Jiao. Madame Nan's expression changed. This is the Tang sect's mantra. Oh no, Jiao Jiao is no match for him. Jiao Jiao had only learned this set of spear techniques for a few days. He wasn't familiar with it at all. Gu Jiao's spear struck towards Han Shitzi. The spear technique was so fast that only a shadow was left. No wonder he could kill Nangongli. However, this was still not enough to be his opponent. Han Shitzi's figure flashed. Gu Jiao's eyes flashed. He actually dodged. You're just SOSO. Before Han Shitzi could finish his sentence, the attack that he had already dodged turned out to be a feint. The tip of the spear turned and pierced towards his waist. He couldn't dodge it. He pulled out the dagger at his waist and blocked the red-tasseled spear. However, he didn't expect the strength of the red-tasseled spear. Although it wasn't enough to make his arm numb, it made the veins on his arm bulge. Your spear techniques are not bad. Unfortunately, you're not skilled enough. Han Shitzi was actually surprised. He had tried to learn the Xianyuan family spear techniques. Unfortunately, he couldn't learn it. He couldn't control all his internal energy. Moreover, he didn't think that a spear technique without internal energy would be useful. Perhaps it was just an exaggeration. The Xianyuan family had many martial arts techniques. They might not have defeated their enemies with this spear technique. However, he believed that the rumors were true. This spear technique was indeed powerful. He relied on his age and martial arts advantage to beat him. However, if he let Xiao Lulang practice for another 3 to 5 years, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. Therefore, he had to kill him now before he was strong enough. Han Shitzi held the red-tasseled spear with one hand and pulled out a long sword from the waist of a guard with the other hand. He suddenly stabbed towards Gu Jiao's heart. Madame Nan's beautiful face turned pale. Jiao Jiao, accompanied by the neighing of a horse, a black shadow rushed out of the house. Han Shitzi paused. Black Wind King? Gu Jiao took advantage of his distraction to kick him. Han Shitzi hurriedly held his sword with his left hand and used the sword as a shield to block Gu Jiao's kick. Because of the force, both of them took a few steps back and separated from each other. Han Shitzi of the Black Wind dynasty walked over. Han Shitzi's eyes lit up. His gloomy mood finally improved a little. He touched the Black Wind King's head. I finally found you. Then he stopped smiling and looked at Gu Jiao extremely coldly. And you said you didn't steal my horse. Gu Jiao saw that the Black Wind King and Han Shitzi were very familiar with each other and had a rough idea of what was going on. Madame Nan said sarcastically, My Lulang didn't steal your horse. It was your horse that fell into the swamp by itself. It was my horse that discovered it and shouted for Lulang to rescue it from the swamp. My horse was injured in order to save it. Your horse was poisoned and heavily injured. If it wasn't for my Lulang, it would have been dead. You're not grateful and even accused Lulang of stealing your horse. Shameless. Han Shitzi frowned. The guard at the side raised his sword and slashed at Madame Nan. This time, before Gu Jiao could do anything, the Black Wind King raised his front hooves and kicked the guard away. Han Shitzi's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He looked at the guard who was kicked away and then looked at the Black Wind King in front of this family. He clenched the sword in his hand. Okay, I'll believe you for now. Since you saved the Black Wind King, I won't argue with you about what happened today. But Xiao Lulang, I'll settle the score with you sooner or later. Let's go. He asked the servant to bring a saddle and put it on the Black Wind King. He and the Black Wind King grew up together. When he was still a child, he recognized this horse as the real master of the Black Wind King. Han Shitzi got on the horse and rode the Black Wind horse out of Willow Lane. When the Horse King woke up, the big black horse was gone. It was stunned for 3 seconds and then stood up to look around. Horses had a very sensitive sense of smell. It smelled the big black horse in the air and chased after it. Madame Nan looked at the Horse King's figure and shouted, "Hey little she!" The Black Wind King was very fast, faster than ever before. Han Shitzi was very satisfied. You're indeed the strongest Black Wind King. It could still run with such strength and speed at the age of 17. Even if it was injured or poisoned, it was not affected. The adult Black Wind King left the 2.5-year-old Horse King in the dust, leaving him far behind. They soon arrived at the Han family. Chunan heard that Han Shitzi and the Black Wind King were back and hurried out to welcome them. "Welcome, Prince." Chunan bowed. Han Shitzi patted the vigorous Black Wind King and said to Chunan, "It seems to be faster than before." Chunan smiled and said, "Really? That's a miracle." Han Shitzi tightened the horse's belly and said to the Black Wind King, "Okay, time to go in." The Black Wind King did not move. Han Shitzi asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" The Black Wind King still did not move. "Is your wound hurting?" Han Shitzi jumped off the horse and carefully looked for the wound on the Black Wind King. "Is the Black Wind King hurt?" Chunan also came over to look. Unexpectedly, the Black Wind King suddenly took a few steps back. The two of them looked at it in confusion, but the Black Wind King just turned around and ran toward the street. Han Shitzi was confused. How could this be? Why did the Black Wind King leave? Chunan was the most experienced horse trainer in Chengdu. He looked at the back of the Black Wind King and murmured, "It's going in the direction of the Shenyuan family. It is going to find its real master." Han Shitzi said angrily, "Its master is me." Chunan did not speak. "Are you the master just because I let you ride it? You're just a playmate that grew up with it. By sending you back, I'm saying goodbye to you." Han Shitzi clenched his fist. "How many years has it been? Didn't it say that it doesn't remember? How old was it when the Shenyuan family was attacked?" 2 years old. Chunan said, "Maybe it remembered again, or maybe it didn't really forget. It was just waiting for its master to come back. It thought that its master was still on the battlefield. What made it not think so?" The sky was gloomy and dark clouds covered the sky. Chengdu was stuffy to the extreme. The Black Wind King galloped under the dark clouds. Lightning flashed in the sky, followed by thunder. The carriages and horses on the street did not dare to drive casually anymore. They all found a place to avoid it. The Black Wind King galloped fearlessly on the empty street. The lightning chased after it, but it did not stop at all. After galloping for a long time, the dark clouds covered the sky. The afternoon seemed to have turned gray. It came to a mansion that was sealed and chained. The seal had already been broken. The parts that could not be glued to the door were flapping like tongues of fire. The iron chains were stained with rust, and the dirty door was covered in moss. The entire dusty and dilapidated mansion was eerily quiet. It was now a graveyard filled with wandering souls. It walked up the steps to the door and tried to break it open with its head. Bang, bang, bang. Again, and again. Its head was bruised and bleeding. The last bolt of lightning tore a crack in the sky, and torrential rain began to pour down. Raindrops as big as beans smashed onto its body under the raging wind. Blood flowed down and dripped to the ground. It seemed that it did not feel pain. It spared no effort to hit the door with its badly injured head. But the door would never open again. "Father, a Black Wind Rider is dying." A young man in his 20s ran into the backyard of the mansion and said to his father, who was practicing the red-tasseled spear. His father asked, "Why is it dying?" The young man said, "It's having a difficult birth. It's dying." The father and son came to the stable. The horse had been in labor for 2 days and 2 nights. It had used up all its strength. It could not give birth to this little foal. But the father and son did not give up. They guarded it and stayed by its side the whole night. Finally, when the first light of dawn arrived, they welcomed this little life that was hard to come by. But it had been in its mother's womb for too long. It did not have much breath left. "Father, it seems that it's dying. It's the Black Wind Rider of the Xinyuan family. We can't do without it." The mare had died in childbirth. This was the child that she had exchanged her life for. The owner of the red-tasseled spear took it back to his house and fed it personally. It gradually grew from a little foal that could not even breathe to a strong foal. The foal would stand in the backyard every day, jumping and watching the father and son practice. "Father, look, it's taller. It's growing so fast. I can't believe that it almost died." "Ah Cheng, don't underestimate anyone and don't underestimate any horse. Maybe it will grow up and become the Black Wind King. Then I'll take it to the battlefield to kill the enemy." "Humph, the mistress and mistress are lining up. Can you beat her?" It did it. It became the Black Wind King. It could go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. But its master did not come back. None of them came back. Chapter 706. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. The rain was pouring down heavily. Under the eaves of the houses on both sides of the street, hawkers pushing their stalls and pedestrians taking shelter from the rain. Occasionally, pedestrians would pass by with umbrellas, but they quickly closed their umbrellas and hid in the shops on the side. A horse carriage slowly came from the east side of the street. The rain was too heavy and the road was slippery. In addition, the view was obstructed, so the coachman didn't dare to drive too far. All of a sudden, the sound of a hurried carriage could be heard from behind. A horse in a hurry caught up with the carriage and whizzed past the carriage. In the carriage, Second Master Jing had just opened the window to see whose horse was running so fast when the horse's hooves splashed on his face. Second Master Jing was speechless. Second Master Jing was furious. He raised his hand to wipe the rainwater off his face and closed the window. He lifted the curtain in front and looked at the horse galloping past. He recognized it at a glance. "Ah, big brother, look, isn't that the horse from Qianxiong Academy? It's the crazy one." The battle between the Horse King and the Black Wind Cavalry had become a legend in the archery circle. Anyone who paid attention to the archery competition knew that Qianxiong Academy had a Hummer that beat the Black Wind Cavalry. Dukin sat beside Second Master Jing and looked deeply in the direction of the horse. The horse was running too fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, he still lifted his thin finger with difficulty and knocked on the armrest of the wheelchair. This meant yes. If it was 2 times, it meant no. Strange, why did that horse run here? Second Master Jing opened the window again and stuck his head out in the rain. He looked back and felt even more strange when he didn't see the carriage from Qianxiong Academy. Dukin raised his hand and dipped it in the cinnabar on the armrest. With trembling fingers, he wrote a word with difficulty: chase. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Even though Duke An's horse was a first-class horse, it was still very difficult for it to catch up with the Horse King. Fortunately, the Horse King ran and stopped as if it was looking for something. Its speed wasn't always fast. They followed the Horse King into more and more secluded areas. Eventually, they arrived at a deserted street. This is... Second Master Jing's expression changed. In the past, it was the most prosperous place in Qingdu. There was an endless stream of horses and carriages, and the entrance was as busy as a marketplace. Every day there were people who came to seek an audience. If they didn't have an invitation card, they might not be able to get in even after 10 days or half a month. But now this street had already changed. Dong, dong, dong. Heavy crashing sounds came from behind the heavy rain in front of them. Every sound seemed to hit their hearts. Second Master Jing lifted the curtain and took a look. That direction is... The Black Wind King's head was bleeding and his body was covered in wounds. The Horse King saw it from afar and galloped towards it without stopping. The Horse King looked at it in confusion, as if it didn't understand why it wanted to hit the door. Seeing that it was about to crash into the ground, the Horse King followed suit. However, the Horse King didn't know what this dilapidated mansion meant to the Black Wind King. It raised its powerful front hooves and was about to stomp on the chain door. Unexpectedly, the Black Wind King knocked the Horse King away. The Horse King tilted its head and looked at it in confusion. The Black Wind King continued to use its head and body to hit the door. The Duke family's carriage stopped not far away. Second young Master Jing lifted the curtain and the rain poured down on him, and Dukin stared at them without blinking, and his hand on the armrest tightened. Second Master Jing had mixed feelings. He looked at the Black Wind King and frowned. What's wrong with that horse? Is it crazy? It will die if it keeps hitting it like this. The Black Wind King was seriously injured, so the Horse King didn't let him hit it. The two horses fought. Just as the two horses were fighting fiercely, the coachman suddenly called out, "Duke, second master. Someone is coming." It was a young man riding a tall horse. He held the reins tightly in one hand and a red-tasseled spear in the other. He was drenched from head to toe, and his hair was messy and stuck to his face. His calm eyes revealed an unruly calmness. He rode towards the Xian Yuan family's mansion. Second Master Jing couldn't help but be absent-minded. Was the rain too heavy, or was the fantasy in his mind too real? He seemed to see his brother-in-law returning from the military camp with such a calm and unruly expression. It was on this street in front of this mansion. His brother-in-law got off the horse, walked up the steps and pushed open the mansion's door as usual. Second Master Jing held his breath. He widened his eyes. At that moment he felt that the tragedy didn't happen. When the door opened, the person inside would walk out with a smile. However, his brother-in-law didn't do that. He came in front of the two horses and separated them. Second Master Jing woke up from his dream. It wasn't his brother-in-law. It wasn't him. His brother-in-law was already dead, and it was he who personally collected his brother-in-law's corpse. He personally put his brother-in-law down from the city wall. When he pulled out the red-tasseled spear that pierced through his brother-in-law's body, his hands were trembling. Second Master Jing turned his head, not letting his eldest brother see his red eyes. Dukan didn't cry. His tears had already dried up. After the Xian Yuan family was destroyed, after losing his wife who was pregnant, and after Yining closed her eyes forever in his arms, he didn't cry anymore. Second Master Jing raised his hand and wiped his eyes. He suppressed the sobs in his throat and said in a normal tone, "It's Xiao Lulang." Of course Dukan saw it too. His gaze fell on Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao held the red-tasseled spear in one hand and raised her other hand to touch Black Wind King's head. She looked at him calmly. Black Wind King was gradually comforted. Perhaps it finally realized that the master it had waited for most of its life would never come back. It raised its head and looked at the dark sky, letting out a mournful cry. Gu Jiao quietly accompanied it. Gu Jiao rarely had empathy with people or the outside world. But at this moment, she lowered her eyes and raised her hand to cover her heart. "Who's there?" A few city guards rushed over in the heavy rain. They had received a report from the people nearby that there was a suspicious person heading towards the old site of the Xian Yuan family. Even though the Xian Yuan family had been exterminated, and this once bustling street had become a dead street, the Xian Yuan family had left a lasting impression on everyone. The city guards didn't dare to be careless, so they rushed over to see what was going on. Second Master Jing hurriedly got down from his horse with an umbrella and stopped the city guards who wanted to walk towards Gu Jiao. He showed the Duke an estate's token and said politely, "My eldest brothers and my horses were frightened and ran here. Those are my guards." As he spoke, he took out a money pouch from his chest and tossed it to the city guard who was in charge. The guard guessed the other party's identity. "So it's Second Master Jing. Sorry for the disrespect." The Duke and estate and the Xian Yuan family were in-laws. He didn't believe that the Duke and estate's horse ran here by accident. He weighed the money in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. He cupped his hands and said, "The rain is so heavy it's easy to scare the horses. Since Second Master Jing has found the horses, we'll take our leave first." Second Master Jing smiled and nodded, "Take care." After the guards had walked far away, one of their companions said, "Should we tell the higher-ups?" The leader of the guards said, "Tell the higher-ups what? Did the Duke and brothers come to remember the Xian Yuan family? Who in Shing City doesn't know about the relationship between the Duke and estate and the Xian Yuan family? When the Xian Yuan family was defeated in their rebellion, everyone who had dealings with them avoided them, afraid of getting into trouble. Only the Duke and estate, who was still Crown Prince Jing, ran to the battlefield to collect the corpses of the Xian Yuan family members. Second Master Jing also followed. He wasn't afraid of death. Had they not been remembering the deceased members of the Xian Yuan family all these years? What's there to report? His companion said, "But that kid didn't dress like a guard of the Duke and estate. He even had a red-tasseled spear in his hand. When I first saw him, I thought that the Xian Yuan family's ghost had returned." "It's broad daylight, what nonsense are you talking about?" The guard said, but he was actually scared. That kid was indeed a bit strange. The way he held the red-tasseled spear was very similar to the Xian Yuan family members. But the Xian Yuan family members were long dead. He couldn't be a malicious spirit who came for revenge. He shook his head decisively and took out the money bag that Second Master Jing gave him. He smiled and said, "Don't think about it. Let's go, I'll take you guys to drink. The guards' figures completely disappeared in the heavy rain. Second Master Jing walked around the two horses and came to Gu Jiao's side. He asked, "Why are you here?" Gu Jiao was looking up at the mansion's signboard. The signboard was exposed to the sun and rain, and had been damaged by someone. It was already badly damaged. Under the thick cobwebs, even the two words Shen Yuan were blurred. Xiaolulang, Xiaolulang. Second Master Jing waved his hand in front of Gu Jiao's eyes. Gu Jiao came back to her senses and said, "I'm here to look for my horse." Second Master Jing snorted, "So you heard it? Then why didn't you answer on purpose?" "I didn't do it on purpose." Gu Jiao said, "I heard it, but I was thinking about something. You can ask what I'm thinking about first." In other words, she wanted to wait until she finished thinking before she could answer him. Second Master Jing, who had never seen such a person before, "What's wrong with your horse?" Second Master Jing pointed at Black Wind King and asked. Gu Jiao said that she was here to look for a horse. She didn't say that she was only looking for one horse. Second Master Jing naturally thought that the other horse was also Gu Jiao's. Gu Jiao didn't explain that Black Wind King wasn't her horse. She only shook her head slightly and said, "I don't know either." Dukan sat in the carriage and saw Second Master Jing talking to Gu Jiao like an idiot in the rain. He was so angry that his body trembled. Second Master Jing had an umbrella, but Gu Jiao didn't. Fortunately, Second Master Jing and his eldest brother had a tacit understanding for once. He said to Gu Jiao, "You can stay in the outer city. It's raining so heavily that it won't stop for a while. Why don't you take shelter in the carriage?" Gu Jiao turned her head to look at the carriage in the rain. Dukan sat in the carriage and looked at Gu Jiao without blinking. His eyes were full of expectation. Gu Jiao said, "Okay." Gu Jiao got on the carriage. The Horse King bit Black Wind King's reins. It didn't care whether Black Wind King was willing or not. It just pulled it along. The carriage drove out of the dead silent street and turned right through an alley. It came to another main street. After a while, it turned into an alley and stopped in front of a small courtyard. This was a small house that was about the same size as the one Gu Jiao and the others rented. After entering, there was a front yard. After passing through the central room, there was a backyard. The backyard was connected to a row of back rooms. Gu Jiao didn't go that far. She stopped at the corridor of the first row of rooms. She looked at the lily of the valley in the courtyard. She felt that this place was a little familiar, as if she had seen it in her dreams. Second Master Jing moved his eldest brother and his wheelchair to the corridor. The two brothers' clothes were a little wet. Second Master Jing called a servant and asked him to bring Gu Jiao to a side room to change into dry clothes. "Where are my eldest brother's clothes?" "Other than my eldest brother's clothes, there were only his sister-in-law's belongings." He didn't dare to touch his sister-in-law's belongings. His eldest brother would kill him. Moreover, Xiaolulang was a man. He couldn't wear his sister-in-law's clothes. The servant found a new set of clothes that Dukan hadn't worn for Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's figure was tall for a woman. However, compared to Dukan's height, she was still a little petite. She looked like a child who had stolen an adult's clothes. She was a little cute. Second Master Jing walked out of his eldest brother's room after changing his clothes. This was the scene he saw. He secretly thought that he had seen a ghost. He actually thought that this kid was cute. He was obviously very annoying. Second Master Jing said angrily, "Your horses are in the stable. Don't worry. Someone will feed them. They won't starve. I've also found a doctor. He will treat your horses." "Thank you." Gu Jiao thanked him. Second Master Jing wasn't used to being so polite. His attitude immediately changed. He coughed lightly and said, "My eldest brother wants you to go over and drink tea." Gu Jiao went next door. Duke An's condition had improved recently. Previously, it was difficult for him to write one word. He might not even succeed. Now he could write 3 to 5 words a day. If he was in good condition, he could write 7 to 8 words. Most of them were scolding Second Master Jing. They talked about what it was like to have a younger brother who deserved a beating. The wheelchair was wiped and dried. Dukan sat on a chair with an official's hat. There were chairs beside and opposite him. Second Master Jing didn't say anything and sat opposite his eldest brother. This way, his eldest brother would be able to see him. He was really smart. Dukan's eyes were murderous. Second Master Jing shrank his neck. Why did he feel that his neck was cold? Dukan couldn't turn his head. This meant that he wouldn't be able to see Gu Jiao sitting beside him. However, Gu Jiao didn't sit down immediately. Instead, she came in front of him and knelt down on one knee to feel his pulse. "Your pulse is indeed smoother than before," Gu Jiao said. Duke, you're recovering well. Dukin raised his finger again. This time he didn't touch it lightly. Instead, he dipped it into the tea in the cup and wrote 3 words shakily. Are you well? Gu Jiao said, I'm all right. Dukin wrote shakily again, black wind. This was the limit of his strength. He only wrote half of the word, wind. Sweat seeped out of his forehead and flowed down his cheeks, sliding into his clothes. What did my eldest brother write? Second Master Jing came over. Black wind? What black wind? Gu Jiao knew that Dukin most likely recognized the Black Wind King. She said, it's indeed Erhan's Black Wind King. However, I don't know why it went there. She came to find the Horse King. It was unexpected that she met the Black Wind King. Who would have thought that the Black Wind King who left with Erhan would appear in that place? That horse is the Black Wind King. It's really? Second Master Jing murmured with a complicated expression. Really what? Gu Jiao asked. Second Master Jing sighed. How should I put it? You've seen the Han family's Black Wind Cavalry. However, did you know that the Black Wind Cavalry didn't belong to the Han family but was trained by the Xinyuan family? I've heard about it, Gu Jiao said. After the Xinyuan family was defeated, the military power was divided into 4 parts. The cavalry belonged to the Han family. Among them there were many Black Wind Cavalry. You know a lot about the Yan Kingdom. Gu Jiao didn't refute. Second Master Jing was only teasing Gu Jiao. He didn't think that Gu Jiao had any ulterior motives. He continued, there can only be one Black Wind King among the 30,000 Black Wind Cavalry. The previous Black Wind Kings were all male horses. Only this Black Wind King is a female horse. It was born with a difficult birth. It was cooped up in the mother's womb for too long. When it came out, it was almost dead. By the way, it was my brother-in-law and Great Marshal Shenyuan who helped it give birth. After it was born, Great Marshal Shenyuan carried it back. Therefore, that horse was actually raised by Great Marshal Shenyuan himself. Gu Jiao asked, your brother-in-law is? Second Master Jing coughed awkwardly. Cough cough. My eldest brother's brother-in-law is my brother-in-law. Shenyuan Hao. Gu Jiao made an O sound and said, didn't he change his name to Shenyuan Cheng? Second Master Jing was stunned. You even know about this? Gu Jiao said, I've heard of it. Wait, what kind of people do you have around you? How can you talk about the Shenyuan family like this? Aren't you afraid of being beheaded? Second Master Jing rolled his eyes. He thought of something and said, speaking of which, the Black Wind King is the same age as Yi. Yi? Gu Jiao muttered. This name sounded strangely familiar. She seemed to have heard it in her dreams. Second Master Jing didn't know what she was thinking and only thought that she was asking a question. He explained, Yi is the daughter of my eldest brother and sister-in-law. She was born in the same year as the Black Wind King. When they were 2 years old, something happened to the Shenyuan family. The Han family contributed greatly in the war. The monarch rewarded the Black Wind Cavalry to the Han family. The Black Wind King, who was still a foal, naturally went to the Han family. In the blink of an eye, it has been 15 years. So the Black Wind King went back to look for its master today? After so many years, it was still waiting for its master to come back? Gu Jiao was silent for a moment and said, did the Xinyuan family really rebel? The room suddenly fell into a strange silence. Second Master Jing's body tensed up and he didn't dare to answer. Dukin dipped his finger in tea and used the last bit of strength he had just recovered to write a word in a crooked manner. Looking at the yes, that Dukin used all his strength to write, the strange thing was that Gu Jiao didn't feel too surprised. Dukin wanted to write more, but he didn't have any strength left. Second Master Jing looked at his eldest brother's trembling hand and said with heartache, eldest brother, don't write any more. Let me tell you. They had only met this young man a few times. Logically speaking, they shouldn't talk so deeply. He didn't understand why his eldest brother didn't guard against this young man. Second Master Jing composed himself and said solemnly, that's right. The Xinyuan family did rebel. However, they were forced to do so. The main culprit is the State Preceptor Hall. What did the State Preceptor Hall do? Gu Jiao asked. Second Master Jing snorted and said, that bullshit State Preceptor did a divination for the Xinyuan family. He said that the Xinyuan family had the fate of the Emperor Star. The Emperor Star is also known as the Emperor Star. Only the emperor of a country has the right to have this fate. This clearly said that the Xinyuan family had the aura of an emperor. Which country's emperor would feel comfortable with this? In order to prove that they had no intention of rebelling, the Xinyuan family proposed to hand over their military power. However, not long after the military power was handed over, a war broke out at the border. Jin and Liang joined forces to attack the border of the Yan kingdom. The Yan kingdom was attacked from both sides. The emperor didn't use the Shenyuan family at first. In the end, the Yan kingdom suffered several defeats. Their morale was greatly reduced and their morale was shaken. The Yan kingdom had no choice but to use the Shenyuan family again. Shenyuan Li led his eldest son in the vanguard and attacked the Jin nation's army first, taking back 3 cities in one go. Shenyuan Li's second brother and his third and fifth sons led the troops to encircle the Liang nation's army. Everywhere they went, they were undefeated. The alliance of the two countries was defeated by the Shenyuan family. The people at the border were very grateful. When the Shenyuan family retreated, the people of the city saw them off on the streets. This incident made the Yan kingdom fully aware of the Shenyuan family's strength and the importance of the Shenyuan family in the hearts of the people. The arrival of the Emperor Star in Shenyuan was not something that the Shenyuan family could stop just by handing over their military power. Unless Gu Jiao finished for him, unless they are all dead. Second Master Jing nodded, that's right. Since the day Shenyuan clan returned to the capital in triumph, the monarch had the intention of eliminating the Shenyuan clan. However, Shenyuan Li was a senior official of 2 dynasties and a divine general of 6 states. Although the various measures of the imperial master palace played a significant role in the development of the Yan kingdom from a lower kingdom to a greater kingdom, how could those who once oppressed the Yan kingdom be willing to let the Yan kingdom rise again? How many battles did the Shenyuan family's army fight? How much blood did they bleed to stop the ambitions of the other countries? If it wasn't for the Shenyuan family's protection, the Yan kingdom would have been destroyed. How could it be a greater country? The Shenyuan family's achievements overshadowed the Yan kingdom. The Yan kingdom was afraid of them, but he couldn't just kill them. To become a greater country, the Yan kingdom needed them. Therefore, the Yan kingdom thought of a plan to numb the Shenyuan family. When the Empress Shenyuan gave birth to a daughter, the Yan kingdom immediately conferred her the title of Crown Princess. For more than 10 years, the Yan kingdom doted on the Crown Princess and gave her everything. The Yan kingdom wanted the Shenyuan family to be spoiled and arrogant. However, the Shenyuan family's family rules were strict, so they didn't do anything out of line. Gu Jiao said, even if they did something out of line, the Shenyuan family wouldn't be punished, right? Second Master Jing choked, cough cough, that's true. Gu Jiao said, so the Yan kingdom didn't want the Shenyuan family to make a mistake. He wanted the people to see how well he treated the Shenyuan family. One day if the Shenyuan family betrayed him, the people would cry out for them. Second Master Jing scratched his head, is that so? What you said makes sense. Gu Jiao asked, then how was the Shenyuan family forced to rebel? Second Master Jing was silent for a while. He clenched his fist and said with a complicated expression, I don't know the details. It seems to have something to do with the Crown Princess. My eldest brother knows a thing or two. Unfortunately, as you can see, he can't say anything. Gu Jiao thought for a while and asked, there are many people who want the Shenyuan family to be in trouble, right? Second Master Jing nodded sadly. The Shenyuan family's power, status, military power and martial arts are all enviable. The Shenyuan family never betrayed the world, but the world betrayed the Shenyuan family. The rain didn't seem to be letting up. The raindrops hit the roof with a pitter-patter. Second Master Jing said he was hungry and went to the kitchen to find something to eat. Only Gu Jiao and Dukan were left in the room. Gu Jiao moved a small stool to sit next to Dukan. She massaged his arms and palms to help him recover. You told me about the Shenyuan family. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell others? Gu Jiao asked. Dukan's fingertips tapped on the armrest twice. No. Gu Jiao unexpectedly understood. She rubbed his other hand and said, why aren't you afraid? We've only met a few times. I'm very bad. Dukan's fingertips tapped on the armrest 3 times. You won't. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and looked at him. How do you know I won't? Dukan nodded. You just won't. From the first time Gu Jiao hid in his bed, he felt very close to her. He couldn't tell why, but it was like the most important person had returned to his side. Chapter 707. Second Master Jing went to the kitchen to find a pile of food. There were fruits, braised chicken, and dried meat. He filled a few big bowls and brought them to his eldest brother. The moment he entered the room, he saw his eldest brother chatting happily with that fellow. Actually, his eldest brother didn't know how to speak at all. He was also very confused as to why he thought of the phrase, chatting happily. Dukan had finished massaging his hand, but Gu Jiao was still sitting on the small stool beside him. The scene was strangely harmonious, as if he was the extra person. Second Master Jing was stunned for 3 seconds. He walked over and said to Gu Jiao, "Don't sit here. My eldest brother doesn't like others to be too close to him." Dukan, was it too late to beat his own brother to death now? After the old madam passed away, the old Dukan remarried. His stepmother was a virtuous woman who took good care of the little heir. After the little heir said that he wanted a younger brother or sister, the stepmother had 2 children. One of them was Second Master Jing. Dukan regretted it. He shouldn't have wanted a younger brother. The rain stopped. Gu Jiao should go back. Dukan's eyes revealed a strong sense of reluctance. This was also a very strange feeling. He wanted to keep her here. Dukan lowered his eyes. His fingertips tapped a few times on the armrest. Gu Jiao looked at his fingertips and said, "No, it's too late. The inner city gate will be closed after dinner." Second Master Jing was stunned. "My eldest brother spoke to you? Why didn't he hear it?" Gu Jiao pointed at Dukan's hand. "He did." Second Master Jing, "Fellow, I'm not well educated. Don't lie to me." Second Master Jing felt that Gu Jiao was talking nonsense. He and his eldest brother were blood brothers who had telepathy. Even he couldn't understand what his eldest brother was trying to say when he knocked on the door. How could a brat whom they met by chance? Since Gu Jiao wanted to leave, it was inconvenient for Second Master Jing to stay. But under the threat of his eldest brother's eyes, he still took out the food he had painstakingly brought from the kitchen. "Take it with you on the way." "No need," Gu Jiao said. "At least bring some." Second Master Jing said. Gu Jiao paused and reached for a piece of dried meat. Second Master Jing was surprised. You like this too?" "You like it?" Gu Jiao asked him. Second Master Jing shook his head. "I don't like it, but my eldest brother does." Gu Jiao, "Oh." Second Master Jing was the king of words. His mouth was full of disdain, but when it came to giving Gu Jiao food he was strangely generous. He wrapped the whole plate of dried meat in paper and handed it to Gu Jiao. "Take it, eat it on the way." Gu Jiao broke half of it and handed it to Dukan. Second Master Jing wanted to say that there was more in the kitchen and he would go get it for his eldest brother later. But he saw his eldest brother's fingertips pressing on the half packet of dried meat. That strange feeling came again. Did his eldest brother smile just now? Why did it seem like his own child actually knew how to be filial to him, so his old father was so happy? Second Master Jing clutched his chest. "I've seen a ghost, I've really seen a ghost." This fellow reminded him of his brother-in-law for a while, then reminded him of Enin who died young. He seriously suspected that he had provoked some evil spirit recently. When he returned, he had to ask his wife to go to the temple to burn incense and ask for a protective talisman to ward off evil spirits. Gu Jiao went to the stable. Black Wind King's injury had already been treated by the doctor that Second Master Jing called. The doctor had applied medicine, but his mental state was not good. Gu Jiao decided to bring him back first. Second Master Jing walked over and said, "Have you thought it through? This is Han Ye's horse." "Who is Han Ye?" Gu Jiao asked. Second Master Jing said, "Crown Prince Han. His name is Han Ye. It's not Yi which means night, but Yi which means radiant and dazzling." Gu Jiao, "Oh." Second Master Jing weakly sucked in a breath of cold air. "Are you really not afraid? This is his horse. If he knows that you brought his horse back, he will definitely cause trouble for you. Moreover, this horse seems to remember its previous owner. It will only recognize one owner in its life. Even if you bring it back, it won't recognize you as its owner." Gu Jiao, "Oh." Second Master Jing, "Can you not be so calm? Crown Prince Han and her had long been enemies. With or without Black Wind King they could not live under the same sky. As for the matter of recognizing a master, Gu Jiao had never thought about it. How could there be so many masters and servants? It was so troublesome." Gu Jiao rode the horse back and brought Black Wind King and Black Wind King back. The family was very surprised to see Black Wind King. Gu Jiao told them what happened in the afternoon. The family sat in the living room. Only Gu Yin ran to the backyard to brush Black Wind King's hair. Senior Madame Nan was puzzled. Why did it suddenly go to find its previous owner? What triggered it? Senior Madame Lu suddenly slapped her head. Did it only know that its previous owner was no longer on the battlefield when it saw your red-tasseled spear? The spear was here and the person was here. War god Xinyuan Li's red-tasseled spear would not leave his hand so easily. Therefore, if the red-tasseled spear was back, the Xinyuan family should also be back. It was hard to imagine what kind of feelings it had when it went to welcome its master, and what kind of heart it had to bear the blow of its master never coming back. Gu Jiao was stunned. My red-tasseled spear? Senior Madame Lu looked at her confused face and asked in disbelief, don't tell me you don't know what kind of spear you use all this time? Gu Jiao, Senior Madame Nan was also surprised. You really don't know? Gu Jiao looked at the two of them. You both know? The husband and wife said in unison, we know. We thought you already knew. Gu Jiao said, when my sworn brother gave it to me, he did not tell me where it came from. Senior Madame Lu asked, then what do you think of this spear? Gu Jiao thought about it seriously and said, it's useful, I like it. Senior Madame Lu said matter-of-factly, how can Xianyuan Li's divine weapon not be useful? Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. It's Xianyuan Li's spear? To be honest, the red-tasseled spear had been damaged by little Jing Kong. If Senior Madame Lu had not seen it every day, she would not have recognized it. It was no wonder that when Gu Jiao fought with Crown Prince Han just now, Crown Prince Han did not recognize that it was Xianyuan Li's divine weapon. Gu Jiao suddenly understood. No wonder. Senior Madame Nan was puzzled. No wonder what? Gu Jiao said, when I was practicing spear, I found that the Black Wind King was very interested in this red-tasseled spear. Speaking of which, Gu Jiao could get this spear purely by accident. After the Xianyuan family's army was defeated, Xianyuan Li's red-tasseled spear was rewarded by the monarch to the ambassador of the Qin Kingdom. Later, the Qin Kingdom was defeated by Marquis Xianping of the Zhao Kingdom, and Marquis Xianping snatched the red-tasseled spear. Marquis Xianping did not practice spear, he just snatched it for fun. After snatching it back, he threw it into the armory of the military camp. He probably forgot about the red-tasseled spear. It was Gu Jiao who accidentally entered the armory and took a fancy to it. Because she looked at it for too long, she was discovered by the old Marquis who was passing by. At that time, the old Marquis did not know that Gu Jiao was his sworn brother, but he also found the red-tasseled spear. He felt that it was very suitable for his brother, so he took it and gave it to Gu Jiao. The Han family. After the Black Wind King left, Crown Prince Han became angry. He wanted to chase the Black Wind King back, but he was stopped by Chu Nan. Chu Nan said, it won't come back. Crown Prince Han said coldly, then I will catch it back even if I have to. Chu Nan shook his head, it's useless to catch it back. When it finds out that its master is dead, it will not live alone. Crown Prince Han frowned, you mean it will die for its master? Chu Nan sighed, even if it doesn't die for its master, it will not be the Black Wind King anymore. Unless you are willing to raise a useless horse, then forget what I said. Crown Prince Han looked in the direction where the Black Wind King left and clenched his fists. Chu Nan was right about the Black Wind King's situation. After it returned to Willow Lane, it first refused to be treated, then refused to eat no matter who fed it. At first, Gu Yen thought that it was because the food at home was not good, so he went to the academy with Gu Shaoshun and asked Wu Fuzi for some fine feed for the war horse. But the Black Wind King still did not move. In the end, all the fine feed went into the Horse King's stomach. Madame Nan suddenly had an idea. She cut some carrots and went to the horse farm 5 miles away from the city to buy the best pasture. But even so, the Black Wind King still refused to eat. It did not even drink water. The Horse King looked at it and hesitated. It turned around and dug out the fruit it had secretly hidden behind a tree. It brought it to the Black Wind King. The Black Wind King still refused to eat. Madame Nan and the others looked at the Black Wind King who refused to eat and sighed helplessly. Gu Jiao went back to the house and opened the medicine box. She took out 2 tubes of nutrients and injected them into the Horse King's body. So it won't starve to death? Gu Yen asked. In principle, yes. The nutrients in the research institute were very well balanced. Half a tube could keep the Horse King from eating for an entire day. Considering its weight, Gu Jiao injected it with 2 tubes. But, Gu Jiao paused, its fighting spirit can't be replenished with nutrients. In short, it would no longer be the Black Wind King. Oh, Gu Yen was very calm. He stroked its mane and said, it's good not to be the Black Wind King. They had not taken it in because it was the Black Wind King. They had always thought that it was a sick horse that no one wanted. So, what did it matter if it was the Black Wind King or not? Gu Yen looked at it and said, you see, I have no ambition but I'm still living a good life. Gu Jiao, the whole family accepted the fact that the Black Wind King had lost its will to live and its fighting spirit. They were ready to take care of it when it was old. Crown Prince Han also accepted it. He began to cultivate a new Black Wind King. The best age for a Black Wind King was 6 to 15 years old. After the age of 16, their physical strength would begin to decline. So what if a 17-year-old Black Wind King did not lose its fighting spirit? It would not be in its best condition for a few years. Its legend was over. Chapter 708. At night, Gu Qingfeng came over. He would come here whenever he had nothing to do. During the 5 days when Gu Jiao and Gu Yan were staying at the State Preceptor Hall, he came 3 times, but all of them were empty. Fortunately, he didn't come tonight. Everyone in the family was asleep and the door was locked. He climbed over the wall and was almost stabbed to death by Gu Jiao. Gu Qingfeng looked at the red-tasseled spear that was half an inch away from his chest and swallowed, saying, "No way? Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night?" Gu Jiao put away her spear and walked back to the central room, saying indifferently, "It's so late, why are you here? You think I want to come?" Gu Qingfeng snorted, rubbing his heart that was almost scared to death, and walked into the room as if nothing had happened. He looked at the rooms with half-closed doors and said in a low voice, "Are you all asleep? Why are you so early? The theater business has just started." Gu Jiao sat down on the chair beside the square table. "Then why are you still here?" "I don't go on stage every day." If he went on stage every day, the drama would progress too quickly and he would have nothing to sing. He really regretted not reading more of the stories written by the old chancellor. He finally understood the principle of regretting not having enough books when it was time to use them. "Did Gu Yan's surgery go smoothly?" Gu Qingfeng said as he sat down on the chair opposite Gu Jiao and asked seriously, "Let me make it clear that I'm not concerned, I'm asking on behalf of Xiao Heng." "It went smoothly," Gu Jiao said. "Really?" Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up. "Gu Jiao, didn't you say that you don't care?" "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded. "You can go and see for yourself, but he might be asleep now." Gu Qingfeng's eyes flashed and he picked up the teapot to pour himself a cup of tea. He held it up and shouted, What's there to see?" Although she said that, her eyes kept glancing at Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoxuan's room. "Is there any news from my husband?" "What news could there be? He's being watched by the Han family. He's very cautious and hasn't been out recently. Fortunately, there was an eagle that could send them messages." "Will Gu Yan relapse in the future? Is he really cured?" "There shouldn't be a relapse." "What do you mean by should?" "As a doctor, I have to be careful with my words." Gu Qingfeng, "Last time, Gu Xiaoxuan said that he wanted to eat the snacks from our theater. I brought them here. I'll bring them in for him." Having said that, he got up and walked calmly into Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoxuan's room. The weather was hot and the windows and doors were open. They had made mosquito-repellent incense at home, but Gu Yan couldn't sleep when he smelled it, so they could only cover themselves with a mosquito net. Gu Qingfeng's aura changed as soon as he entered the room. He tiptoed to the bed, holding the box of snacks in one hand and quietly removing the clamps on the mosquito net with the other. He squeezed his head through the gap in the net. Then he saw a face facing him. The little ahog on the top of the head stood up, but the pair of eyes were calm and stern. Gu Qingfeng screamed and fell to the ground. "It was really scary, okay?" He pushed open the mosquito net and saw a head. It was like seeing a ghost. "Weren't you asleep?" Gu Qingfeng got up and patted the dust off his pants. This time, it was Gu Yan's turn to stick his head out of the mosquito net. His hand gripped the net tightly, otherwise the mosquitoes would fly in. It was even scarier now. It was as if there was a head on the mosquito net. The moonlight was so white that it made people feel gloomy. If Gu Yan wasn't so cute, Gu Qingfeng would have followed his survival instinct and kicked him. Gu Yan said innocently, "I was asleep but I didn't fall asleep." Gu Qingfeng, Gu Yan noticed the box in his hand. He didn't let the box fall to the ground when he fell just now. He had been holding it carefully. Gu Yan couldn't help but ask, "What's in the box?" "Snacks. I bought them for Gu Xiaoxuan." Gu Qingfeng said casually and handed the box over. Gu Yan didn't take it. Instead he said, "There are too many mosquitoes. Open it and let me see." Gu Qingfeng opened the box, revealing a layer of exquisite and tempting crab cakes. "Gu Xiaoxuan doesn't like to eat this," Gu Yan said. Gu Qingfeng cleared his throat and said calmly, "If he doesn't want to eat it, you can have it." Gu Yan said, "But I don't like to eat this either." Gu Qingfeng instantly exploded. "Didn't you say you liked crab cakes last time? Do you know that the opera house hasn't made this in 800 years? I went all the way to invite the chef back." Gu Yan tilted his head and said, "So it's for me." He emphasized the word, yes. Gu Qingfeng almost choked to death. This brat. How could he test his own brother like this? What happened to being uneducated and incompetent? Do you want to ascend to the heavens by being so cunning? Then let me have a taste. Don't you have hands? Mosquitoes will fly in. I won't feed you. If you want to eat, eat it yourself. I'm leaving. Hey, you said you'd only taste it once. You've taken your third bite. Don't shout. My sister won't let me eat it if she hears it. Gu Qingfeng. That night, Han received a secret summons from the Crown Prince's residence. The Han family was the Crown Prince's mother's family. Han didn't have to be secretive when he went to the Crown Prince's residence. Unless it was something important. Or to put it more bluntly, it was something shameful. Han met the Crown Prince in the Crown Prince's study. The Crown Prince was sitting behind the desk with the doors and windows slightly closed. There was incense burning in the room that could drive away mosquitoes. It was made by the State Preceptor Hall. This type of incense was divided into 3 grades. Only the royal family had the right to use the highest grade incense. It didn't smoke people, only mosquitoes. Crown Prince Han cupped his hands and bowed. Han Yi greets your highness. The Crown Prince raised his hand solemnly. Han Yi then saw the Crown Prince's tired face. Is there something troubling your highness recently? If it wasn't something serious, he wouldn't have called him to the Crown Prince's residence in the middle of the night. The Crown Prince sighed. I called you here so late to talk to you about Nangongli. Have a seat. I wouldn't dare. Han Yi bowed. Fine. The Crown Prince didn't force Han Yi. He said with a complicated expression, I know how Nangongli died. Han Yi was surprised. Your Highness knows? Then why did your Highness? The Crown Prince said, why didn't you tell the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice? The Crown Prince said, I have difficulties that I can't say. Han Yi said solemnly, Han Yi is willing to share the Crown Prince's worries. The Crown Prince sighed. You must have heard that Nangongli went to Zhao country a few months ago. Han Yi didn't say anything. The Crown Prince said, that's right. I let him go. This matter is too dangerous. I don't want to involve the Han family, so I found the Nangong family. He was explaining that he didn't trust the Nangong family more. It was just that the task was too dangerous. As for whether Han Yi believed it or not, it was up to him. The Crown Prince continued, Nangongli went to assassinate someone. Unfortunately, the mission failed and one of his arms was cut off. He went to Xia country to assassinate someone and failed the assassination? Han Yi was puzzled. The person he went to assassinate was Xiao Lulang? Han Yi was stunned. After a while, he asked, why did your highness want to kill Xiao Lulang? Because he was. The Crown Prince picked up the brush and wrote 3 words on the paper. Han Yi felt something explode in his heart. How could he? The Crown Prince said, so you understand why I must kill him. Han Ye's heart was in turmoil. This was even more shocking than when he learned that he had lost the Black Wind King. He thought of another thing. On the day of Nangong-li's death, Zhai Jusho of the Tianqiong Academy happened to enter the palace to meet the emperor. He asked, did Nangong-li sneak into the palace to stop Xiao Lulang from meeting the emperor? The Crown Prince said, it should be. I heard later that people from the Tianqiong Academy entered the palace, including Xiao Lulang. The night before the accident, Nangong-li told the Crown Prince that he saw Xiao Lulang on the street. The Crown Prince asked him to find him. Nangong-li did find him the next day. However, before he could report to the Crown Prince, he went to the palace to assassinate Xiao Lulang. In the end, he died in the palace. Han Yi said, was he also killed by Xiao Lulang? The Crown Prince shook his head. Xiao Lulang doesn't know martial arts. I think it was a master hiding by the Crown Princess' side who killed Nangong-li. The Crown Prince guessed this because the brocade guards he sent to assassinate the Crown Princess were all dead. He didn't believe that the Crown Princess didn't have a powerful master by her side. Han Yi said seriously, Xiao Lulang knows martial arts. I just fought with him today. The Crown Prince said thoughtfully, that's not right. Nangong-li told me that Xiao Lulang was a weak scholar who didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. He easily caught Xiao Lulang back then. Han Yi frowned. Did Nangong-li make a mistake? Xiao Yulang's martial arts aren't weak. My master, Qi Xian, also fought with him. He said that in a few years his martial arts might catch up to mine. The Crown Prince wasn't stupid. He quickly realized that something was wrong. He asked, what does Xiao Lulang look like? Han Yi said, Your Highness, can I borrow a pen and paper? The Crown Prince signaled for him to use as he pleased. Han Ye's drawing skills weren't bad. He quickly drew Xiao Yulang's portrait. The birthmark on Xiao Yulang's left cheek was too distinctive. The Crown Prince recognized it at a glance. It's him? Han Yi said, "It's him. He's Xiao Lulang." The Crown Prince said, "What I mean is that he's the one who struck the bow. I've seen him before. I don't care which academy he's from. I only remember that they were fighting against Che Er's academy and the Han family's Black Wind Cavalry." Han Yi said, "That's Chenxiong Academy?" The Crown Prince's expression changed. "What?" The Crown Prince didn't have much interest in the person who struck the bow, so he didn't ask for his name. If he did, Nangongli might not have to die. Nangongli thought that the one from Chenxiong Academy was the real Xiao Lulang, so he stopped him from meeting the monarch. However, since it was a fake, it wouldn't matter even if the monarch met him. The Crown Prince slammed his fist on the table. Damn it. If Xiao Yulang's identity was replaced, then where did the real Xiao Lulang go? Han Yi wasn't stupid. He thought of the key point and hurriedly asked, "Your Highness, is Xiao Lulang from Chenxiong Academy a fake? Then who is the person you want to assassinate?" The Crown Prince took out a portrait from the bookshelf and pointed at the handsome man in it. "It's him." Han Yi was a man, so he naturally didn't care too much about a man's appearance. However, he was still stunned. His temperament and appearance weren't inferior to Mu Qingqian's. The Crown Prince said coldly, "I thought I already found out where he is, but now it's back to square one. He's hiding in the dark and we don't know what identity he has." Han Yi carefully remembered the man in the portrait. Han Yi knows what to do. The Crown Prince said coldly, "No matter the price, don't let him see the monarch." Han Yi cupped his hands and bowed. Han Yi understands. After leaving the Crown Prince's residence, Han Ye's face showed a trace of disdain. "Nangongli, you were defeated by 2 young men. Now it seems that you didn't die in vain. You died because of your stupidity. Our Han family isn't as stupid as you. I'll finish what you didn't do for the Crown Prince. You can see the gap between your Nangong family and the Han family in the underworld." At dawn, little Jing Kong was pulled out of his bed by Xiao Heng. Little Jing Kong tried to escape to find Gu Jiao last night, but he was caught by Xiao Heng. He didn't sleep in a fit of pique, although he didn't bet for more than 3 seconds. However, he was soulless when he couldn't see Jiao Jiao. He brushed his teeth expressionlessly and washed his face expressionlessly. Then he changed into his little uniform and ate something before being sent to Lingbo Academy by his bad brother-in-law. He was the youngest student in the class and sat alone in the first row in the middle. However, when he entered the classroom, he found that there was another child sitting next to him. The child looked even younger than him. He was wearing the little uniform of Lingbo Academy's prodigy class and had a beautiful ponytail. The soulless little Jing Kong was shocked and his eyes widened. After being in school for so long, this was the first time he saw a student younger than him. It was pink and chubby and looked like it was easy to bully. He wanted to scratch his ponytail. "Who are you?" little Jing Kong asked. I'm. She pointed at her fingers and said in a childish voice, "I'm Light Shui." Little Jing Kong said, "Light Shui? That's a girl's name." The little princess said, I'm a girl." The little princess was used to being an elder and had rich experience in dealing with adults, but she had never played with children of her own age. She was a little nervous and didn't know what to do. With Gu Jiao as a precedent, little Jing Kong was very receptive to dressing up as a boy in class. He introduced himself generously, "I'm Jing Kong. Is this your first day in school?" The little princess shook her head and said, "No, the teacher at home didn't teach well, so my uncle asked me to come here to learn." Little Jing Kong put his bag on the table and sat down next to her. He said, "Your uncle has good taste." "It's okay." The little princess said, "But the teacher he picked at home is not good. I don't understand what he said. My uncle will come to pick me up later." Little Jing Kong said, "Oh, my brother-in-law? My sister will come to pick me up later." Chapter 709. The novel was updated at a faster rate. All the novels that could not be found online were available here. Anyway, it was not their parents who came to pick them up. No one won. Soon, Teacher Lu from the gifted class came to teach the students. It was probably because the monarch had instructed that Teacher Lu did not pay too much attention to the young commandery princess. He only introduced her as a new student to the children. Her name was Yan Shui. Of course, it was an alias. Light Shui and Yan Shui were only one character apart. But when the latter was mentioned by the teacher in a serious and calm manner, no one was sure that it was a girl's name. There were 3 reasons. Firstly, there was a boy called Mo Hanshue in the class. Secondly, no one except Jing Kong would think of a girl disguising herself as a boy. Thirdly, and most importantly, the little princess was too naive when she introduced herself to little Jing Kong. She was obviously a girl who could be easily bullied. Little Jing Kong felt that a real man should be like him. He should puff out his chest, straighten his back, look resolute, and emit a masculine aura. Teacher Lu said, "Jing Kong, why are you blocked by books again?" His height dropped to 2.8 centimeters in an instant. Little Jing Kong silently moved the 3 books in front of him away. This was the disadvantage of being too small. The table was taller than the person. In fact, the little princess was small too. But she was a princess. She was not here to learn but to experience life. Teacher Lu would not be too strict with her. Mainly because he did not dare to. It was the first time the little princess was with so many children. It was different from her previous experience. The learning atmosphere was also very different. Most of the students in the Imperial Academy were relatives of the king. There were some who were serious about learning, but there were also some who were just there to pass the time. The gifted class students were not there to pass the time. At least there were none before today. They had gone through a strict selection process. They had to be intelligent to enter the class. The little princess was the only one who entered the class through the back door. The first one was her father, Yen Shanjun. Even little Jing Kong didn't enter the gifted class immediately after receiving the admission papers. He only got in later. The young Canton princess felt that this class was very interesting, more interesting than the Imperial Academy. She decided to study hard and become the most intelligent young lady in Qing Dynasty. She took out her books and the small brush that her uncle the monarch had given her. She began to write seriously. The morning passed. She drew 8 little tortoises. Little Jing Kong, on the other hand, studied diligently for the whole morning. It was not that he liked to study, but it was his mission. Who asked her bad brother-in-law to be so useless? Her 2 elder brothers also didn't like studying? He could only be the pillar of the family. He wanted to pass the imperial examinations as soon as possible and stand out among his peers. He wanted to raise Jiao Jiao, raise his brother-in-law, and support his 2 older brothers as well as little Shi. The sudden appearance of a little girl in the class attracted the attention of the students. Firstly, the little princess was too young, even younger than little Jing Kong. Secondly, the little princess was too cute. She sat there with her rosy cheeks, making people want to pinch her cheeks. After class, a few bold students gathered around the table. They either stood in front of the table or leaned on the table. They opened their eyes wide as if they were looking at the little princess. Others were uncomfortable with the adults, but the little princess was the opposite. After all, in the palace, no child dared to be so close to her. "Hey little girl, where did you come from?" "I came from home." The emperor said that the palace was also her home. "How old are you?" The little princess stretched out 3 fingers and said, 4 years old. Everyone burst into laughter. The little girl didn't even know how to count. She was too silly. Everyone agreed that this little girl was easier to fool than the other little girl. The other little girl was too fierce. She got first place in all the exams and her fists were especially strong. "Did you understand the lesson today?" "Yes." "Then what did Teacher Lu say?" He said. The little princess couldn't answer. She had been drawing tortoises the whole morning. How could she understand what the teacher said? The students started to have a bad taste. The boldest one reached out his hand and wanted to pinch the little princess's face. The little princess had rich experience in dealing with adults, but she was very confused by children. She didn't know what to do. She just stared blankly at the hand that was about to pinch her little face. Suddenly, a small meaty hand with distinct joints grabbed his classmate's wrist. "What are you doing?" The owner of the small hand asked domineeringly. The 9-year-old classmate who was caught was terrified. He stammered, "No, nothing." The class bully of the prodigy class, little Jing Kong, said sternly, "Don't bully the new classmate. Otherwise, I will let little Jing Kong bite you." Little Jing Kong could bully the class because his fists were strong? Of course not. Who would have a fierce gerfalcon following behind them? Their fists were all very strong. Everyone hurriedly dispersed. Little Jing Kong returned to his seat. The little princess was rescued from the panic of being pinched. She looked at little Jing Kong with admiration. "Wow, you are so cool." Little Jing Kong, who was once one of the 3 scumbags of the Imperial College, waved his small hand and said proudly, "It's just so. If anyone bullies you in the future, just tell me. I will protect you." The young princess nodded her head. "Who is this little 9 you're talking about?" Little Jing Kong said, "My bird." The little princess said excitedly, "I also have a bird at home." Little Jing Kong thought for a while and guessed her excited tone. He asked, "Do you want to compete with my bird?" The little princess opened her eyes wide. "Can I?" "Of course." Little Jing Kong nodded sternly. Then it's settled. Bring the bird here tomorrow. Okay. As an experienced person, little Jing Kong felt that it was necessary to remind her. But you have to bring it secretly. Don't let the headmaster find out. Otherwise, the headmaster may confiscate your bird. The young princess nodded her head and said, Okay, I'll remember it. Because she was strange enough, little Jing Kong decided not to scratch her little pigtail today. Little Jing Kong continued to remind her. Also, if those boys bully you again when I am not here, you can be more fierce. The little princess shook her head decisively. I can't be fierce. I can't bully the younger generation. They bullied Commandery Prince Ming because he was only one generation older. Moreover, Commandery Prince Ming was not a cub. These little classmates were about the same age as her little grandnephews. As a grandmother, she should have the demeanor of an elder and know how to love the young. That was what the 4-year-old princess's grandmother thought. The gifted class of Lingbo Academy had a break every 10 days. The day before the break was usually only half a day. Today the little princess happened to be here. After the monarch left the court, he dressed casually and came to Lingbo Academy to wait for the little princess. This was the little princess's request. Otherwise she would not have come to class. The monarch sat in a 2-horse carriage with only 2 servants. One was the minister of imperial household, Zhang Dequan, and the other was the coachman. The location of the carriage was very low-key. It was in a congested alley diagonally opposite Lingbo Academy. There were many carriages parked in front and behind. However, the weather was stuffy at the moment, so the people in the other carriages had gone out to find a place to cool off. The surroundings were relatively quiet. The monarch came a little early and had already waited for 2 hours. Many memorials had been approved. Seeing that there was no one around, Zhang Dequan carefully hung up the curtain and fanned the monarch gently with a cattail leaf fan. Even so, the monarch was still sweating profusely. Even his collar was soaked. Zhang Dequan was also unbearably hot. There was a tea house next door, but the monarch did not go there. Zhang Dequan could not help but recall the past. When was the last time the monarch picked up a child without any fear of heat or cold? It seemed to be when the crown princess was young. Speaking of which, the crown princess was also a student of the prodigy class. However, the crown princess got in based on her ability. Although the crown princess had the Shenyuan family's war god bloodline, she had inherited the monarch's wisdom like Shi Yi. She was the smartest of all the princes and princesses. Putting aside her identity and powerful maternal family, Zhang Dequan did think that she had the talent to rule the country and was the most suitable candidate for the position of crown princess. What a pity. What are you thinking about? The monarch asked casually as he read through the memorials. Ah. Zhang Dequan realized that he was thinking too much and slowed down his fanning speed. Lying in front of the monarch was not a good thing. Only a fool would treat others as a fool. Zhang Dequan said, This servant was distracted for a moment and remembered that the crown princess also went to school at Lingbo Academy. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Dequan secretly pinched himself. How could he say that? The crown princess had long been deposed, he could no longer call her that. But the monarch didn't seem to realize Zhang Dequan's taboo. He put the memorials he had read on the pile of imperial edicts on his right hand, took a new one from his left, opened it and asked, What are the rumors outside? Zhang Dequan asked, Your Majesty, what do you mean? The monarch said lightly, The matter of Shangguan Yan's return. The crown princess was deposed to be a commoner. She should be called by her name, but why does it sound weird? Zhang Dequan considered his words and said, There are a lot of rumors. The monarch said, Speak. Generally, in this case there was no need to hide anything. After all, the monarch hated it when others played tricks in front of him. Zhang Dequan said, Some said that Shangguan Yan came back for investigation. If the case of the imperial mausoleum is not solved, she can't leave Xingdu. Some also said that Your Majesty took this opportunity to bring Shangguan Yan back to the palace to protect her. When the assassin is executed, she will be sent back to the imperial mausoleum. The monarch looked at the memorials and said, Is there more? Zhang Dequan said, There is also. You haven't killed Shangguan Yan for so many years because you can't bear to part with her? The monarch faintly said, Continue. How do you know I haven't finished? So, don't try to play tricks in front of the monarch. Those who tried are all dead. Zhang Dequan was able to live until now because he was the most honest one. Zhang Dequan said, Such a big thing happened to the Shenyuan family, but you didn't depose the empress. You just put the empress in the cold palace. In addition, the empress has been dead for many years, but you haven't appointed a new empress. Some people speculate that you still have feelings for the Empress Shenyuan. Maybe one day, for her sake, you will pardon the deposed crown princess. If the crown princess was pardoned, even if Shang Guanyin was not the crown princess, she would still be the monarch's only direct descendant. It would be a lie to say that her identity was not noble. The monarch's expression was very calm, as if he was only listening to other people's affairs. Who said it? Zhang Dequan said, many, the Wangye's mansion, the officials of the 6 ministries, and the imperial concubines in the harem. The monarch didn't seem surprised. The people in the crown prince's mansion didn't say it? Zhang Dequan said, the people around the crown prince have always been cautious. They haven't heard any unfavorable remarks about Shang Guanyin. The monarch faintly snorted. He is too cautious. He is the one who wants Shang Guanyin to have an accident the most. Zhang Dequan's face changed. Your Majesty. The monarch said, I didn't say that the crown prince is the murderer, but the crown prince's secret guard did hurt Shang Guanyin in the palace. What do you think? Zhang Dequan said in fear and trepidation. This slave doesn't dare to talk about it. The monarch sneered and continued to read the memorials. Zhang Dequan wiped his cold sweat. He was not afraid that the monarch wouldn't tell him, but he was afraid that he would tell him everything. The more you know, the faster you will die. He understood this truth. Just when he thought that the monarch would continue to ask him, do you think Shang Guanyin really lost her memory or faked it? The monarch suddenly changed the topic. Is there any news about Shang Guanqing? Shang Guanqing, Shang Guanyan's flesh and blood, was only half a month older than Ming Junwang. He successfully took the position of the imperial grandson. Zhang Dequan replied, no, I heard from the little palace maid in the imperial mausoleum that His Royal Highness Zhang's son went on a tour and won't come back for half a year. The monarch didn't speak again. The monarch loved that child very much. Although the blood of the Xinyuan family flowed in the child's body was weak. The state preceptor said that he wouldn't live past 20 years old. Such an imperial grandson who was destined to die young could not become a puppet of the Xinyuan family. Maybe because of this reason, the monarch treated Shang Guanqing purer than other children. When Shang Guanqing was young and wanted to follow the crown princess to the imperial mausoleum, the monarch was very angry. The monarch really liked that child more than he liked the little princess. Chapter 710. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. After the morning class ended, the children came out one after another. Zhang Dequan stood at the east side of the courtyard and carefully looked at each child who came out. Strange, so many children came out, but why didn't he see the little princess? Did something happen to her? It couldn't be. He had talked to Master Lu of the gifted class and told him that it was the emperor's verbal order to take good care of the little princess. A teacher from the academy wouldn't ignore the emperor's verbal order. Zhang Dequan waited for a long time while the little princess in the classroom was slowly putting away the books. She had never done such a thing. She didn't bring books to class and the grand tutor would give them to her. When she left, the palace maids would tidy them up for her. But when she came here, she had to do everything by herself. She was in a hurry and didn't know which book to start with. Fortunately, her desk mate was also tidying up. Otherwise, she would be the only student in the classroom and she would be very stressed. Master Lu sat on the podium and supported his chin with one hand. His head was nodding and he almost fell asleep. Little Jing Kong was too slow in tidying up, and Master Lu started to doubt his life. Now Master Lu had found a way to deal with it. You tidy up your books and I'll sleep on mine. Little Jing Kong tidied up the last book slowly, and it was already 15 minutes after school ended. He looked at the desk that looked like a big car accident scene and asked, why haven't you tidied it up yet? The little princess was at a loss. I don't know how to. Master Lu almost pecked off the podium like a chicken pecking rice. He successfully woke up and saw that little Jing Kong had finished tidying up, and only the little princess was left. He immediately became energetic and was about to get up to help the little princess pack her books. However, he heard little Jing Kong say, I'll teach you. Master Lu's heart skipped a beat, and he had an ominous premonition. Before he could stop it, little Jing Kong had poured out the books that he had tidied up with much difficulty. Master Lu's heart collapsed. Let go. Let me do it. Little Jing Kong had arranged his books exactly like the scene of the car accident on the young princess's table. Even the angle of the Analects of Confucius on the three-character classic was exactly the same. Because the young princess's table was too messy, it took little Jing Kong a quarter of an hour just to restore the scene. Little Jing Kong placed the bag on his left side. The opening of the bag was facing the books and he taught them methodically, "Now, open the bag like me. I'll put one book in and you put the other one in." Okay. The young princess imitated little Jing Kong and opened the bag. She did not play beautifully enough and the four corners were not neat. Little Headroom adjusted it for her. The corner of Master Lu's mouth twitched. "Don't you know how messy your bag is?" How could he still have the nerve to teach the little princess? Master Lu smiled. "Light Shua. Can I help you clean it up?" Little Jing Kong said lightly, "Why didn't you help her eat? You should do your own things. This is what you taught us." Master Lu was speechless. What a rebellious disciple. First put in the 1,000-character classic, then put in the Analects of Confucius. Little Jing Kong's ability to store books was negative. His packing was messy but he looked very serious and experienced. The young princess looked at the bulging bag of books that were scattered all over the place. She vaguely felt that it was different from the way the palace maids packed. However, little Jing Kong's mysterious confidence made the young princess feel that perhaps this was the correct way to store books. Master Lu took another nap. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve and said drowsily, "Are you done? Let's go, right?" Then he heard little Jing Kong say to the young princess, "Okay, I taught you step by step. Now you can store them yourself." After saying that, the young princess poured out all the books with the help of little Jing Kong. Master Lu fell on the podium with a thud. He looked at the ceiling beam helplessly. "Someone come and kill me." School was over at the Kanglin Women's Academy. Xiao Heng came to the Lingbo Academy to pick up Jing Kong. It was a few hundred steps from the Lingbo Academy. He walked over at a normal speed but little Jing Kong hadn't come out yet. He was used to it. Little Jing Kong didn't dawdle like this every day. He would only dawdle for revenge when he protested that he couldn't find Gu Jiao. Xiao Heng never rushed him or scolded him afterwards. Children were like this. The more you cared about them, the more they knew that their actions would affect you. Xiao Heng waited patiently at the gate of the academy. Zhang Dequan was on the east side and he was on the west side. There was only a passage through the gate between them. There were thousands of students in the Lingbo Academy. When it was time for lunch or school, the gate would be flooded with people. However, even though there were so many people blocking his view, and even though Zhang Dequan had to pay attention to the young commandery princess, Zhang Dequan still inadvertently saw Xiao Heng across from him. Xiao Heng was wearing the uniform of the Kanglin Academy. He wore a veil that covered most of his face. Zhang Dequan was a eunuch. He looked at women as if they were flowers in the imperial garden. No matter how beautiful they were, he didn't want to take a second look. However, he didn't know what happened today. He looked at that student several times. Was it a student? He was wearing the uniform of the Kanglin Women's Academy. He was a little taller, but the Empress Shenyuan was also a very tall beauty. Strange. He should be slapped. How could he compare a student of the Kanglin Academy with the late Empress Shenyuan? Don't look anymore. I can't look anymore. I'll lose sight of the young princess later. Zhang Dequan forced himself to look away from Xiao Heng. He stood on his tiptoes and continued to look through the crowd. The young princess was small. She was too inconspicuous in the crowd of students in their teens and 20s. If he wasn't careful, he would be drowned. But this person is really... Zhang Dequan's gaze was unconsciously attracted to Xiao Heng again. Why do I keep looking at her? I'm a eunuch. I can't have thoughts about a girl. Zhang Dequan looked a few more times and blamed his curiosity on Xiao Heng's pair of auspicious phoenix eyes. His eyes were long and thin. The ends of his eyes were slightly upturned. There was a gaze in his eyes. The crown princess and the Empress Shenyuan both had this pair of auspicious phoenix eyes. They were more serene and charming than the innocent almond eyes. Anyone who saw this pair of eyes wouldn't be able to look away. Zhang Dequan was so absorbed in looking that he didn't notice that the young princess had come out of the academy. She came out with little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong didn't know her family. He saw the bad brother-in-law at a glance and walked over with the young princess. Xiao Heng saw a little kid leading another little kid out of the crowd. Little Jing Kong was carrying a school bag on his back and holding another school bag in his arms. Children couldn't tell the gender of other children. However, adults like Xiao Heng could. Xiao Heng raised his eyebrows and looked at little Jing Kong. What's going on? Little Jing Kong said seriously, she's my desk mate. He turned his head and introduced her to the young princess. She's my sister. Sister. The young princess said politely, hello sister. I'm Light Shua. Xiao Heng's mouth twitched. Little brat, I asked you to go to school. I didn't ask you to kidnap a little girl. Little Jing Kong explained to the young princess, "My sister can't speak." The young commandery princess's heart was bursting. She immediately looked at Xiao Heng as if he was a disabled junior. Xiao Heng was speechless. On the other side, in the crown prince's residence, a guard rushed to the door of the study. "Your Highness, there's news from Heir Han." The crown prince put down the document in his hand and said, "Come in." "Yes." The guard entered and bowed to the crown prince. He said seriously, "Heir Han's confidant just came and left 2 pieces of news. One is bad news and the other is good news." The crown prince frowned and said, "Good news and bad news? Is it news about Xiao Lulang?" The guard said, "Yes." The crown prince asked, "What's the good news?" The bodyguard reported truthfully, it was Shitzi Han who found the whereabouts of Xiao Lulang according to the clues left by General Nangong. It turned out that Xiao Lulang had always been in the inner city of Xingdu. The reason why General Nangong couldn't find him was that he changed his identity and entered the Kanglan Women's Academy in disguise. Her surname is Gu. She is the princess of Zhao country who entered the top 10 of the beauty list on the 3rd day. The crown prince didn't care about the beauty list, but it was great news to know Xiao Heng's identity. Next, he just needed to go to the Kanglan Women's Academy to catch him. The crown prince couldn't hide his excitement. "Hurry up and ask Heir Han to catch him." The guard looked worried. "Heir Han can't catch him." "Why?" the crown prince asked. The guard braced himself and said, "This is the bad news that Heir Han asked people to bring back. The king is in the academy." The crown prince took a deep breath. Zhang Dequan had been gone for a long time and the king had finished reading the memorials. There was no one to fan the carriage, so it was stuffy. The king asked the coachman to stop the carriage at the gate of the Lingbo Academy. Zhang Dequan had already seen the young princess and was waiting for her to say goodbye to her new friend. He didn't expect that there would be someone of the same age as the young princess in the prodigy class. Moreover, he happened to be the younger brother of this female student. The young princess saw the king's carriage and ran over, panting. She stood beside the wheels of the carriage that were taller than her and looked up at the window. "Uncle, I made a new friend. Do you want to come and take a look?" "Really?" The king opened the curtain. "Right there." The young princess pointed with her finger. The king looked in the direction of Xiao Heng and little Jing Kong. Xiao Heng seemed to feel something and also looked in the direction of the king's carriage. Chapter 7:11. People came and went on the street, but it didn't block their line of sight. Their eyes met, and their expressions seemed to pause for a moment. Generally speaking, when strangers looked at each other, they would feel awkward and have the illusion that they were caught peeping. Even if it was just a coincidence, they would subconsciously want to avoid it. But right now neither of them avoided it. They just looked at each other so openly. It was not strange for the monarch to have such confidence. After all, he was the son of heaven. He could look at whoever he wanted. On the other hand, those who met his gaze should immediately lower their bodies. Feeling the aura of the emperor, they should decisively look away. Xiao Heng looked away, but it wasn't out of guilt or awkwardness. His expression was very calm, like an ice lake without ripples. The king still looked at Xiao Heng without blinking. Zhang Dequan took in the king's expression and thought to himself, "This is bad." He forgot that the king and Empress Shenyuan had met at the gate of Lingbo Academy. Empress Shenyuan loved bowls, and Lingbo Academy had the largest bowls field in Xing City. Empress Shenyuan came here almost every few days. The king studied at Lingbo Academy. Once, when he passed by the field, he was knocked unconscious by a polo ball thrown by Empress Shenyuan. He fell to the ground and opened his eyes to see Empress Shenyuan, who had come to check on his injuries. After that, the king told Zhang Dequan's godfather, the former minister of the imperial household, that he had seen a fairy. Zhang Dequan couldn't guess the king's thoughts. The only thing he was sure of was that the king had deep feelings for Empress Shenyuan. During the years when Empress Shenyuan was banished to the Cold Palace, the king didn't let anyone report back to the Cold Palace. Empress Shenyuan had countless opportunities to walk out of the Cold Palace, but she didn't want to. Rather than saying that the king imprisoned Empress Shenyuan in the Cold Palace, it was more accurate to say that Empress Shenyuan didn't want to see the king until she died. This pair of eyes does look a little like Empress Xuanyuan's eyes? Could it be that the monarch has taken a fancy to her and wants to take her into his harem? Zhang Dequan muttered softly. Even he was shocked by his own guess. "Uncle, uncle." The young princess was dissatisfied with the monarch's absent-mindedness. She jumped up and wanted to pull the monarch's sleeve that was hanging down the window. It was a pity that she had dragged a lonely person along. The monarch retracted his gaze and looked at her. You made friends on the first day. It seems that you like this place very much. Yes, I like it. The young princess nodded her head. This was the first time that the little princess showed such great interest in going to school. The monarch was quite satisfied. It was indeed the right decision to send her here. Then will you still come to school tomorrow? The young princess hurriedly said, Of course, of course. Not only do I want to come, but I also want to bring my bird to compete with my little friend. The monarch said, I don't have time to send you off tomorrow. The young princess snorted, I can go by myself. Did he really like this place? This morning someone was hugging his thigh and crying, begging him not to mistreat her and not to punish her by sending her to such a faraway place to study. The monarch said, Get in the car. Let's return to the palace. Let me tell them. The young princess ran over and said politely to little Jing Kong and Xiao Heng, Goodbye, Jing Kong. Goodbye, Sister Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong waved his hand. Goodbye. The young princess and Zhang Dequan, who was holding a bag of books, went back to the carriage. It was the first time that the young princess made friends of the same age. It was very novel. The wheels of the carriage started to turn. She couldn't help but lean against the window and stick her head out. She waved to little Jing Kong. See you tomorrow, Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong also waved to his little playmate. See you tomorrow, Light Shui. The carriage came from behind and gradually approached little Jing Kong and Xiao Heng. The moment the carriage passed by them, the pure friendship between the two little fellows was greatly sublimated in the farewell. The monarch was also able to take a closer look at Xiao Heng. However, Xiao Heng didn't look at the monarch anymore. When the carriage was far away, the young princess was still leaning against the window and waving to her little playmate. The monarch's eyes were still looking in the direction of Lingbo Academy. Zhang Dequan felt goosebumps all over his body. Could it be that the monarch had taken a liking to him? Don't be so shameless, Your Majesty. She is your niece's classmate's sister. Zhang Dequan braced himself and asked, Your Majesty, the Ministry of Rites seemed to have asked a few days ago. Are we still not going to arrange the selection this year? Yes. The monarch responded in a deep voice. Zhang Dequan secretly sighed in relief. The monarch's response was so straightforward. He probably didn't have any thoughts. She was just a student of Kanglin Academy. She had nothing to do with him. Why should he worry about her? After the monarch and the young princess left, Xiao Heng held little Jing Kong's hand and went back to Kanglin Academy next door. Crown Prince Han walked out of a room on the second floor of a tea house near Lingbo Academy. He was about to go to Kanglin Academy to catch Nangong. Suddenly, a Han family guard stopped in front of him. He jumped off the horse and reported, Crown Prince, Old Master wants you to go back. He has something important to discuss with you. Old Master, the current head of the Han family, was Han Ye's grandfather. Han Ye looked at Xiao Heng's back and frowned. You're lucky. Han Ye went back to the Han family without stopping. The Han family held a solemn family meeting. Old Master Han, the 5 elders of the Han family, his father and second uncle were all present. They were discussing how to divide the military power of the Nangong family. As the successor of the Nangong family, Nangong Li's death caused an irreparable blow to the Nangong family. Although Old Master Nangong was still alive, he was old. Nangong Li's eldest brother was useless. There were only a few outstanding sons and nephews. However, the Han family added fuel to the fire and caused some internal strife. In short, the Nangong family was now in a mess. If they didn't take this opportunity to divide the military power, it would be difficult to shake them after the Nangong family passed through this crisis. As a junior, Han Ye didn't have much right to speak in front of his grandfather and the elders. He just listened quietly. He didn't participate to give advice. As the future successor of the family, he had the right and obligation to know about any changes in the family. Old Master Han and the elders had different opinions. One side wanted to take action now and directly apply to the emperor to transfer the Han family's children to take over Nangong Li's position in the military. The other side wanted to wait and see. They wanted to let the Nangong family recommend their own children first. They would secretly trip them up and make them realize that the Nangong family had no successor. Then the Crown Prince would ask for the Han family's permission. Crown Prince Han thought, what's the use of this internal strife now? If the Crown Prince's position couldn't be maintained, not to mention the military power of the Nangong family, the Han family would also have to give up. Han Ye was a calm person. He didn't reveal the matter of Xiao Lulang just because he thought they were wrong. After 4 hours, the elders argued until their spit flew everywhere. In the end, they didn't come to a conclusion. They decided to continue arguing tomorrow. After all the elders left, Han Yi returned to his own courtyard. His trusted guard carefully walked over and reported in a low voice, "Crown Prince Sir Xiao, who serves the Crown Prince, has come. He wants you to go to the Crown Prince's residence tonight." Han Yi avoided everyone's gaze and went to the Crown Prince's residence. It was the middle of the night, but the Crown Prince was still awake. "Your Highness." In the study, Han Yi put down the hood of his black cloak and bowed to the Crown Prince, who was standing by the window and looking at the bright moon. The Crown Prince waved his hand and turned around. "No need to be so polite. How is the situation today? Did the Emperor see him?" "Yes," Han Yi said. The Crown Prince's expression changed. He stepped forward. Then, Han Yi said, he also saw the Emperor. But from their reactions, the Emperor didn't recognize him. Xiao Lulang was wearing the uniform of the Azure Water Women's Academy and had a veil covering his face. No one could recognize him. The Crown Prince asked, "What about Xiao Lulang? How did he react when he saw the Emperor?" Han Yi said, "No reaction." The Crown Prince frowned. "No reaction." Han Yi recalled what he had seen and sighed with emotion. He's a calm person. That's really impressive. How powerful was the Emperor's aura? There were only a few people who could look the Imperial Advisor in the eye without fear. The Crown Prince said, "He didn't say anything to the Emperor?" Han Yi shook his head. "No, they didn't say anything. The Emperor was sitting in the carriage while he was standing at the gate of the Lingbo Academy." The Crown Prince said thoughtfully, "Since he saw him, why didn't he say anything?" Han Yi analyzed, "I'm guessing that either he doesn't know his background at all, or even if he does, he doesn't recognize His Majesty." The Crown Prince clenched his fists and put them on the windowsill. He said, "We can't let him see the Emperor. If he tells the Emperor that Nangong Li tried to assassinate him and tells him about me, my position as the Crown Prince will be over." The Emperor could not spoil the Crown Princess and could even kill her or other members of the royal family. But it didn't mean that others could do the same. The Emperor could only control the life and death of the Emperor. Han Yi was surprised. "How can it be? You are the Crown Prince." The Crown Prince sneered. "Sheng Guanyin used to be the Crown Princess. Did you see the Emperor show mercy to her? He didn't show any mercy when he deposed her. My father is the most ruthless. Also, don't forget that Lord Ling, Lord Su and Lord Li are all eyeing the position of the Crown Prince. None of my brothers are easy to deal with. If I allow them to catch even the slightest mistake, I will end up with my body smashed to pieces." Han Yi fell into silence. The Crown Prince looked at the bright moon in the sky. Han Yi bowed. "Your Highness." The Crown Prince said softly, "I want him to not be able to see the sunrise tomorrow morning." In the Imperial Palace, the young Commandery Princess, who had been making a fuss for the entire day, finally went to bed. The Emperor's bedroom regained its usual silence. The young Commandery Princess was favored by the Emperor. Many concubines in the Imperial harem wanted to take the young Commandery Princess to their bedroom and take care of her. But the young Commandery Princess turned them down. The young Commandery Princess looked stupid, but she was more sensitive than most children because she didn't have a mother since she was a child. She could feel that in this Imperial Palace only her uncle, the Emperor, really liked her, the kind that didn't have any ulterior motives. So she was only willing to stay in the Emperor's bedroom. Her small bed was right next to the Emperor's bed, covered with her favorite pink curtain. The Emperor sat behind the desk and read the memorials. Hearing her even breathing, he was in a trance for a moment. Zhang Dequan carefully turned the wick a little brighter. This was the 8th time the Emperor was in a trance. He had been like this since he came back from the Lingbo Academy. Zhang Dequan didn't dare to expose him, let alone ask. He could only remind him in a low voice, "Your Majesty, it's late. You should rest." The Emperor asked, "What time is it?" Zhang Dequan replied, "It's almost midnight." The Emperor put down the memorial. "I'm going out for a walk." This. Zhang Dequan didn't have the courage to stop him. He could only carry the lantern and leave the palace with the Emperor. The Emperor went all the way to the Cold Palace. He stood in front of the dilapidated Cold Palace door and didn't speak for a long time. Zhang Dequan thought to himself that it was that female student who ruined things today. The more he thought about it, the more he thought about it. That pair of phoenix eyes looked more and more like Empress Xuanyuan's eyes. Zhang Dequan's face was full of bites. He held the lantern in one hand and fanned the Emperor with the other. The Cold Palace was overgrown with weeds and mosquitoes were very poisonous. It was terrible to be bitten. However, the emperor didn't seem to notice that he had been bitten several times. He just stared at the door of the cold palace, as if hoping that Empress Shenyuan would still walk out. But how could that be possible? From the moment you wiped out her entire clan, she would never come out to see you again. Zhang Dequan could only mutter a few words in his heart. He didn't dare to say anything on the surface. Your Majesty, there are too many mosquitoes here. You have to take care of your dragon body? Who is it? Halfway through Zhang Dequan's words, the sound of breaking branches suddenly came from the cold palace. The emperor shouted sternly. Zhang Dequan was stunned. The emperor quickly stepped forward and pushed open the door of the cold palace. However, he only saw a figure jumping out of the wall. Protect the emperor. Zhang Dequan hurriedly spread out his hands and stood in front of the emperor. The emperor said calmly, "She has already left." Zhang Dequan thought and said, "That person's back view is a little familiar." The emperor said, "Shangguan Yan. Was she the crown princess?" It wasn't strange that she was the crown princess. She was watched during the day and could only sneak out at night to remember Empress Shenyuan. She went that way. Send someone to take a look. Yes. Zhang Dequan called the palace guards nearby and asked them to catch up and take a look, but don't alert the enemy. After a while, several people came to report and the leader said, "The crown princess drilled a dog hole out of the palace." The emperor's face became very interesting. He gritted his teeth and said, "Drilled a dog hole? Shangguan Yin, you really give me face." Zhang Dequan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "Crown princess, do you still remember that you are a crown princess? Even if you have amnesia, you shouldn't let yourself go like this." "Your Majesty," Zhang Dequan said in his heart. "Should I take people to catch her?" The emperor's eyes were cold. "Prepare the carriage. I want to see what kind of trouble she wants to cause this late at night." Chapter 7:12. More. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. 9 o'clock, Kenglin Women's Academy, Linglong Pavilion. Little Jing Kong sat in a small bathtub to take a bath. He sang to his heart's content as he bathed, and his little hands stirred up small splashes from time to time. "Come and kick the dog, come and kick the dog, let's see how much your younger brother loves you. Come and kick the dog, come and kick the dog, ting my bai, I'll tear off your ears." Xiao Heng, who was sitting behind the desk and reading, shook his head when he heard this magical little song. Was this how Jiao Jiao sang? "Come and kick the dog, la la la, fat dog, come and kick the dog, come and kick the dog, woohoo, come and kick the dog." Little Jing Kong sang the last line with an indifferent pose. He stayed in the same place for 3 seconds and then ended the performance in 1 second. He said with a serious face, "I finished bathing." "You finished singing, right?" Xiao Heng put down his book and walked over. Little Jing Kong had been trying to bathe himself since a few days ago, but he was too young to be clean. Usually Xiao Heng would bathe him again. "Why are you still so dark?" Xiao Heng said as he rubbed his little body. Little Jing Kong put his hands on his waist and said, I'm so dark because on the way here, you used me as an umbrella to block the sun when it was too sunny, and you used me as an umbrella to block the rain when it was raining. You lifted me above your head every day." Xiao Heng coughed softly and said seriously, "What?" Little Jing Kong turned his face away and said, "Humph." In fact, Little Jing Kong was not so dark anymore. He was much fairer now, but the days in the academy were so boring that it was also a daily thing to tease him. After Little Jing Kong dried his little body, Xiao Heng changed the towel and wiped his hair. Xiao Heng sighed and said, "You were cute when you were a little bald head." Little Jing Kong hit the nail on the head and said, "You're just too lazy to wipe my hair. At least you have some self-awareness." This was a little monk who had single-handedly driven the entire temple crazy. Xiao Heng was able to keep him by his side alone and raise him until he was white, black and fat. He endured all of his actions and did not even think of sending him back. To be honest, it was not easy at all. Even his own master could not do this. Little Jing Kong was full of energy. He had already had a good time when he was in the shower, and he had another good time after he went to bed. Just a second ago, Xiao Heng still heard him throw his head back and laugh, "Ha ha." But in the next second, there was no sound from the mosquito net. Xiao Heng walked over and lifted the mosquito net to take a look. A certain little fellow had fallen asleep on his back. Fortunately, they lived in the room at the very end of the Linglong Pavilion, and the 2 rooms in front of them were unoccupied. Otherwise, they would have been kicked out of the Linglong Pavilion. Xiao Heng put Little Jing Kong in his arms and let his little head rest on his special pillow. But Little Jing Kong often fell asleep somewhere else. After tying the mosquito net, Xiao Heng returned to his desk and continued to study the Book of National Letters of the Yan Kingdom. This book was indeed amazing. No wonder it was regarded as one of the 6 great books of national letters. He could imagine what kind of development it would bring to the Zhao Kingdom if he thoroughly understood it and applied its theory to the Zhao Kingdom. One of the 6 great books of national letters was already so amazing. He wondered what the other 5 books would be like. Xiao Heng was so engrossed in reading that he forgot to eat and sleep. He was completely unaware that a black shadow had quietly sneaked into the Lingbo Academy in the night. This assassination was carried out by Han Yi himself. Han Yi wore a black suit and covered his face, only revealing a pair of eagle-like eyes. He carried a cold sword on his back that would taste blood once it was unsheathed. It was a bit too much to deal with a weak scholar. After all, he was not the fake Xiao Lulang. But the other party's identity was worthy of this dignity. He would use his own sword to send him away. A group of patrolling guards passed by. Han Yi tiptoed and jumped onto the roof. He waited until the guards were far away before flying down. He walked through the night and came to the Linglong Pavilion. He had already sent people to keep an eye on the new beauty of the academy. But he did not expect that he was a man dressed as a woman and had such an amazing identity. It seemed that Commandery Prince Ming was really blind. He could fall in love with anyone, but he fell in love with an impossible person. Han Yi jumped onto the wall of the Linglong Pavilion. 2 old women guarding the door were drinking wine together. The fruit wine given by the students was not the intoxicating kind. Han Yi walked over the wall and came to a big tree. This tree had an excellent view. It happened to be able to see Xiao Heng's room. Xiao Heng's room was lit. His figure was illuminated by the candlelight on the paper window. There's only him and a little guy. Judging from the little guy's breathing, he's asleep. He's alone. Han Yi slowly raised his hand and grasped the hilt of the sword on his back. Coo! A large bird flew over and landed on the same branch where he was perched. Han Yi took a closer look. It was a gerfalcon. What a beautiful gerfalcon. The gerfalcon seemed to be intelligent. It swaggered to his feet. Han Yi was speechless. Why did it suddenly look like a chicken? The chicken. No, the gerfalcon stopped at his feet and rubbed its head against his trousers. Han Yi was slightly surprised. Was this gerfalcon so close to people? Han Yi had captured a few gerfalcons and planned to tame them as his pets. But they were ferocious and harder to tame than the Black Wind Cavalry. In the end he had failed. But this gerfalcon in front of him might be able to do it. Han Yi reached out his hand slightly. But he was very cautious and did not touch its head immediately. The gerfalcon tilted its head and looked at him innocently. It was not aggressive at all. Han Yi's courage finally grew. He stroked its head. The gerfalcon obediently let him touch it. He smiled contentedly. It seemed that he and this gerfalcon were destined to be together. Well, you're mine from now on. Han Yi patted the bird to its heart's content. At that moment, something strange happened. The obedient gerfalcon suddenly opened its beak and pecked at his wrist. If Han Yi had not pulled back his hand fast enough, it would have bitten off his tendons. But even so, it still succeeded. It tore off a piece of flesh from his wrist. Han Yi was stunned. What was going on? Even a bird was so cunning nowadays? Han Yi had never expected that he, the #1 expert of his generation in Xing City, would be injured by a bird. Who would believe him? Han Yi hit it with his palm. But it was too late. Xiao Jiao had already flown away. As it flew, it shouted, "Cluck, cluck, 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 cluck." Han Yi almost fell from the tree. Are you an eagle raised by a chicken? There's movement over there. Not far away, the patrolling guards heard Xiao Jiao's cry. Little Nine, this eagle, was quite famous in the academy's patrol team. Thieves had entered the academy a few times and each time they were discovered by it. Once it cried out, the guards would guess whether or not another thief had sneaked into the academy. Han Yi was furious. He had never thought that his plan would be ruined by an eagle. He had to leave temporarily. But tonight was still long. He would always seize the opportunity. Han Yi waited until it was midnight. On the other side, the emperor was riding a carriage out of the palace. He still only brought a coachman and Zhang Dequan. The carriage didn't go fast. After all, Shang Guanyin didn't have a horse. She walked on her 2 legs. In order not to alert the enemy, the carriage followed from a distance. The imperial palace has a total of 5 doors. That refers to entering from the main door and going out from the cold palace. It's just a distance of 1 wall. The emperor's face was very ugly. Zhang Dequan didn't dare to breathe. He previously thought that the deposed crown princess was in the cold palace to remember Empress Xianyuan, but it turned out that she was just trying to get out of the palace through the dog hole. Sheng Guanyin was wearing civilian clothes brought from the imperial mausoleum. She had been imprisoned in the imperial mausoleum for many years. Her food and clothing were no different from those of the commoners. Judging from her clothes, she was just an ordinary civilian woman. She didn't even have a decent pearl hairpin on her head. Her shoes were also broken. Zhang Dequan could see the holes in her heels. Zhang Dequan looked sad. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. The crown princess fell from the clouds one day. The pain and torture she suffered was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Zhang Dequan secretly glanced at the emperor. It was said that the imperial family was the most ruthless. He was not sure if the emperor had the so-called father-daughter relationship in his heart. He just watched the emperor's face become more and more ugly, and his eyes become colder and colder. When there was no curfew in the inner city, the scene at night was very prosperous. Several street shops would stay open all night. Sheng Guanyin came to a noisy street. It seems that she went to the carriage shop. Zhang Dequan said, "Keep up," the emperor said in a deep voice. The coachman drove the carriage and stopped it directly opposite to the carriage shop. This carriage was unremarkable, and no one would be able to tell that the monarch of a country was sitting inside. Sheng Guanyin went in for a while and came out with a horse in her hand. The emperor frowned. She knows how to buy a horse? Where did she get the money? When the crown princess was imprisoned in the imperial mausoleum, she was not allowed to take away anything valuable. Even the pearls on her shoes were taken away. Zhang Dequan went to the shop and asked. When he came back, his expression was indescribable. "What's wrong?" the emperor asked in a deep voice. Zhang Dequan tremblingly handed over a gem that he had redeemed to the emperor. The emperor felt that the gem was very familiar. "This is," Zhang Dequan embarrassedly said, It should be from the coiling dragon pillar at the entrance of your palace, the dragon eye." The emperor was so angry that he fell backwards. "Blind the emperor's dragon eye, Sheng Guanyin, you are courting death." Zhang Dequan trembled. Do you want to catch Sheng Guanyin?" The emperor spent a lot of effort to resist the urge to slap Sheng Guanyin to death. He gritted his teeth and said, "Continue to follow her, I want to see what medicine she is selling in her gourd." What should Zhang Dequan do? Continue to follow her. Zhang Dequan silently held the quick-acting heart-relieving pill in his hand. The group of people continued to follow her. Not long after, Sheng Guanyin entered another auction house. This was one of the most famous auction houses in Qingdu. Anything can be traded here. There was nothing they didn't dare to buy and sell, only things that the guests couldn't afford. This time Sheng Guanyin went in for a long time. When she came out, she was accompanied by a black-clothed death warrior. The emperor's face sank. She also bought a death warrior? The Yen country did not prohibit the trading of death warriors. The outstanding death warriors of the Yen country were exported to the 5 countries, but the strongest ones were still in the country. Why did she buy a death warrior? Does she want to murder me? Having said that, a death warrior was much more valuable than a horse. The emperor coldly snorted, "Go and see what she bought this time." If he found out that she dug out a dragon eye again, he would kill her. Yes. Zhang Dequan braced himself and entered the auction house. This time he also stayed inside longer than in the car shop. When he came out, his expression was even more indescribable. The emperor looked at him coldly. "Speak." Zhang Dequan took a deep breath. At the risk of being beheaded, he closed his eyes and took out a large piece of bright yellow cloth from behind him. He said, "Your underwear." The emperor. Late at night, a thunderous roar like a dragon's roar came from the long street. "I'm going to kill this evil creature." Han Yi lurked outside the Lingbo Academy for a long time. After confirming that the crisis was over, he sneaked into the Linglong Pavilion again. Xiaoheng had already gone to bed. While he was half awake, the door latch was pried open from the outside. Xiaoheng suddenly woke up with a start and sat up. A black shadow flashed in, the sword in his hand glowing with cold light reflected on the curtain. Xiaoheng took out the black fire pearl beside the bed. In the blink of an eye, the black-clothed man suddenly turned around and swung his sword to block Han Ye's sudden attack. Han Yi was shocked. Who was it? The man in black forced Han Yi back and pulled Xiaoheng out of the curtain. He grabbed Xiaoheng's waist and broke out of the window with Qinggong. Han Yi looked at the two figures and narrowed his eyes. "Death warrior? Do you think you can escape like this? Tonight is the day you die." Han Yi chased after them. Han Ye's attack was aimed at Xiaoheng, so he didn't even use 30% of his strength. It was not strange that the death warrior blocked it. At this time he increased his internal strength to 70% and easily caught up with the two. Han Yi fell from the sky and blocked the two's path. He turned around and looked at Xiao Heng with disdain. "Xiao Lulang, you can't escape. You better obediently let yourself be captured." Xiao Heng looked strangely at the two men in black who had appeared out of nowhere. One came to kill him and the other came to save him. But it was clear that the man in black who wanted to kill him had better martial arts. The Death Warrior did not give up. He protected Xiao Heng while fighting with Han Yi. Not long after, the Death Warrior was injured. The Death Warrior did not continue to fight and escaped with Xiao Heng. Han Yi mocked, "Hey, you think you can escape?" Han Yi flew up and stabbed at Xiao Heng with his sword. Seeing that it was about to hit, the Death Warrior suddenly turned in the air and threw Xiao Heng into a carriage coming from the side. Han Yi's sword missed, so he slashed again. This slash directly sent the carriage's canopy flying. It was not enough to send the canopy flying. He slashed again in the air and split the carriage in half. With a bang, the carriage fell to the two sides. The carriage became bare, revealing the dumbfounded Zhang Dequan as well as the king who had been shaved bald by the sharp sword Qi. Chapter 7:13. Han Yi, who saw this scene, was dumbfounded. First, there was the mysterious appearance of the black-clothed man, then the sudden arrival of the carriage, and the black-clothed man throwing Xiao Lulang into the carriage without hesitation. Anyone would think that the person in the carriage was Xiao Liulang's other helper, right? But why? Was it His Majesty? Could it be that His Majesty already knew about Xiao Liulang's background? No, the Crown Prince said that His Majesty didn't know. Moreover, if His Majesty really came for Xiao Lulang, he wouldn't have come in disguise. His Majesty just happened to pass by. There were 3 people in His Majesty's party: His Majesty Zhang Dequan, and the Imperial expert and coachman. The coachman's martial arts were excellent, but unfortunately he still couldn't compare to the top expert, Han Yi. He tried his best to resist but was still sent flying by the sword energy. That was why the carriage was split open. As for Xiao Lulang, who was thrown into the carriage by the men of sacrifice, well, this was the coachman's fault. This was the first time he saw a man who looked like a celestial being. He was dazed for a moment. Xiao Heng was lying on the floor of the carriage. The men of sacrifice threw him roughly, but they used their strength. He didn't hurt when he fell, but it was inevitable that he was in a sorry state. He had been fished out of his bed. He didn't have time to dress up as a woman, so he was wearing thin white pajamas. His hair was as black as ink, just like shiny black satin that draped over his shoulders and body, covering most of his face. He was very confused. He didn't know whose carriage he had fallen into. What entered his eyes were 2 pairs of shoes made with exquisite workmanship, one of which was particularly high-end. He subconsciously raised his head to look at the owners of the shoes. He only recognized Zhang Dequan. He didn't recognize His Majesty. On the importance of hairstyle. It didn't matter whether he recognized him or not. His Majesty saw him. The moment he raised his head, his long hair fell from his face. His facial features were completely exposed to His Majesty. The monarch even forgot to pursue the matter of him almost being killed. He just stared at the face right in front of him. Xiao Heng remembered that he was running for his life. He turned around and looked at the masked man in black who was frozen in place. It seemed that the masked man in black was very afraid of these 2 people and had a chance to escape. Xiao Heng got up, pushed the monarch and Zhang Dequan apart, passed through the 2 of them, jumped down from the other side of the carriage and left without looking back. Zhang Dequan was so anxious that he turned around and shouted at the figure that had disappeared into the night. After Xiao Heng left, the monarch's attention returned to Han Yi. Of the 2 masters, one was a death warrior bought by the Empress Dowager, and the other was unknown. However, the death warrior was here to protect Xiao Lulang, while the other was here to kill Xiao Lulang. Otherwise Xiao Lulang would not have escaped. The monarch looked at the stiff Han Yi and a cold light flashed through his eyes. "Take him down." The master and coachman jumped up, pulled out the soft sword hidden at his waist, and slashed at Han Yi. The death warrior bought by the Empress Dowager also joined the battle. The 2 of them joined hands and launched a fierce attack at Han Yi. To be honest, one was a master of the palace and the other was a death warrior of the auction house. Their martial arts were not weak. However, Han Yi was too strong. The 2 of them fought for dozens of rounds. Apart from consuming a lot of energy, they did not cause any substantial damage to Han Yi. Han Yi actually had a chance to kill them, but the monarch was present, which gave him a lot of pressure. He could not fight anymore. After Han Yi defeated the 2 of them with one move, he made a feint and took the opportunity to turn around and fly into the night. The coachman suddenly grabbed his wrist. He did not pull him down. He only tore his sleeve and the cloth covering his wound, revealing a wound that seemed to have been gouged out. Han Yi left. The death warrior then used his qinggong to leave. The coachman knelt on one knee and bowed to the monarch. I am incompetent. I could not catch the assassin. Your Majesty, please punish me. The monarch did not mention whether he would be punished or not. Instead, he asked Zhang Dequan, did you see everything just now? Zhang Dequan was stunned and realized that the monarch was asking about the person who fell into their carriage. He recalled and said, I saw it. It seemed to be His Highness the Emperor's grandson. The Emperor's grandson, Shangguan Qing, had followed the Empress Dowager to the imperial mausoleum since he was a child. However, because of his terrible illness, he had to return to the Imperial Preceptor Hall every 2 years to seek medical treatment. Every time he came, the monarch would look at him from afar in the attic of the Imperial Preceptor Hall. Zhang Dequan had seen the Emperor's grandson several times because he had accompanied the monarch. It was just that they had never shown their faces. It was not surprising that the Emperor's grandson did not recognize them. After all, he was still young when he left the palace. This was Zhang Dequan's specific analysis of the Emperor's grandson's confused reaction just now. Then the next question came. First, when did the Emperor's grandson return to Qing capital? Second, there was still a year before his next visit. Why did he come back early? Was it because the Empress Dowager had returned? Third, where did he live now? Fourth, this point was related to the Empress Dowager. Things had developed to this point. If the monarch still could not see that the Empress Dowager had sneaked out of the palace tonight to save his son, then he was the monarch of a country in vain. This led to the fifth question. The Empress Dowager was in the harem. How did she know that her son had returned? How did she know that something would happen to him tonight? Zhang Dequan glanced at the monarch weakly. Based on his understanding of the monarch, he might suspect that the Empress Dowager had deliberately led him out to set him up. But to be honest, even if you don't care, the Empress Dowager won't fall for such a big trick. Zhang Dequan, if you have the guts, say it out loud. No, I'm a eunuch. I don't have the guts. I won't say it. The monarch closed his eyes as if suppressing his monstrous anger. No one knew whether this anger came from the Empress Dowager or the assassin. I'll deal with her slowly when we get back. The monarch squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Zhang Dequan had followed the monarch for many years. He had his own standards for judging the monarch's anger level. The fact that the monarch could wait until they got back to deal with the Empress Dowager meant that although the monarch was on the verge of exploding, he had not yet gone berserk. This probably was because the monarch did not know that he was bald? Zhang Dequan silently withdrew his gaze. He decided to wait for the monarch to find out himself. He did not want to be the one to expose the monarch's last layer of dignity. Zhang Dequan looked at the driver. The driver trembled. Fuck, if you don't say it, I won't say it either. The monarch coldly said, Did you see the assassin's martial arts style? The driver respectfully replied, Your Majesty, the first 2 moves the assassin used seemed to be the sword techniques of the Tang sect. Later, when he fought with him, he used a very common sword technique in Jianghu. Basically, every swordsman knows it. So what else did the monarch not understand? At first, the assassin did not know who was sitting in the carriage, so he used the most ruthless sword technique. Later, he probably recognized him and wanted to hide his identity, so he changed to a sword technique that everyone in Jianghu knew. Unfortunately, those 2 moves were enough for him to expose himself. The driver continued, Your Majesty, as far as I know, in Chengdu, only the Han family has invited a disciple of the Tang sect as a guest. The monarch's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. The driver said, In addition, when I fought with him, I found a wound on his left forearm. It looked like a piece of flesh was torn off. I don't know who did it. The monarch coldly looked into the depths of the night. The Han family. In the Han family's mansion. Han Yi used his lightness skill to return to his courtyard. As soon as he entered the house, he fell to the ground in pain. Yeah. Qi Xian rushed in. Han Yi had been secretive these 2 days. He did not tell Qi Xian, his master, what he did. After the family meeting tonight, Han Yi disappeared for a long time. Qi Xian was worried and wanted to see if he had returned. He did not expect to see such a scene. He helped Han Yi, who had fallen to the ground, to a chair and sat down. Han Ye's left forearm was stiff, his face was pale, and sweat poured down like rain. He was enduring great pain. He was not injured in the fight with the 2 masters, but the place where he was bitten by the gerfalcon was getting more and more painful. He was a martial artist and injuries were common. At first he did not care and just bandaged it. But when the blood-stained cloth was pulled off from the wound, he realized that his injury was not that simple. "What happened to your arm?" Qi Xian asked, holding his left forearm. Han Yi said with a pale face, "I was bitten by an eagle." Qi Xian frowned. "What eagle bit so deeply?" It was so deep that the bone could be seen. Qi Xian realized something and said, "No, how could you be bitten by an eagle?" He was the #1 master of his generation in Xingdu. "I was careless," Han Yi said with cold sweat. "Now is not the time to talk about this. Master, you may have to go out and hide." "What's the matter?" Qi Xian said as he opened the drawer and took out medicinal wine and medicine. "Endure it. I will treat your injury first." Han Yi closed his eyes and said, "My injury can be dealt with later. Tonight. I may have exposed the Tang sect swordsmanship. They will soon investigate. I am worried that you will be implicated." Qi Xian looked at Han Yi, who was dressed in black, and said seriously, Do you still not trust me? If you don't tell me what happened, I will not leave." Han Ye's heart was in turmoil. The Crown Prince's advice was vivid in his mind, but his master was also a very important person to him. In the end he told him about the mission. Qi Xian sneered. "So, this is the reason why Nangongli entered the palace." The Crown Prince said that he did not want to implicate the Han family, but in the end he still put the heir of the Han family in danger. Han Yi said, "Master, quickly go out and hide for a while." Qi Xian sighed. "I can't hide. Today you killed the Emperor's eldest grandson and were caught red-handed by the Emperor. It's fine if the Emperor didn't recognize you, but didn't the Emperor and eunuch Zhang recognize you? From this moment on, not even a fly can fly out of the inner city of Xingdu." Han Yi clenched his fists in annoyance. Qi Xian asked, "Outsiders don't know that I taught you swordsmanship, right?" Han Yi shook his head. "Master secretly taught me martial arts and told me not to tell my father. I didn't mention it to anyone. They all thought that I was just learning hidden weapons from you." Qi Xian said, "Although they may still suspect you, I will try my best." Han Yi said, "Master." Qi Xian smiled. "I will leave the Han family today. Don't contact me or try to find me. It's useless." Second Uncle Han Yong, strode into the room. Han Ye's expression changed. "Second Uncle." Han Yong said, "I heard what you said. Do you want to hear what I have to say?" Qi Xian asked, "What happened outside?" Han Yong said seriously, "Just now my father and yours grandfather were summoned to the palace." Both of their expressions changed at once. They guessed that the Emperor might take action, but they didn't expect it to be so fast. Han Yong said earnestly, "This is no longer something that a guest of the Tang sect can bear. Although the assassination of the Emperor's grandson failed, if the Han family is not killed, it will not be enough to appease the Emperor's anger. Not to mention that this was done by the Han family, even if it wasn't, the Emperor will put the blame on the Han family." As he spoke he looked at Han Yi. "Which 2 moves did you use?" Han Ye's heart surged with an ominous premonition. "Second Uncle?" Han Yong grabbed Han Ye's left hand and carefully looked at his wound. Suddenly he pulled out a dagger and cut off a piece of flesh from his left forearm that fit perfectly with the wound. Han Ye's expression changed. "Second Uncle." Han Yong tore off the hem of his clothes and wrapped the wound. He endured and said, "Teach me which 2 moves?" Han Ye's throat swelled and his eyes reddened. He choked and shook his head. "I won't teach. I won't teach." Han Yong stopped dawdling with his nephew and turned to look at Qi Xian. His eyes were firm and resolute. "Thank you, Master Qi." Han Yi roared with red eyes. "Master, you can't." His father was busy with official business. He had been raised by his second uncle since he was young. In his heart, his second uncle was closer to him than his father. He didn't want his second uncle to take the blame for him. He didn't want to watch his second uncle die. This was worse than letting him die. Qi Xian looked at Han Yong without blinking. "Even if you take the blame, you may not be able to save the entire Han family." Han Yong nodded. "I know. Okay, I'll teach you." Qi Xian's voice fell and he hit Han Ye's major acupoint. He pulled out his sword and went to the courtyard. "Watch carefully." Chapter 7:14. As dawn approached, the eastern horizon was suffused with a touch of pale white. The faint morning light passed through the thick clouds and gradually shone toward every corner of the eaves of Xingdu. Han Yi sat in the chair for half the night. Qi Xian sealed his acupoints to prevent him from stopping his second uncle Han Yong from dying. Although the acupoints were automatically unsealed an hour ago, he understood that everything was too late. He sat there in a daze. The morning light shone through the window lattice and shone on his resolute and handsome face. There was a colorful halo flying in the dust. Creak. The door was pushed open. It was Qi Xian who came in. Qi Xian glanced at him and understood that the acupoints were unsealed. He closed the door and said heavily, "Your second uncle is gone." "Where's the body?" Han Yi asked. It was as if his soul had been sucked out. When he heard the painful news, he could no longer be shocked and could no longer cry. He should have been sad, but he had been sad in the past 4 hours. The only thing left in his heart was hatred, endless hatred. Qi Xian came in front of him. "The Han family will take care of it. You don't have to worry anymore." Han Ye's eyes were empty. He sneered. "My grandfather is so cruel that he won't even bury his own son's body properly?" Qi Xian sighed. "The monarch is very angry." Han Yi clenched his fists. "That's his son." He was talking about his grandfather. Qi Xian added, "Son of a concubine." Han Yi closed his eyes sadly and turned his face away. Son of a concubine. Yes, his second uncle was the son of a concubine, but his second uncle was more outstanding than the son of a concubine. If it weren't for the fact that the Han family never favored his second uncle's martial arts and achievements would be far above his. His second uncle didn't complain at all. When he was asked to be a spy in the Shenyuan family, he was asked to be a spy in the Shenyuan family. When he was asked to poison Shenyuan Li's youngest son, he did it. What did his second uncle do for him? Nothing. He returned with a great victory and all the credit went to his father. His second uncle just silently guarded the family behind everyone's back. Han Yi smiled bitterly. "You've noticed, haven't you? My second uncle is a martial arts genius." Qi Xian nodded. "He learned all the Tang Sek sword techniques in one night. It took you half a month." Han Yi laughed coldly. "My grandfather and father never knew what they had missed out on. Losing second uncle is the Han family's greatest loss." Regarding this point, Qi Xian did not express any opinion. People were born unequal and there was no comparison between people. Even if second uncle Han was really a genius who was more talented than Han Yi, his birth meant that he could only be a stepping stone. Han Yi was the eldest grandson of the first wife. His existence was the faith and strength of the Han clan. As long as he was around, the faith of the Han clan would also be there. Qi Xian patted Han Ye's shoulder and earnestly advised, "He's not only doing this for you, but also for the entire Han family. You mustn't fall out with your grandfather because of this matter. The faction of the deposed crown princess is not easy to deal with. In the face of a great enemy you must pull yourself together." Han Yi asked, "What reason did you use?" Qi Xian said, "He had a personal grudge with the crown princess. He accidentally bumped into the eldest grandson of the emperor in Chengdu, so he had evil intentions. He endured 49 rounds of torture to prove that he wasn't lying." Han Yi said, "Didn't you say that after being tortured you wouldn't pursue the matter?" This was the rule set by His Majesty. The torture was to extract a confession, and no one could endure half of it. If he really endured it, His Majesty would respect him and release him. Qi Xian was silent. Han Yi understood. "It was my grandfather, wasn't it? A bastard who tried to assassinate the eldest grandson of the emperor would kill the entire Han family. If he didn't endure the torture and died halfway, at least the emperor would be appeased. However, he endured it and His Majesty had nowhere to vent his anger, so he would definitely make things difficult for the Han family. Therefore his grandfather killed his bastard. To show the loyalty of the Han family to the emperor." Han Yi punched the pillar beside him. Qi Xian advised, "Master Han, you're thinking about the big picture." Han Yi clenched his fist tightly. "I don't believe that His Majesty's appearance was a coincidence. My plan didn't leak out." Qi Xian analyzed, "Then His Majesty must have leaked the information. Someone knew that you were going to assassinate Xiao Lulang and deliberately led His Majesty there. However, Xiao Lulang was more or less lucky. His Majesty appeared late. If you hadn't been delayed by an eagle, you would have succeeded." Han Yi said coldly, "That eagle, I will catch and kill it sooner or later." Qi Xian sat down beside him. "An eagle is nothing to be afraid of. The most important thing now is to find out why His Majesty leaked the information. His Majesty wouldn't want you to fail, so it can't be him. Either his men were careless or he did it on purpose. If it's the latter, you and His Majesty should be vigilant." Han Yi clenched his fist. "There's a traitor around His Majesty." Qi Xian said, "This is very likely. You'd better let His Majesty investigate the people around him." Han Yi said in a low voice, I know. Thank you, master. Second uncle has left. This morning, Gu Jiao removed the stitches for Gu Yan. She stitched it up very well. After removing the stitches, there was only a thin seam that was almost invisible. In order to prevent the proliferation of scars, Gu Jiao took the most expensive scar ointment from the small medicine box. It was strange that there was no such scar cream before. You can apply it in another 5 days. Gu Jiao handed the scar cream to Gu Yan. If you feel uncomfortable in the next few days, tell me immediately. Don't scratch the wound. I know, Gu Yan replied. Go to school quickly. You're going to be late. Okay. Gu Jiao called Gu Shaoshun and the two went to Tianxiong Academy together. Gu Yan happily went to the backyard to brush the Black Wind King's fur. Gu Jiao and Gu Shaoshun went to Brightheart Hall and Bright Moon Hall respectively. Everyone in Brightheart Hall knew that Gu Jiao asked for leave to accompany Gu Yan to the State Preceptor Hall for the surgery. They didn't know that Gu Jiao was the chief surgeon and thought that the State Preceptor was treating Gu Yan. They all felt that Gu Yan was very lucky. Mu Qingchen didn't come. Gu Jiao sat alone in the back row. Everyone gathered around. How was the surgery? Will it work? Zhou Tong asked from the front row. Ya Lulang, how's Gu Yan's surgery? Zhong Ding asked anxiously. Although Gu Yan had never come to class, he had been to the boxing ring, so quite a number of people had seen him. In addition, he was Xiao Liulang's friend, so everyone was very concerned about his situation. Very successful. Gu Jiao nodded. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. They were happy for Gu Yan from the bottom of their hearts. Zhou Tong asked, then will he be able to come to class soon? Yes. Gu Jiao nodded. If it's fast, it'll be in the second half of the month. If it's slow, it'll be next month. Hey Lulang. Zhong Ding suddenly lowered his voice, looked outside the door and whispered, after school, let's do it. What's that? Gu Jiao didn't understand. The students had already discussed this matter and were all in agreement. Zhong Ding was just a spokesperson. Everyone was quite reserved. Zhou Tong's ears turned red. Gu Jiao thought about it. Go to a brothel? Everyone choked. Zhong Ding hurriedly waved his hands. No. It's not like that. It's not a brothel. We're scholars. How can we go to brothels? That's after we pass the scholarly exams. Oh, so it wasn't that they didn't want to go, but that it wasn't the right time. I already said we shouldn't go. Zhou Tong pushed Tang Tang back. When people advance, I retreat. When people retreat, I advance. This was human nature. Zhong Ding cleared his throat and gathered his courage to say seriously, we already said it, so how can we not go? Moreover, it's not a brothel. We're not going there to look for brothels. We're just going to listen to a play, so what's wrong with that? Everyone rubbed their noses and scratched their ears. They looked at Gu Jiao guiltily and excitedly. If they were really going to listen to a play, Gu Jiao would twist Muchuan's head off. Zhong Ding chuckled. You know Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, right? There's a play that came out recently. It's very exciting, so we want to invite you to watch it. Oh, Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Zhou Tong hurriedly said, don't lead Lulang astray. Gu Jiao said, okay, let's go together. It's your treat. The two of them spoke in unison. Zhou Tong was stunned. Zhong Ding chuckled. No problem. We'll treat you. Then it's settled. No one leaves after school. We'll go watch a play together. Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's business was getting better and better, and its reputation was growing. Not only were there customers at night, but there were also no empty seats during the day. Su Fengxian was grinning so hard that her eyes couldn't be seen. She sat in a room on the second floor and munched on melon seeds. As she listened to the noise downstairs, she thought, Su Fengxian finally have a day like this. Just as Su Fengxian was grinning from ear to ear, a woman staggered to the entrance of Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. She didn't come to Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion on purpose. She was just passing by. However, as she walked under the scorching sun, her stamina gradually depleted. In the end, she blacked out and fell forward. The girls who were soliciting customers at the entrance turned pale. Madam, not good. A commoner woman has fainted at the door. Hearing the maid's voice, Su Fengxian put down the melon seeds in her hand and lifted her gorgeous dress to go downstairs. When she arrived at the door, the maidservants and maidservants had already surrounded her so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Su Fengxian pushed through the crowd and squatted down beside the woman. The girls began to murmur among themselves. Is she dead? Her clothes are so tattered. Was she beaten to death? What should we do? If he dies in front of our door, will it affect our business? Su Fengxian sternly shouted, "All of you shut up. Quiet." Everyone fell silent. At this moment, a small, even snoring sound could be heard. Hook hook hoo, the woman was lying on the ground, sleeping soundly. Su Fengxian, everyone. Chapter 7:15. The woman was lying face down on the ground. Fortunately, there was a shed in front of Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and a blanket on the ground, so it wasn't hot or hard. Otherwise she would have been burnt to a crisp. Su Fengxian walked forward, squatted down, and brushed away the hair on her cheek. When she saw half of the woman's face, Su Fengxian sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my God, where did this deity come from? She had run a brothel for many years and had a few years of experience in opera houses, but she had never seen such a stunning beauty. Her clothes were a bit shabby. She was dressed like a woman again. If she wasn't a virgin, she would be at a disadvantage in terms of price. However, she couldn't resist her good looks. Some of the customers liked mature and charming women. Bring her in, Su Fengxian said to the maid. Yes. Her personal maid, Yinxing, called for a few strong female servants to carry the woman into the main hall. The second floor was full, so she could only be placed in the wing room in the backyard. Gu Qingfeng had just returned from outside. The carriage was parked in the stable next to the backyard. He walked in from the back door and saw Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's maids and servants carrying a woman dressed like a peasant. He frowned. Stop. He was now a popular person in Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, and he had a powerful brother backing him up. Even Su Fengxian didn't dare to confront him. Yinxing and the others smiled awkwardly and stopped. Yinxing smiled and greeted, "Young Master Chang." Xiaoheng borrowed Long Yi's name, and Gu Qingfeng borrowed Chang Jing's name. They were both good-for-nothings. Gu Qingfeng looked at the woman being carried by the female servants. He was wondering why Su Fengxian was so kind to take in a peasant woman. It turned out that she was a beauty. Yinxing laughed dryly and explained, "This lady fainted in front of our Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Madame Su kindly asked us to carry her in first and wait for her to wake up." Gu Qingfeng snorted. Humph, Su Fengxian wants to force a good woman into prostitution? Yinxing couldn't refute. After all, her madame's personality. I want this person. If he asked Su Fengxian to release her, Su Fengxian would definitely not agree. However, if he asked her to join his troupe, Su Fengxian should not have any objections. Originally, the current Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion was supported by his acting. This. Ginkgo hesitated for a while, then said, "Okay, I'll go talk to Madame first. But who knows, maybe this person doesn't know how to sing." Gu Qingfeng said firmly, "Whether she can sing or not is up to me. Before I try her out, don't touch her." This request wasn't too much. When the time came, Madame Su could also come over to watch her perform. If she couldn't sing, it wouldn't be too late to send her to receive guests. Yinxing ordered the servants to carry the woman into the side room. Gu Qingfeng had a show tonight, so he had to prepare for it now. As soon as he left, Ginkgo immediately ordered the 4 maidservants in the house. "You guys keep an eye on her. Remember to report to me when she wakes up. Don't let her escape." If they escaped, Madame would skin them alive. One of the maidservants patted her chest and said, "Miss Ginkgo, don't worry. We'll definitely keep an eye on her. We won't let her take half a step out of the house." In the evening, Tianqiong Academy let out classes. Zhong Ding and Zhou Tong's group of 8 met up with Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshan at the entrance of the courtyard. They had even prepared the carriages, a total of 3. As for the other 6 people, 3 of them each took a carriage. Zhong Ding, Zhou Tong, Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshan took one. Just as Zhou Tong stood beside the carriage and motioned for Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshan to get on the carriage first, Yuan Xiao and Zhao Wei came out with their bags of books. Yuan Xiao was from Bright Maple Hall, while Zhao Wei and Gu Xiaoshan were from Bright Moon Hall. When the 2 of them saw that Gu Jiao and the others were about to go out, they walked towards Gu Jiao in unison. Yuan Xiao asked, "Luleng, where are you going?" Gu Jiao said frankly, "To Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion." Yuan Xiao was stunned. Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion? Why are you going to that kind of place? No, what was so strange about this kid going to that kind of place? He went to a brothel on his first day in Xingdu, okay? Yuan Xiao said bitterly, "Didn't we agree last time that you have to take us with you if you go to have fun?" Gu Jiao, "I'm not going to have fun." Zhong Ding cleared his throat. "Ahem, that's a theater, not a brothel." Yuan Xiao snorted. Same thing. There were theaters in Chengdu that were purely for entertainment, but it was definitely not Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion used to be a brothel. It just changed its signboard and took in a theater troupe to continue doing business. Are you going? Yuan Shao tugged at Zhao Wei's sleeve, trying to find an ally for himself. Zhao Wei said sanctimoniously, "That's not very good. We're all scholars and shouldn't linger in brothels." As he spoke, he changed the topic. "But Lulang is still young and unfamiliar with this place. If he insists on going, we should do our part as hosts." "Gu Jiao, Zhao Wei, you don't seem to be from Chengdu, right? You're from Yin Kingdom." Zhao Wei stammered to Yuan Shao, You're from Sheng, do you entertain him?" Yuan Shao puffed out his chest. "Sure." Because of their participation, Zhou Tong and Zhong Ding couldn't win and had to go to the other two carriages. After getting into the carriage, Zhao Wei looked at Gu Xiaoshen strangely and asked, "You're going too?" Gu Xiaoshen nodded. "Yes, Lulang said he would take me to see it." Yuan Shao patted him on the shoulder meaningfully. "Liulang's fellow countryman is my fellow countryman. You can count on me for everything. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Gu Xiaoshuan's face was blank as if something was wrong. After the carriage drove for a while, Zhao Wei suddenly whispered, "Hey, have you heard? Something happened to the Han family." Yuan Shao asked, "The Han family? The Han family of Han Che?" There were many representatives of the Han family such as Imperial Concubine Han, Old Master Han, General Han, Assistant Minister Han, and so on. However, they had only met Han Che in the archery competition, so it was inevitable that he would be mentioned. Zhao Wei nodded. "Yes, it's the Han family. I helped the teacher carry the exam papers back to the duty room in the afternoon. When I passed by the dean's duty room, I heard him talking about the Han family with Master Wu and a few other teachers." "What happened?" Yuan Shao was impatient and couldn't stand Zhao Wei's slowness. Zhao Wei said carefully, "The second master of the Han family is dead." Yuan Shao was from Chengdu and had heard a little about the Han family. He sorted out the information in his mind. "Han Che's second uncle?" Zhao Wei said, "It seems so." Yuan Shao was anxious. "What happened to him? Hurry up and tell me. Don't answer every question I ask. You're making me anxious." Zhao Wei still said slowly, "It happened last night. I heard from Dean Tsin that the emperor's grandson had returned to Chengdu. The second master of the Han family tried to assassinate the emperor in the middle of the night, but was caught by the emperor. The emperor was furious and executed him. In fact, it wasn't the emperor who executed him. It was old Master Han who put righteousness before family. However, it was inevitable that the news would be inaccurate in the process of spreading." Gu Jiao listened carefully. The rumored emperor's grandson had returned to Chengdu? And the Han family dared to assassinate him right under the emperor's nose? Were they crazy? She felt that the matter was full of doubts. Perhaps the truth wasn't as Zhao Wei thought. Yuan Zhao's curiosity was piqued. Assassinating the emperor's grandson is a serious crime. Did the emperor punish the Han family? Zhao Wei said, "He did. The Han family lost a mine and Assistant Minister Han was removed from his position. The mine was the foundation of the Han family. Losing a mine was like losing an arm. They didn't know Han Yong's ability, and they didn't know that Han Yong had survived 49 rounds of torture. Han Yong was the real right-hand man of the Han family." "Have you seen the emperor's grandson? What does he look like?" Gu Jiao suddenly asked. Zhao Wei shook his head. "I'm from Qi City. Ask Yuan Shao." Yuan Shao said, "I haven't seen the emperor's grandson either. He left Chengdu when he was very young and went to Mount Guan to guard the imperial mausoleum with the deposed crown princess. He only comes back once every 2 years, but he only goes to the imperial preceptor hall. Outsiders have no chance to meet him." "What's his name?" Gu Jiao asked. "Shengguan Qing," Yuan Shao said. "Qing." Gu Jiao fell into deep thought. During the conversation, the carriage arrived at Tianxiang Pavilion. Zhou Tong and Zhong Ding's carriage was in front. They stopped first. Zhou Tong quickly jumped out of the carriage and came to Gu Jiao. "Lulang." He opened the curtain for Gu Jiao. Yuan Shao took his hand away and snorted discontentedly. "Do you need to open the curtain?" Zhou Tong said coldly, "I'm Liulang's classmate. I sit in front of him." Yuan Shao laughed. "I've played with Lulang before. The competition is like a battlefield. We're comrades. Jiu Wui same as Z." Zhou Tong's argument failed and his face instantly darkened. After Gu Jiao got out of the carriage, she ignored everyone. She asked Gu Xiaoshen to follow them first. She went to the second floor to find Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng was not in the room. He went to the backstage on the first floor to prepare for the upcoming show. Gu Jiao touched her chin, hesitating whether to go directly to Gu Qingfeng or, she decided not to look for him. Gu Jiao left. However, she did not immediately return to the hall. Instead, she went to the small woodshed in the backyard. The small woodshed was in the corner of the backyard. It was the most secluded room. Next to it was a temporary room. It was usually used by Su Fengxian to lock up all kinds of unknown actors and women. Although Su Fengxian was a bit unscrupulous, one had to admit that she did have some ability. Su Fengxian had a small gold jar. It was all obtained from exploiting actors and women. Gu Jiao saw her bury it under the banyan tree outside the woodshed last time. Gu Jiao had been eyeing Su Fengxian's gold for a long time. There were too many guests at the moment. Su Fengxian did not have time to care about the backyard. Gu Jiao wanted to dig out her gold. Su Fengxian was a cautious person. The color of the soil after digging would be different from the undug areas. Therefore, Su Fengxian planted a small flower garden here and dug up the ground every few days. It was impossible to tell which areas were newly dug. Gu Jiao did not care. She dug from the beginning to the end. She did not believe that she could not dig it out. Gu Jiao took out a dagger and began to dig. She turned herself into a small excavator. She dug a hole but there was nothing. She dug another hole but there was nothing. Gu Jiao did not believe it. She moved her numb legs to the side and continued to dig. As she dug, she vaguely felt that something was wrong. It was as if someone was staring at her. She turned her head strangely and saw a woman dressed like a commoner. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. The woman squatted on the ground. She was holding half of a big and red watermelon that had been iced in her left hand and a copper spoon in her right hand. Gu Jiao was digging. She was digging for the watermelon. She puffed up her cheeks and slurped the food while watching Gu Jiao dig the soil. Gu Jiao was speechless. Kanglin Women's Academy. Xiaoheng came out of Linglong Pavilion and went to Lingbo Academy. He was going to pick up little Jing Kong from school. Together with Shi Yi, he was going to send little Jing Kong to teacher Cheng for tutoring. Other than little Jing Kong, his new desk mate, the little princess, was also going to be tutored today. Xiaoheng wrote on the paper, "Sorry to trouble you, Teacher Cheng. I may come back later to pick him up." Teacher Cheng smiled, "It's okay. I'll take him to dinner." After saying goodbye to Teacher Cheng, Xiaoheng sat in the carriage. The driver looked around and asked softly, "Young master, where are we going?" "To the outer city," Xiaoheng said. The driver was stunned and asked softly, "Young master, has no one been watching us recently?" Xiaoheng had been closely watched by the Han family, so he did not dare to go anywhere. He was afraid that the Han family would find out that he was related to Gu Jiao. However, something big happened to the Han family today. The people sent by the Han family to watch them were all removed. The Han family was in trouble because Second Master Han tried to assassinate the eldest imperial grandson. The eldest imperial grandson, His Highness. These were the words that Zhang Dequan shouted at the night sky last night. Who was Zhang Dequan calling? Was the eldest imperial grandson nearby at that time? Was he also assassinated? Or Xiaoheng did not dare to think further. He urgently needed to find out what happened last night. He needed an answer. The driver asked softly, "Young master, where are we going in the outer city?" Xiaoheng's eyes were deep. Tianxiang Pavilion. Chapter 7:16. In a small compartment in the main hall, the students of Tianxiang Academy sat around a table. The performance on the stage was about to begin, and the maids were setting up the stage. It was said that the main character of today's performance was an actor called Chang Jing. He came from Great Yan's Feng City and studied opera since childhood under Great Yan's #1 opera master, Shen Long. He originally sang for the imperial family, but he was indebted to Lady Su of Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, so he came to Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion to support Lady Su for 2 years. When the 2 years were up, this young Master Chang would leave Xing City. Therefore, all the guests cherished this short and hard-won performance. After listening to Zhong Ding's description, Gu Xiaoshen was a little confused. Wasn't it just Gu Qingfeng? When did he do so many gimmicks? Also, did Chang Jing know that you casually used Chang Jing's name to perform outside? Weren't you afraid that Chang Jing would beat you into a sandbag? The girls of Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion are so beautiful. Yuan Xiao looked at the girls shuttling back and forth in the main hall and said in a daze. Zhao Wei took out a folding fan from somewhere and fanned himself while elegantly saying, "They deserve to be called fairy-like." Gu Xiaoshen, Fairy-like is fairy-like? Are you two bewitched? So. Gu Xiaoshan said. The two stared at Gu Xiaoshan in unison. How dare you insult the fairy-like girls of Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion? Gu Xiaoshan felt wronged. I just thought that they, so. How could they be as beautiful as his sister? Not to mention his sister, just his brother-in-law, Princess Xinyang, which one of them wasn't more beautiful than these girls? Yuan Shao snorted. You brat, you're still not enlightened. Zhao Wei deeply agreed. They didn't believe that there were women more beautiful than the girls of Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion in this world. If there were, then it was just a rumor that people bragged about. For example, the #1 beauty of Tsanglan Women's Academy. She always wore a veil, so who knew what she looked like? Was her whole body beautiful just because her eyes were beautiful? Who could guarantee that under the veil was not a face full of pockmarks and fangs? Almost the same thought flashed through their minds, but at this moment, an immortal-like figure flashed through the crowd at the back of the hall. Zhao Wei saw it first. His entire body immediately tensed up. He hurriedly pulled Yuan Shao aside. Yuan Shao was looking at a lady who was waving at him with a smile, and his saliva was about to drip out. Oh, what are you doing? Yuan Shao slapped his hand away without even looking. Beauty. Zhao Wei said excitedly. If Yuan Shao had not been bewitched by the girl from the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, he would have realized that with Zhao Wei's temperament, he must have met the immortals of the 9 palaces. Zhao Wei couldn't call out to Yuan Shao, and when he looked back again, the immortal-like figure had already disappeared. What did you call me for just now? Yuan Shao asked Zhao Wei after the girl left. What did you call me for? Zhao Wei rolled his eyes. Nothing. Serves you right for not being able to see it, idiot. In the backyard. She didn't hide the gold here. The girl scooped up a spoonful of cold and delicious watermelon and stuffed it into her mouth. She said vaguely, I saw her change the location. Gu Jiao looked at her, then looked at the special room behind her. There were a few rough servants lying on the floor of the room. It seemed that she had knocked them out. She wondered where she had gotten the watermelon. It looked like it was especially delicious to relieve the heat. The girl said again, I'll tell you where the gold is hidden. You dig it out and give me half. Gu Jiao said, I can dig it out myself. The girl said, she comes every hour to check on her gold. She'll be here in an hour. Gu Jiao looked at the small flower bed that she had dug out and seriously considered the possibility of not being seen through by Su Fengxian. The result was 0. Okay, deal. Gu Jiao said. The girl ate the watermelon and pointed to a place for Gu Jiao. There it's there. Gu Jiao dug in the direction she pointed. Sure enough, it didn't take long before her dagger touched something hard. Gu Jiao was overjoyed. She dug a few more times and finally dug out Su Fengxian's gold jar. The girl put the spoon into the watermelon and freed one hand. My share. Gu Jiao took out a gold ingot from the jar, broke off a piece and handed it to her. Here, your piece. The girl was speechless. After Xiaoheng arrived at Tianxiang Pavilion, he didn't go straight to Gu Qingfeng's room on the 2nd floor. He used Xiao Jiu to keep in touch with Gu Qingfeng and knew when he would be performing on stage. Today was the day he would be performing. He planned to go backstage from the back of the hall. Halfway there, he realized that he was thinking about this and even forgot to put on his mask. He hurriedly took out the mask from his wide sleeve and put it on. As soon as he put it on, he saw Prince Ming coming from the other side of the corridor. Prince Ming also came to watch the opera. This was Xiaoheng's first reaction. Soon he felt that something was wrong. Prince Ming came to watch the opera right after the Han family was in trouble. He didn't seem to be such a brainless person. So, he had a motive. Was he trying to get information or something else? If Prince Ming went backstage, Xiaoheng wouldn't be able to go. Although he was dressed as a man today, if Prince Ming was here, it would be inconvenient for him to talk to Gu Qingfeng. As for spying on Prince Ming, it was unnecessary. Gu Qingfeng was backstage and he would be spied on. Xiaoheng decided to wait for him in Gu Qingfeng's room. After he went upstairs, he sat in the room for a while. The room was very hot and stuffy. He couldn't open the window facing the street in case someone looked in from the shop opposite. He had to open the back window. The back window of Gu Qingfeng's room faced the small garden in the backyard. As soon as Xiaoheng opened the window, he saw a familiar figure. Xiaoheng went downstairs without thinking. Su Fengxian buried more than one pot. Gu Jiao continued to dig. Since they were all ill-gotten gains, Gu Jiao had no qualms about digging. She changed her digging tool to a small shovel and dug more smoothly. She didn't notice Xiaoheng coming over. On the other hand, this actually reflected one thing, and that was that she had extreme trust in Xiaoheng in her heart. If there was any aura that could make Gu Jiao feel danger, Gu Jiao's body would follow the instincts of a killer and make a killing reaction faster than her brain. Xiaoheng hadn't seen her for more than half a month. The last time he saw her was on the day of the martial arts competition with the Shaolin monks. The Shaolin monks injured many of Gu Jiao's companions. Gu Jiao found out that the mastermind was Han. Hence, the two of them worked together to put Han in a gunny sack. After that, he sent Gu Jiao to the south inner city gate. Since then it has been now. Many things have happened during this time. She first went to Mount Guan and chased after the Crown Prince's brocade guards. She returned after 7 days. After returning to Xingdu, she went to the palace and killed Nangong Li. After that, it was Gu Yan's surgery. One thing after another, Gu Qingfeng talked about it casually on the note, but how could he really be at ease? Seeing her digging for gold without a care, he was angry and amused. Did she know what she had done? Did she know who she had offended? Did she know how much she had messed up the situation in Xingdu? Nangong and the Han family were in a mess, but she still had time to dig for gold. Gu Jiao dug very seriously, until a tall shadow loomed over them. Gu Jiao frowned. "You're blocking my light." "Oh, is that so?" An indifferent voice sounded from above Gu Jiao's head. Gu Jiao's hand trembled and the shovel in her hand fell to the ground. Xiaoheng looked at her dangerously. He had to settle accounts with her today and teach her a lesson. Otherwise she would be so lawless in the future and not take her own safety seriously. Gu Jiao squatted on the ground, holding her shoes with both hands. She did not look back, did not look up, and did not move. "If I don't move, you can't see me." "Xiaoheng, get up." Xiaoheng said. "I won't. I want to grow a mushroom here." Gu Jiao did not get up. Xiaoheng bent down and picked her up. Gu Jiao still maintained her mushroom-growing posture. Xiaoheng's arms were like holding an oversized mushroom. He put her slender legs down and let her stand on the ground. Then he pressed her against a big tree. Her husband was going to press her against the wall. Gu Jiao's eyes widened. She could feel the pheromones rushing towards her. It carried a faint fragrance and his slightly warm breath, which was very captivating. Men were always self-taught when it came to acting cool. Xiaoheng supported Gu Jiao's soft waist with one hand and pinched her delicate chin with the other. He said dangerously, "Assassinate the brocade guard from the Crown Prince's residence, HM? Lure Nangong Li to death, HM?" These two sounds of HM made Gu Jiao's ears go soft. Xiaoheng moved closer to her, his lips almost touching hers. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Gu Jiao swallowed her saliva and blinked. She reached out her slender index finger and poked his chest, pointing to the side. Xiaoheng turned his head to look and saw that there was a woman holding half a watermelon in the small flower bed. The woman stood next to a peony, making the peony pale in comparison to its beauty. She ate the watermelon while curiously looking at the two of them. It was as if she was saying, "Why aren't you kissing? I'm waiting." Chapter 717. Xiaoheng never expected that there would be another person here. He thought about how his cool and arrogant actions from beginning to end might have been watched by this woman who was eating watermelon. His handsome face flushed red in an instant. Like a paper tiger that had been punctured, he deflated with a whoosh and could no longer act pretentious. Usually, in this kind of situation, the person who caught the act and the person who caught the act would be equally embarrassed. However, the woman was not embarrassed. Gu Jiao was also not that embarrassed. She had always adhered to the principle that if she was not embarrassed, it was others who were embarrassed. Thus in the end Xiaoheng bore everything by himself. His face was red all the way to his ears. Even his slender neck was suffused with a thin layer of rouge. Xiaoheng experienced a large-scale social death scene and wished that he could lose his memory on the spot. However, compared to his embarrassment, he had more important things to worry about. What he said to Gu Jiao just now, about assassinating the brocade guards from the Crown Prince's residence and luring Nangong Li to death, he wondered if this person heard it. These were not small secrets and they could bring about a fatal disaster. "I think our situation is not good," Xiaoheng whispered to Gu Jiao. "Indeed." Gu Jiao's expression turned serious. "Su Fengxian is coming." "Xiaoheng, are you sure this is the main point?" There were a total of 3 pots of gold. Gu Jiao had one in her left hand, one in her right hand and one on her head. Just as she was about to leave the crime scene with the stolen goods, Yuan Shao came out to find her. Before he arrived, his voice arrived first. "Luleng. Luleng, where are you?" Gu Jiao swore that she walked very steadily. However, the moment her name was called, she slipped and fell flat on her face. The 3 pots of gold rolled out and landed right at Su Fengxian's feet. Su Fengxian looked at Gu Jiao with a dark expression. She gritted her teeth and said, "Young Master Xiao. Gu Jiao, Liulong's name is poisonous." Gu Jiao's plan to steal money ended in failure. A life without gold is an incomplete life. Gu Jiao went upstairs soullessly. Su Fengxian was so angry that she wanted to bite Gu Jiao. Unfortunately, she was no match for her. Although Gu Jiao could beat Su Fengxian in a fight, she couldn't openly snatch it from her. After all, the 2 of them were considered half-partners now. Xiao Heng also planned to go upstairs. Xiao Heng had been to Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion before, and he was still Long Yi. He was Gu Qingfeng's friend, so Su Fengxian treated him with some courtesy. Su Fengxian didn't stop him from going anywhere. However, the woman holding the watermelon also silently followed behind Xiao Heng. "Stop right there," Su Fengxian shouted. She couldn't afford to offend those 2 little ancestors, but how could she not handle a woman she picked up from the roadside? She rolled up her sleeves and angrily said, "You're awake, right? If you're awake, then work for me." The woman holding the watermelon moved to Xiao Heng's side to hide. Xiao Heng frowned and looked at her. He didn't know if she heard what he said just now. He decided to take her away first and let her go after figuring things out. "She's coming with me," Xiao Heng said to Su Fengxian. The woman bit the spoon and stopped eating. Stars flashed in her eyes as she looked at Xiao Heng. Su Fengxian had one hand on her waist and the other holding a handkerchief pointed at Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao, who had already gone upstairs. "Don't go too far. It's fine if you steal the gold, but what? You still want to kidnap her?" Xiao Heng calmly said, "She's not from Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. No one from Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion would dress like this." Su Fengxian choked. Then, Xiao Heng calmly said, "Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion has many guests today. I heard that people from the Crown Prince's residence are also here. The Crown Prince is the best at upholding justice. If he finds out that you forced a woman into prostitution, can your Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion continue to operate?" As soon as he finished speaking, the woman cooperatively raised her chin. Su Fengxian was speechless. The woman was brought upstairs by Xiao Heng. Su Fengxian was annoyed. The gold was saved, but the beauty in his hands had flown away. This beauty's beauty was already unparalleled in the world when she fainted. When she woke up, she was even more beautiful than the 9 celestial goddesses. What a pity, what a pity. Gu Jiao didn't find it strange that Xiao Heng brought the woman over. After all, she had heard the secret just now. He had to make sure that she wouldn't leak the information before letting her go. After the woman entered the room, she didn't show any guilt or uneasiness. The play in the main hall began. The location of Gu Qingfeng's room was special. There was a medium-sized balcony. Sitting on the balcony, one could overlook the entire stage. The angle was quite good. The woman carried the watermelon to a stool on the balcony and sat down. Gu Jiao realized that the watermelon in her hand was no longer the same half as before. It was a brand new half. It was red and there were even ice shards on it. It looked especially sweet and delicious. Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Heng. When did she take another half of the watermelon? Xiao Heng indicated that he didn't know either. He walked in front and she followed behind. He didn't notice that she had left. However, just now there were 2 servant girls who each carried 2 large trays covered with cloth and brushed past them. Could it be that she had stolen it from him at that time? Not only did she steal it, but she also put the half of the watermelon that she had eaten into the cloth. She really didn't know which unlucky person would eat that empty half of the watermelon. The unlucky person was Prince Ming. She sat on the balcony and dug into the watermelon. Her back was facing Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao. The 2 of them couldn't see her expression. But she didn't do anything. The way she focused on eating the watermelon was inexplicably reassuring. They felt that she wouldn't tell anyone what she had just heard. Maybe she didn't hear it at all. Xiao Heng sat at the square table and said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao sat next to Xiao Heng. She rested her chin on one hand and looked at her back thoughtfully. Normal people wouldn't be so calm after hearing such a big secret. At least they would be worried that they would be killed. Not everyone knew that Nangong Li was a big bastard. Everyone in Xingdu thought that Nangong Li was a good person. Then they would naturally become evil if they killed a good person. It was normal for evil people to kill people to silence them. Since she dared to follow, it meant that she wasn't afraid. She didn't think that they were evil people. Gu Jiao said, "Maybe." It didn't matter whether she heard it or not. What was important was that Gu Jiao also felt that she wouldn't reveal it. This was her intuition. On the stage, the sound of the eru and the singing started. The voices of the entire Qinxiang pavilion were drowned out. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng were still some distance away from the balcony. In addition to the singing, she couldn't hear their conversation. Xiao Heng took off his mask and asked about Gu Jiao's disappearance. Gu Qingfeng said that she was fine, but he didn't believe it. She was someone who had braved the snowstorm to cross thousands of mountains and thousands of mountains to go home. If nothing happened to her, it was impossible for her to stay outside for 7 days. She's fine now, Gu Jiao said. Where are you hurt? Let me take a look. Xiao Heng said. Gu Jiao showed him the wound on her arm that had already healed. Xiao Heng understood that the injury on her body wasn't this small. He held her hand in his and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why did you have to chase after the people from the Crown Prince's residence?" "I have a question in my heart that I want to ask the Crown Princess." So she couldn't let the Crown Princess be killed by them. She said, "But I still haven't seen the Crown Princess." Xiao Heng didn't need to ask to know that the question was related to him. He felt very uncomfortable. "Don't do such a dangerous thing in the future." Gu Jiao stared at him. "Do you also have that question in your heart?" The two of them didn't say what question they had. Xiao Heng was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Yes. The reason I came here today is to search for that answer." As the two of them talked, they didn't notice that the woman had stopped digging the watermelon. Suddenly, a group of imperial guards rushed in from downstairs and stopped the performance on the stage. Xiao Heng came to the balcony, looked down and said with a frown, "It's the people from the governor's residence." After saying this, he turned around to pick up the mask on the table. The woman reached out her hand as if she wanted to grab his sleeve. But in the end, she didn't use her strength, and the wide and cool cloth slipped through her fingertips. Xiao Heng put the mask back on his face. "Strange, why did the people from the governor's residence come?" Gu Jiao looked and said, "Looking at their appearance, it seems that they are looking for someone. Did someone important go missing in Xingdu?" The person who could make the governor's residence come out to look for was not an ordinary important person. Gu Jiao said, "I'll go down and take a look. You wait for me here." Her identity was relatively open and aboveboard. Xiao Heng's Long Yi was an unregistered person, so it was best not to face the Shengguan family. Gu Jiao went downstairs. Xiao Heng came to the balcony again, put down the curtain on his head, and looked at the movement in the hall through the gap of the curtain. Beside him, the woman was still sitting on the stool, but her aura had become a little different. She seemed unhappy. Xiao Heng glanced at her, looked away and continued to look at Gu Jiao and the officials. Suddenly he felt someone tug at his sleeve. He looked down at her. "What's the matter?" The woman held the dug watermelon to him. Only then did he notice that the woman sat on the balcony and dug for a long time, but didn't eat a single bite. She was using a new small golden spoon which should have been stolen just now. The small watermelon balls she dug out were round and very beautiful. "For me?" he asked. The woman nodded, looking at him with innocent and heavy eyes, with a trace of helplessness, like a child afraid of being rejected. Xiao Heng's heart surged with an indescribable feeling. It was as if his heart was being pulled by something. Chapter 7:18. Novels with a deeper meaning that could not be found on the internet can be found here. The arrival of the governor interrupted the drama that had reached its climax. The guests complained one by one. However, the governor came with an official document and the reason was open and aboveboard. Even someone like Commandery Prince Ming did not dare to openly ask them to leave. Prince Ming sat in one of the rooms on the first floor. He was displeased. "What's going on? Why are people from the imperial government here? Could it be that they sensed this prince's movements?" His trusted guard said, "I don't think so. We have been very careful. Moreover, we did not do anything wrong. It is not the imperial government's turn to intervene." "That's right. I am just waiting for someone. The timing was not right. Who would believe that he came to the opera house to do something when such a big thing happened to the Han family? They would probably think that he was here to flirt with women." Prince Ming was distressed. "Will the person that father mentioned really appear? Why is there still no news after waiting for so long?" His trusted guard said, "Why don't I escort you out first and come back after the imperial government's people leave?" Prince Ming frowned. "What if that person comes?" His trusted guard said, "Don't be afraid even if he comes. The imperial government is investigating people in Qinxiang Pavilion. He can't enter. I will keep an eye on the opposite side. If I see someone suspicious, I will go and talk to him." Prince Ming was a little tempted. However, he hesitated and shook his head. Father has reminded me that the person is a rare expert. He wants me to bring him back to the Crown Prince's residence personally. I can't let him fall into the hands of other forces. Forget it. I won't go far. If he comes, inform me. Yes. His trusted bodyguard opened the door and was alert to the movements outside. At this moment, the people from the capital office were inspecting every guest. They should be making sure that they did not have any traces of disguise. They checked both men and women. Strange. Prince Ming did not have much experience in anti-reconnaissance. He did not know that he should wear a mask and a bamboo hat. He could only try to reduce his presence and leave through the back door. However, when he reached the backyard, a group of soldiers rushed in from the back door. Prince Ming's expression changed. He quickly ran back to a tea room in the main hall. What the hell? Why are people from the rearguard commandery here? Prince Ming secretly clenched his fists. The rearguard commandery was a military yamen that directly took orders from the monarch. It had the right to command the army of the Great Yan Kingdom. The transfer of its official position did not need to go through the cabinet. It was directly appointed by the monarch. In the previous dynasty there was no rearguard commandery. It was a yamen established by the current monarch of Great Yan in order to enhance his absolute status in the imperial court. The commandant was Wang Xian's younger brother, Wang Ren. The one who came today was Wang Ren's son, Wang Su. He held the position of Commandant Guan in the rearguard commandery and was mainly in charge of personnel entering and leaving Xingdu. Wang Su rode on his horse and commanded the two groups of soldiers beside him. You guys guard the door. Don't even let a fly out. You guys come with me. Looking for her again? Who was he looking for? When the governor came, Commandery Prince Ming was not sure who was behind this. However, since the rearguard commandery had been dispatched, it must be his grandfather who was looking for someone. Commandery Prince Ming also remembered that Wang Su was ordered to guard the imperial mausoleum a few years ago. It was said that he even taught the emperor's grandson martial arts in the imperial mausoleum. However, the emperor's grandson was a cripple and could not learn anything. Commandery Prince, there's a cellar here. His confidant found a secret cellar in the tea room. Commandery Prince Ming's eyes lit up. He quickly hid in the cellar with his confidant. Gu Jiao went downstairs and went to the cubicle in Tianqiong Academy. Yuan Shao hurriedly said, Lu Lang, where did you go? You've been gone for so long. I couldn't find you anywhere. Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. Oh, I went to the toilet. Zhao Wei asked, did you go to the toilet? The opera was already halfway through. Lu Lang. Gu Xiaoshen pulled out a chair and gestured for Gu Jiao to sit. He knew that Gu Jiao had gone to look for Gu Qingfeng. However, he did not know why his sister was gone for so long while Gu Qingfeng was performing on stage. Gu Jiao sat down next to Gu Xiaoshen. She took out a coquettish peacock mask and put it on. Everyone was almost blinded by her actions. What are you doing? Yuan Shao looked at her as if she was an idiot. Gu Jiao said seriously, I'm worried that they will be blinded by our beauty. Yuan Shao, everyone. Gu Xiaoshen moved closer to Gu Jiao's ear and asked in a volume that only the two of them could hear, Sister, who are they looking for? Are they looking for Gu Qingfeng? Gu Jiao looked at the group of officials who came in from the front and then at the other group of officials who came in from the back door. She did not know much about the uniforms of the Yan Kingdom and did not know that the second group of officials came from the rearguard commandery. However, judging from their aura and behavior, their status was not inferior to the capital magistrates. I don't think so, she said in a small voice. Gu Qingfeng was just an escaped slave from the Han family's mine. If they wanted to catch him, it would be the mine's private soldiers. There was no need to mobilize two groups of powerful forces. Soon, the officials from the capital magistrate's office found the cubicle in Tianqiong Academy. Gu Xiaoshen was the first to be checked. There was actually a female official in this group of people. She did not look like a real official. Instead, she looked like an ordinary woman who had put on official's uniform. The female official pinched Gu Xiaoshuan's face as if to check if he was wearing a human skin mask. Then she pressed Gu Xiaoshuan's chest. Gu Xiaoshuan was dumbfounded. What are you doing? The female official shook her head at the rest of the people from the capital magistrate's office. Gu Jiao understood. The person they were looking for was a woman. Gu Jiao had put on the mask to show Xiao Heng so that Xiao Heng would know the intensity of this group of people's search. However, she had never expected that they would search the murder department. It seemed that the person who was at risk of being exposed was not Xiao Heng but herself. The people from the capital magistrate's office searched the main hall while the people from the rearguard commandery went to the second floor. Wang Su had seen the imperial grandson before. In fact, both Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao were at risk of being exposed. The people from Tianqiong Academy were checked one by one. Everyone unanimously put Gu Jiao last. They did not know why. They did not know that Gu Jiao was a woman. They just subconsciously felt that they should be at the front. Zhou Tong was the second from the bottom. Their inspection is a little rough, but they don't have any bad intentions. Don't worry, don't be angry, Zhou Tong turned around and said to Gu Jiao. He was afraid that Gu Jiao would stand up for her companions and beat up the officers. Gu Jiao wondered whether it was better to be caught or to beat up the officers and run away. On the other side, Wang Su came to the room next to Gu Qingfeng's. After checking the guests in the room, he politely excused himself and left the room. "Sir, this is the last room," the accompanying guard said. The door was ajar. People who were skilled in martial arts could identify people by listening. There were 2 people in the room. Wang Su raised his hand and slowly pushed the door open. At the same time, the rest of the people from Tianqiong Academy were also checked. Only Gu Jiao was left. The female officer took off Gu Jiao's mask and pinched Gu Jiao's face. To be honest, the traces of the human skin mask were obvious enough. Just in case they still had to check her body. How cunning was this woman to be able to force the officials to do this? Gu Jiao clenched the silver needle in her hand. Should she be exposed or not? Creak. The door to Gu Qingfeng's room was pushed open. Wang Su stepped into the room. All of a sudden, a foot kicked him in the chest, sending him flying. He flew over the railing on the second floor and fell heavily into the lobby on the first floor. Fortunately, his martial arts were good. He flipped in the air and stabilized himself when he landed. However, it still caused quite a commotion. Everyone raised their heads in unison. Even the female official who was about to check on Gu Jiao paused. The woman came to the railing and looked down at everyone. Then she ran away. The female officer hurriedly said, "2? Quickly chase after her. It's her." Everyone went to catch her. Gu Jiao thought, that was close. I was almost exposed. The woman ran down the stairs in one breath. The front and back doors were blocked. She was doomed to be unable to escape. Prince Ming sat quietly on the floor of the cellar, waiting for the search to end. His trusted guard said, "Prince Ming, listen. They seem to have found her. They are shouting, 'It's her, quickly chase after her.'" Prince Ming was relieved. "That's great. They should leave now. Sure enough, they didn't come for me. Everything will be fine after they leave. I was not discovered. I was not discovered. I didn't mess up the task my father asked me to do." Before he finished speaking, the cellar door was opened. A small figure rushed down. Prince Ming didn't have time to kick the person out. The small figure was squatting in front of him. Then the 2 of them stared at each other. Sheng Guanyin raised her hand to greet him and said with a smile, "Nephew, long time no see. Let's go home together. And we'll fly with you." Prince Ming. Chapter 719. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Sheng Guanyin was taken away by the people of Rearguard Commandery along with Commandery Prince Ming. The people of the imperial governor were furious. They came here first, but in the end, all the credit was taken by the people of Rearguard Commandery. On the carriage back to the palace, Commandery Prince Ming felt very bitter. If he had known this would happen, he would have just sat in the room. At most, he would have a reputation of being idle. But why was he hiding in the cellar? It was obvious that something was wrong. "Commandery Prince, please come back to the palace with us to see His Majesty." Wang Su, who was escorting the carriage, said. What was the rearguard commandery? They were the eyes and ears of the emperor. If they found Commandery Prince Ming sneaking in the cellar, how could they not catch him? Others didn't dare to catch him, but the rearguard commandery wasn't. Commandery Prince Ming deeply felt that he had been tricked by Shang Guanyin. She must have done it on purpose. She knew that she couldn't escape, so she dragged him down. This aunt, she tricked his father last time and now she tricked him again. Commandery Prince Ming and Shang Guanyin haven't seen each other for many years. Commandery Prince Ming didn't know Shang Guanyin. How did Shang Guanyin recognize him? What about the amnesia? No, he had to complain to his grandfather. He had to say that Shang Guanyin pretended to have amnesia. Shang Guanyin was deceiving the emperor. After the people of Rearguard Commandery and Imperial Governor left, Su Fengxian greeted the guests with a smile. Let's continue. Continue. Girls, sing. Tianxiang Pavilion was restored to its previous grandeur. Gu Jiao also found an excuse to leave the cubicle and go upstairs. They didn't find you, right? Gu Jiao asked Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng stood by the window facing the street, looking in the direction where Wang Su and the others left. He said with a complicated expression, "Those are the people of Rearguard Commandery." Gu Jiao murmured, "Rearguard Commandery?" There was no Rearguard Commandery in Zhao country. This was the unique military authority of the Yan Kingdom. She had heard about it from Muchuan on the day she entered the palace. It was located outside the palace. On the right was the Supreme Court and the 6 ministries, while on the left was the Imperial Clan Court and the 4 commanderies. However, Gu Jiao wasn't sure what the Rearguard Commandery did. The Imperial Court official on the right side of the carriage is Commandant Guan Wang Su. He works for the monarch. Xiaoheng had investigated all the officials of Great Yan, and it happened that Wang Su was one of them. Wang Su was the legitimate son of Wang clan, and the nephew of consort Wang Xian. Wang Xianfei did not have a son, only 2 princesses. The Wang family did not participate in the fight for the throne, and was loyal to the king. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, "So it's the monarch who is capturing people, and the woman just now is related to the monarch? Then why are you dressed so shabbily?" However, when he carefully thought about her appearance, she was indeed worthy of being called an immortal. And her eyes. It seemed to be a pair of standard phoenix eyes, but they were covered by messy hair, so Gu Jiao was not completely sure. "You." Gu Jiao found that Xiaoheng was staring at the carriage that was getting farther and farther away. "What are you thinking about?" Xiaoheng handed the watermelon in his arms to her. She dug it and said, "It's for me." When he said this, he felt a little depressed. He thought of her eyes that were afraid of being rejected, and he also thought of the hurt that flashed through her eyes when he didn't reach out to take it. Finally, the people of the Rearguard Commandery came, and she directly stuffed the watermelon into his arms. The watermelon was cold, but he felt it was hot in his hand. "And this?" Xiaoheng said and handed a golden thing to Gu Jiao. It was the piece of gold that Gu Jiao broke off and shared with Shangguan Yin. "She gave it to me and asked me to pursue my wife." Gu Jiao. She saw that I was a woman dressed as a man? When I talked to her, I clearly used a young man's voice. Even when I entered the room, I didn't change back to my own voice when I talked to Xiaoheng. Even if she suspected that I had an improper relationship with Xiaoheng, she should think that I'm gay. Of course, it may also be that I'm pursuing a man's wife. Oh, do I look like the one below? I went astray. Who is that woman? Why does she seem to know Xiaoheng? The Imperial Palace. The Emperor already knew that the evil creature was caught by the Rearguard Commandery and was on his way back to the palace to be punished. He had gathered all his firepower and was ready to attack Shangguan Yin, but who would have thought that the Rearguard Commandery Prince Ming would come back? Commandery Prince Ming sneakily appeared in the place where Shangguan Yin was hiding. At this critical moment, his behavior was too suspicious. Commandery Prince Ming going to Qianxiang Pavilion had nothing to do with Shangguan Yin. But sometimes the truth didn't matter, what the emperor thought was important. However, Commandery Prince Ming couldn't tell others that he went to pick up a master on behalf of the crown prince. The emperor looked at Commandery Prince Ming with eyes that almost asked, "Did you go to assassinate your aunt?" Commandery Prince Ming was about to cry, "You didn't announce to the public that my aunt was missing." "How could I know?" The emperor nodded. "Yes, I didn't announce it to the public, so you must have placed a spy around me." Commandery Prince Ming, "I didn't." Shangguan Yin added oil to the fire. "You did, I saw it." "What did you see?" "You saw it." "How could you lie through your teeth like this?" Commandery Prince Ming gritted his teeth. "My aunt remembered me. She called me nephew. She pretended to lose her memory." The monarch snorted and said, "Shangguan Yin will call you nephew? Then she really lost her memory. She never paid attention to you." Commandery Prince Ming, "How could this be a trap?" The emperor ordered Commandery Prince Ming to go back to the crown prince's residence and grounded him for 3 months. He also ordered Zhang Duquan to call the crown prince into the palace and scolded him. No matter what Commandery Prince Ming did in the opera house, it was his fault as a father for not teaching him well. The crown prince thought, "Then isn't it your fault that I'm like this?" It's good to think about it. If he really said it, the emperor would kill him. With Commandery Prince Ming sharing the emperor's anger, Shangguan Yan's punishment was not so heavy. At least, the emperor didn't really kill her. However, she was also grounded. After all, it was impossible for the king to forget the fact that he had made the king bald. "Where is Qing'er? If you tell me, I'll be lenient with you." Shangguan Yin didn't say anything. The emperor coldly said, "Shangguan Yin, I didn't keep you in the palace to protect you. It's just that I haven't found out the truth about the destruction of the Imperial Mausoleum. Once the truth is out, you immediately go back to the Imperial Mausoleum. Suddenly, someone came to report, Your Majesty. There's a clue about the Imperial Mausoleum. The Emperor almost choked on his breath. Shang Guanyin was also not much better. She couldn't go back to the Imperial Mausoleum yet. The Emperor was waiting for her to beg for mercy. She didn't beg for mercy. The atmosphere was awkward. Zhang Dequan silently retreated and negotiated with the officials of the Ministry of Justice. When he came back, he reported with a smile, It's a mistake, it's not about the Imperial Mausoleum. Humph. The Emperor and Shang Guanyin turned their faces in different directions at the same time. Shang Guanyin returned to Zhaoyang Palace and was grounded. The Emperor called Wang Su from the rearguard commandery and asked him to find Shang Guanqing's whereabouts. Yes. Wang Su took the order. The Emperor leaned back in his chair tiredly. The weather was hot and there was sweat constantly flowing from his head. Zhang Dequan asked the palace maids and eunuchs to retreat, then looked at the Emperor's head and said, Your Majesty, take this off. The Emperor faintly hummed. Zhang Dequan walked over and took off his wig. The Emperor was sure that Shang Guanyin led him out to save Shang Guanqing. Of course, he didn't expect that the other party would cut him bald. But it would be a lie to say that he wasn't angry. The Emperor coldly said, Can't she just tell me that someone is going to harm Qing'er? Do you think I don't care about Qing'er's life and death? Zhang Dequan said in his heart, You destroyed her maternal family, expelled her from the royal family, and demoted her to a commoner. Do you expect her to trust you as a father and daughter or as a monarch and people? Everyone knows the truth but they just can't accept it. Zhang Dequan poured a cup of herbal tea for the Emperor. Please calm down. It was impossible to calm down. The Emperor took a sip of tea and thought of the young commandery princess. He asked, The young commandery princess hasn't come back yet? Zhang Dequan hurriedly said, You are worried that she can't keep up with the prodigy class, so you asked me to find a teacher from the academy to make up for her. There is such a thing. The Emperor remembered and no longer urged. But he couldn't approve the booklet. He paused for a moment, then said to Zhang Dequan, Bring me my thrush bird. The Emperor had two hobbies in his life. One was shooting bows and the other was raising birds. A few days ago he asked someone to buy a 5-colored thrush bird from Jin State. He loved it very much and would go to see it every day. Zhang Dequan went to the door to instruct the young eunuch. Not long after, the young eunuch rushed in and said in fear, The thrush bird is gone. Who went to the birdhouse? Other than the bird trainer, there is only the young commandery princess. The young commandery princess promised to compete with little Jing Kong yesterday. She was an elder who kept her promise, so she put the bird into her pocket and took it out of the palace. I just want to borrow it. I told Uncle His Majesty and he didn't object. The young commandery princess climbed into the dragon bed in the middle of the night and said this to the Emperor who was sleeping soundly. The young commandery princess took the bird out and put it into her school bag. She didn't take it out until she went to make up for her lessons. Little Jing Kong whistled with his fingers, there was no sound, and called Little Nine, all by roaring. The two children didn't reach a consensus on the rules of the bird competition. Little Jing Kong thought that the bird competition should be based on size, while the young commandery princess thought that the bird competition should be based on beauty and ugliness. Both of them were full of confidence in their birds. Then when the two birds met, they were dumbfounded. They saw Little Nine didn't say a word, but flew over and swallowed the 5-colored thrush bird in the young commandery princess's hand, leaving nothing behind. Little Jing Kong, the young commandery princess, Tianxiang Pavilion. Gu Qingfeng finished tonight's scene. He went backstage to take off his costume and makeup, changed into his light blue gown and went to the second floor. Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao were in the room. Xiao Heng was still standing on the balcony, looking in the direction where the carriage left. Gu Jiao didn't disturb him. She just quietly accompanied him, eating the watermelon that Shang Guanyin had dug. It was cold, sweet and refreshing. What Xiao Heng needed at this time was companionship, not enlightenment or heart-to-heart talk. I'm sorry I neglected you. Xiao Heng came back to his senses and said to Gu Jiao with guilt. Gu Jiao shook her head with her cheeks puffed up. That woman not only dug the watermelon into a beautiful ball, but also removed the seeds. She ate it happily. She would be happy when she was with her husband. When two people were together they didn't need to talk much. Silent companionship was also a kind of tacit understanding. There were only two left. Gu Jiao thought for a while then scooped one and fed it to him. Xiaoheng ate it. Is it sweet? Gu Jiao asked. Yes. He nodded. It's very sweet. Gu Jiao fed him the last watermelon, then she held the watermelon, raised her head and drank the watermelon juice. She drank until her face was covered with juice, as if she had a small red beard. Xiaoheng was amused by her, and the faint melancholy in his heart dissipated a lot in an instant. He took out a clean handkerchief and carefully wiped her face. His movements were gentle and his eyes were gentle. Gu Jiao didn't move. She raised her face and let him wipe it. She was very obedient. When Gu Qingfeng came to the door he saw this scene. He curled his lips and muttered sourly, "Stinky girl, you're so obedient when you're with this kid. But when you're with me you're like a little devil." Knock knock knock. He knocked on the door without any trace of politeness. Xiaoheng just finished wiping. When he heard the sound he took back the handkerchief in his hand. Gu Jiao glared at Gu Qingfeng with hidden bitterness. "You're itching for a beating again." Gu Qingfeng received Gu Jiao's death stare. He gritted his teeth. "Stinky girl." He walked into the room and sat down at the square table. He poured himself a cup of tea and snorted indifferently, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. The inner city gates will be closed in less than an hour." Xiaoheng gently squeezed Gu Jiao's hand. Gu Jiao also squeezed his hand. Gu Qingfeng was unprepared for this public display of affection. He was so full that he wanted to slam the table. "Don't you two go overboard. This is my room. You want to whisper sweet nothings to me? No, you two are not allowed to whisper sweet nothings to me. Let's get down to business," Gu Qingfeng said seriously. "I found out why Royal Prince Ming came here today." Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao left the balcony and walked over. The two of them sat down opposite him and looked at him, indicating for him to continue. Gu Qingfeng did not keep them in suspense and told them what he had overheard. The Crown Prince asked him to come here and wait for someone. It said that it's an extremely skilled martial artist. However, as you can see, he has already left. I didn't see any skilled martial artists appear either. His information might be wrong. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng did not have any evidence on this point, so it was hard for them to jump to conclusions. "That's all?" Gu Jiao asked. "That's all," Gu Qingfeng said. Gu Jiao said, "Who was the girl who was taken away today?" Gu Qingfeng sighed. "The officials who came were all very tight-lipped. We haven't found anything yet." Gu Jiao looked at Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng was silent. Xiaoheng rushed back to the inner city before the city gates closed. Gu Jiao took Gu Xiaoshen back to Willow Lane. Zhong Ding, Zhou Tong, and the others stayed at Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. They had already paid the money and called the girls. They did not know that Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshen had left. After Xiaoheng came out of Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, he felt strange. He kept feeling that there was an invisible connection. "Young master, young master, young master." The coachman called him 3 times. Xiaoheng came back to his senses and asked, "What's wrong?" The coachman whispered, "We're about to reach Lingbo Academy." In other words, it was time for him to change his clothes. Xiaoheng changed back into Kanglin Academy's uniform, put on a veil, and went to Lingbo Academy to pick up little Jing Kong from Teacher Cheng's place. Little Jing Kong got into trouble today. He rubbed his little hands and did not dare to say anything. In the past, Xiaoheng could see through him at a glance. However, he was a little uneasy today and did not notice little Jing Kong's strange behavior. Little Jing Kong had already eaten. After returning to Linglong Pavilion, Xiaoheng directly fetched water for him to take a bath. He did not say anything unnecessary during the whole process. Although he had always been a man of few words, little Jing Kong still felt that his bad brother-in-law was different. He looked at his bad brother-in-law in confusion. "Did you get the last place again today?" No matter how many times Xiaoheng got the first place, little Jing Kong could not get rid of the fact that he got the last place. "No," Xiaoheng said. He took dry clothes and put them on little Jing Kong. "Go to sleep." Little Jing Kong did not cause trouble. He climbed into bed, turned over a few times and fell asleep. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. It was hot and dry. The cicadas on the trees kept chirping and frogs croaked in the lotus pond. The whole academy fell into a deep sleep. Xiaoheng tossed and turned on the bed. The assassination last night, Zhang Dequan's call, and the woman he met today kept flashing through his mind. The woman holding the watermelon and being afraid that he would reject her became clearer and clearer in his mind. The feeling of being pulled in his heart became stronger and stronger. He covered his chest and breathed slightly faster. He did not know how long it had been before he fell into a deep sleep with his thoughts running wild. Midnight. The sky flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Xiao Heng's heart palpitated. He opened his eyes and sat up. The window lattice was blown open by the strong wind. The plain curtains swayed in the lightning and thunder. He got out of bed and went to close the window lattice again. However, he accidentally knocked over the teacup on the table. The teacup was smashed into pieces. He took a step back to avoid it, but he still stepped on a piece of debris. Blood flowed from his white and thin feet to the corner of the wall. The next day, Xiao Heng sent little Jing Kong to school at Lingbo Academy. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the academy, he heard two students of Lingbo Academy say, "Did you hear? Something happened to the dethroned crown princess. What could happen to her? She seemed to want to escape from the palace last night. However, there was a sudden thunder. She was so scared that she lost her footing and fell down from the back of the mountain. It was a serious fall. She even broke her waist. She won't make it." "Really?" "Of course it's true. There's an imperial doctor living next door. He was called into the palace last night to save the dethroned crown princess. He hasn't returned yet. Now people are saying that the dethroned crown princess is immoral. Even God can't stand it anymore and sent down lightning to punish her." Xiao Heng suddenly felt out of breath. He did not know how he left. When the carriage stopped, he was already at the entrance of Tianxiang Pavilion. The carriage driver looked at him worriedly. "Young master, we've arrived at Tianxiang Pavilion. Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Where's Jing Kong?" Xiao Heng asked. The carriage driver was surprised and replied, "You sent him to the academy. You personally handed him over to Master Lu. Master Lu also asked Master Cheng to pass on a message. If you can't come at noon, I'll have to trouble Master Cheng to take care of him." "That's good." Xiao Heng got off the carriage. The carriage driver was confused. Did the young master suffer a blow? His entire being seemed to have lost his soul. But even so, the young master still made arrangements for Jing Kong. Xiao Heng never wore the Kanglin Women's Academy uniform to Tianxiang Pavilion. Today was the first time. Gu Jiao was also there. She had also heard about the crown princess from Mu Chuan. She came to Tianxiang Pavilion to ask Gu Qingfeng about the situation. In fact, with Mu Chuan's status, it was unlikely that he was lying. Gu Qingfeng closed the door and the two of them sat down. He himself also came to the table and sat down. He said solemnly, "I have two things here. First, it is true that the deposed crown princess is seriously injured and her life and death are uncertain. The people in the Imperial Preceptor's hall were also alerted. The Imperial Preceptor entered the palace that night and is still trying to save her this morning." "How did she get injured?" Gu Jiao asked. "It said that she lost her footing and fell down a hill." Gu Qingfeng said. Second. Gu Qingfeng paused and then said, "The woman who was taken away by the commandant yesterday is the deposed crown princess." Xiao Heng's fingers clenched tightly. Imperial Palace, Zhaoyang Hall. This palace, which had been abandoned for many years, had lost its former splendor and became deserted. However, since the middle of the night last night, it was once again crowded with people. More than 10 imperial physicians and more than 20 medical attendants were summoned to Zhaoyang Hall one after another. The imperial guards surrounded Zhaoyang Hall. Wang Su of the rearguard commandery also led his capable soldiers to guard outside Zhaoyang Hall. The monarch stood in the corridor and watched as basins of bloody water were brought out. His expression was extremely ugly. Zhang Dequan invited the imperial preceptor over. The imperial preceptor entered the room to check Shengguan Yan's injuries. After coming out, he shook his head slightly. The king's veins were bulging as he said, "Is she faking it again? I knew it. What else can she do besides pretending?" The imperial preceptor did not speak. The monarch said coldly, "Why don't you say it?" The imperial preceptor met the monarch's sharp gaze. "I'm afraid it can't be as your majesty wishes. She's really injured, seriously injured." If the imperial preceptor said it was serious, then it was not a serious problem. It was something that couldn't be saved. The monarch clenched his fists. "Imperial preceptor, heal her." The imperial preceptor said, "I can't do it." The monarch shouted, "You are the imperial preceptor. You are the most skilled doctor in the great Yen country." The imperial preceptor calmly said, "I don't have the medicine she needs. Even if I do, the hope of curing her is very slim." The monarch said in a deep voice, "Where is the medicine?" "It's not there, it's a person." The imperial preceptor said, "Tianqiong Academy, Xiao Lulang." Chapter 720. The monarch was silent for a moment when he heard the name. Xiao Lulang? He murmured. Zhang Dequan understood and explained. He exchanged the reward with Canaan Academy. One of the students from Tianqiong Academy came to see you. The monarch frowned and asked, is he the witness before Nangongli died? Zhang Dequan said, yes he is. The monarch remembered the boy who claimed that Nangongli was killed by someone else. He just wanted to save Nangongli but didn't make it in time. With the monarch's temper, no matter whether the boy's words were credible or not, he would be sent to the prison for torture. However, he was taken away by Shangguan Shui, who came out of nowhere. Shangguan Shui said that the boy was her equestrian teacher. How did the boy become the young commandery princess equestrian teacher? Did you find out? The monarch remembered that he had asked Zhang Dequan. Zhang Dequan respectfully replied, this servant has inquired. He is Mu Qingqian's desk mate, and the two of them are in the same boxing team. He once tamed a powerful horse king, and Mu Qingqian praised his horsemanship. In addition, he knows the art of Qi Huang, and the young princess has asthma, so Mu Qingqian recommended him to the young princess after considering her condition. But it was the young commandery princess' idea to keep him. You know, the young commandery princess is very picky about her teachers. The monarch said lightly, so he does no medical skills. Zhang Dequan said, Mu Qingqian won't hurt the young commandery princess. The Grand Tutor's expression remained calm as he listened to their conversation. At his level, there were very few things in the mortal world that could make his emotions fluctuate. The monarch looked at him and asked, are you sure he has the medicine? The state preceptor said, I'm sure. The monarch said seriously, then send someone to get the medicine. The state preceptor said, I'm afraid he has to come here in person. He will know what medicine to give to the patient after seeing her. In addition, I suggest that the crown princess be sent to the imperial preceptor hall for treatment. The monarch pointed at the room and said sternly, the crown princess is in such a state. Can she still be moved? The state preceptor thought for a moment and said, then let's wait for Xiao Lulang to come. In Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, Gu Qingfeng's room fell into silence. Yesterday's melon-eating woman turned out to be the former crown princess. This news shocked all three of them. Su Fengxian was also shocked. She had already fainted 7 or 8 times in her own room. She forced a good girl into prostitution and forced the former crown princess to do so. Heaven really wanted her dead. The former crown princess seems to know you. The crown prince wants to kill you? Gu Jiao glanced at Xiao Heng beside her. She felt that the answer she wanted to verify in her heart was about to surface. However, now was not the time to seek answers. How did something happen to the former crown princess? This was very suspicious. She didn't believe that the former crown princess was seriously injured by herself. The fact that the former crown princess was able to knock down 4 powerful maidservants showed that she had some skills. She couldn't have fallen like that unless someone increased the force of her fall. For example, someone lifted her up high and threw her down heavily. Thinking of this cruel scene, Gu Jiao's eyes grew cold. Of course, this was only Gu Jiao's guess. She had to go to the scene to find out the truth. However, if her injury was caused by someone, then the murderer might have cleaned up the scene. It would be very difficult to investigate. However, it also depended on who was investigating. If it was Xiao Heng, he would definitely be able to find some clues. Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Heng and then at Gu Jiao, asking, is there something I don't know? Yes, the former crown princess dug watermelons for Xiao Heng and gave him gold to pursue his wife. Lulang. Lulang. Gu Xiaoshuan's anxious voice came from downstairs. Gu Jiao asked for leave in the morning. At this time, Gu Xiaoshan should be in class. Gu Xiaoshan rushed upstairs and broke the door in breathlessly. She held her thighs with both hands and bowed. She said breathlessly, Sister, the people from the imperial preceptor's palace went to the academy and asked, to go to the palace, to treat the former crown princess. She was worried that she wouldn't have a chance to enter the palace. I've brought you the small medicine box. Gu Xiaoshan took down the small basket on her back. If you go to the city gate. I'll ask the people from the imperial preceptor's palace to wait there. If you don't go, I'll go and tell them. Gu Xiaoshan was very thoughtful. She didn't reveal Gu Jiao's whereabouts and also took into account whether Gu Jiao would go or not. At this moment, everyone was shocked to find that Gu Xiaoshan had grown up. She was no longer the village bully who bullied her brother-in-law with a group of bad friends. Gu Xiaoshan took in the expressions of the 3 people. She was confused and panted, Why are you looking at me like this? Did I do something wrong? Should I reject them directly? Gu Jiao walked over and gently held Gu Xiaoshuan's shoulder. No, you did well. Gu Jiao took the small basket. Xiaoheng stood up and said, I'll go with you. Gu Chengfeng opened his eyes wide and said, Hey, are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of being recognized if you two go together? Gu Jiao nodded. Okay, you can be my medicine boy. Gu Chengfeng, you two were really helping each other when the other was doing something bad. You never stopped them. Gu Chengfeng couldn't stop them. Xiaoheng had someone go to a ready-made clothing store to buy a set of men's clothes. She tried to make herself look like a medicine boy. Medicine boys couldn't wear masks when they entered the palace, so they could only disguise themselves. Gu Chengfeng said, in such a hot day the human skin mask won't stick. It'll fall off. Gu Jiao said, I'll let you see what the head-changing technique is. A moment later, when Xiaoheng appeared in front of Gu Chengfeng again, Gu Chengfeng couldn't recognize her. Most of Xiaoheng's beauty was hidden. She looked like an ordinary face. Even the most iconic pair of phoenix eyes were covered by Gu Jiao. You have this ability? Gu Chengfeng was stunned. He wanted to learn. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng left Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Xiaoheng's carriage and Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's carriage couldn't be used. The two of them went to a nearby carriage shop to hire a carriage. Although the street where Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion was located was very lively, it was actually very remote. After all, it was a special business. The further it was from the central district, the better. They needed to pass through a ridge of fields and walk through a small forest path to reach the official road in the outer district. In the carriage, Gu Jiao held Xiaoheng's cold hand and silently comforted her. When the carriage was halfway through the forest path, Gu Jiao's ears suddenly twitched. She stood up with a swoosh, reached out a hand and grabbed the coachman of the carriage company. With a whoosh, an arrow whizzed past the place where the driver had just been sitting and nailed heavily into an old locust tree. The tail of the arrow swayed, and the arrow's feathers swayed so much that they left behind afterimages. It was clear to see just how powerful it was. Gu Jiao wanted to rush over, but a row of spear traps suddenly appeared in front of her. The horse was frightened, but it was too late to slow down. Gu Jiao grabbed the reins and forcefully changed the direction of the horse. The sudden sharp turn caused the carriage to deviate. The horse stopped and the carriage flipped to the ground. The moment they fell to the ground, Xiaoheng used his hands to protect Gu Jiao's waist and head. Gu Jiao also reached out to support his head. The two of them didn't care about each other, but they protected each other. The carriage driver's eyes rolled back and he fainted. The carriage fell behind a large tree. Gu Jiao pulled Xiaoheng's hand out of the carriage and used the large tree to block their figures. Xiaoheng looked at the spear traps not far away and then raised his head to look at the large net that had not been set. He immediately understood that this was a premeditated assassination. Someone didn't want them to treat the crown princess. Come out, Xiao Lulang. You can't hide. A man's indifferent voice came from the other end of the small path. Perhaps Xiao Lulang didn't recognize this voice, but Gu Jiao was not unfamiliar with it. Gu Jiao used her eyes to indicate to Xiaoheng to stand there and not move. She calmly walked out from behind the large tree and looked at Han Shitzi, who was riding a tall horse and holding a red-tasseled spear. She indifferently said, So it's you. Han Yi looked down at Gu Jiao and said, Are you very surprised, Xiao Lulang? No, you're not the real Xiao Lulang. That beauty from the Azure Water Women's Academy is. Just who are you? Gu Jiao said, Who am I? Why don't you go to the underworld and ask Nangong Li? Xiaoheng secretly observed Han Yi. He was stalling for time. The crown princess was about to die. Han Yi mockingly said, Such a big tone. You don't really think that killing a crippled Nangong Li makes you so capable, do you? You're simply not this Shizi's match. This Shizi will give you a chance to live. If you're willing to rely on the Han family, the grudges between you and the Han family will be written off. If you're stubborn, then this Shizi will have no choice but to take care of the Han family's trusted aide here, Gu Jiao said without hesitation. All right, I promise you. From now on, I'll be your Han family's advisor. As she spoke, she walked in front of the horse and reached out her hand to Han Yi. Shizi Han, I'm looking forward to working with you. Han Yi choked. What the fuck? Han Yi was simply dumbfounded. He couldn't even comprehend his emotions. He raised his arm in a daze and shook Gu Jiao's hand. Gu Jiao smiled. Alarm bells rang in Han Ye's heart. He wanted to dodge, but Gu Jiao had already grabbed his hand and pulled him down from the horse. He was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Gu Jiao raised her foot and fiercely stomped on his chest. Chapter 721. Gu Jiao didn't underestimate her enemy. She used almost all her strength to kick him. Han Yi grew up in the military camp and had been to many battlefields, but he had never seen such a decisive and ruthless person. That murderous aura made him, the Han family's legitimate son, shudder. However, Han Yi was not an ordinary master. He quickly reacted. He grabbed the spear in his hand and held it tightly with both hands, blocking Gu Jiao's foot. With a crack, his left arm was dislocated. Unexpectedly, such great strength. Even if he didn't have time to use enough internal force, this boy was definitely the first person who could dislocate his arm on the spot. Han Yi used the strength of his right arm to push the spear, causing Gu Jiao to retreat a few steps. He himself flipped over like a carp. He inserted the spear into the ground and raised his hand to connect his dislocated arm. This kind of injury may require rest for a normal person, but he could forget the pain and quickly enter the next battle. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes slightly. He was indeed the #1 young master in Qingdu. The first time she put a sack on him, he was careless and underestimated her. Plus, she used a lot of tricks to help him succeed. It didn't mean that his strength was weak. The second time they fought was at home in Willow Lane. At that time he didn't even use half of his strength. Halfway through, the Black Wind King appeared and the two sides stopped fighting. Today was the day that they would truly fight one-on-one. Han Yi was much stronger than any of the men of sacrifice and the genie guards she met in the Yen Kingdom. But now she was facing more dangers than just Han Yi. Just in the direction where Han Yi was riding his horse, two other masters arrived in time. Han Yi pointed his spear at the tree where Xiao Heng was and ordered, "Kill that man too." That man. This meant that Han Yi had no idea that Xiao Heng was behind the tree. He simply wanted to silence him. In fact, Gu Jiao had some doubts in her heart. The Han family had just met with an accident, and before the second Master Han's bones were cold, Han Yi had assassinated the doctor that the monarch had found for the former crown princess. Was Han Yi really not afraid of death? Or was it that Han Yi had absolute confidence that he could silence them without leaving any traces behind? Han Yi was not Han Che. He would not ignore the consequences. He was meticulous and powerful. Gu Jiao believed that he had the confidence to kill her. But more than that, Gu Jiao guessed that Han Yi had no way out. Or rather, the crown prince had no way out. The former crown princess's injury was strange. They couldn't let the crown princess wake up. Was it because once the crown princess woke up, they would be able to identify the murderer? If that was the case, then Han Ye's actions today could be justified. Two experts rushed towards Xiao Heng. Gu Jiao threw out two black fire pearls. "Dodge!" Han Yi shouted. The experts dodged perfectly. It seemed that Han Yi had come prepared. He was very clear about her methods. One Han Yi was already very difficult to deal with. Now there were two more. She was a bit overwhelmed. The two experts continued to rush towards Xiao Heng. Gu Jiao went forward to block them. Han Yi stabbed with his spear. Gu Jiao tapped the ground with the tip of her foot. She took a few steps on the tree, turned in the air and somersaulted. She landed on one knee on the other side of Han Yi. She shot out two Tanghua needles from her fingertips. The two experts thought that they were black fire pearls and hurriedly dodged again. Gu Jiao came in front of Xiao Heng. She took down the small basket and handed it to Xiao Heng. Her eyes were like torches as she looked around. "You go first. Bring the medicine box to the state preceptor." "Can he open it?" Xiao Heng asked. Xiao Heng knew a little about the secret of the medicine box. For example, other than Gu Jiao, ordinary people couldn't open it. Gu Jiao said, "If you can't open it, you can try. Didn't you knock it open once?" That was a long time ago. When they were still in the countryside of Zhao country, Gu Jiao was whipped by Marquis Gu. He went to apply medicine for Gu Jiao and accidentally knocked over the medicine box. It was at that time that he found that the medicine box was very portable. He didn't mention it to Gu Jiao. He just mentioned it not long ago. "Did you not close the lid properly?" Xiao Heng asked. "I closed it properly." Gu Jiao said, "If you can't open it, you can kick it with your feet." Xiao Heng, the medicine box. Xiao Heng had disguised himself. Naturally, Han Yi didn't recognize him. But how could he leave him alive? Han Yi sneered, "He can't leave. You should give up." Gu Jiao pressed down on the dagger at her waist. She didn't expect to fight when she went out, so she didn't bring a weapon. She could only use this for now. A dagger really didn't have an advantage against a long spear. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, there was the sound of something breaking through the air from the forest behind her. Catch! Gu Jiao grabbed it with her hand. A long spear fell into her hand. Gu Qingfeng used his qinggong to descend from the sky. Without waiting for him to land, Gu Jiao promptly said to him, "Take him away." Gu Qingfeng nodded solemnly. He turned around and grabbed Xiao Heng's arm. Taking Xiao Heng with him, he jumped over the heads of the two masters. One of the masters flew up and wanted to grab Gu Jiao, but he was shot down by Gu Jiao. Gu Qingfeng wanted to be the one who stayed, but he knew that this was the most suitable arrangement. Chase. Han Yi said to the two masters. The injured master clutched his chest and chased after Gu Qingfeng and Xiao Heng with his companion. Han Yi looked at the four people, then looked at Gu Jiao and snorted, "I don't care who you are, and I don't care how many masters you have gathered around you. Today none of you will leave this forest alive." "Is that so?" Gu Jiao gripped the long spear in her hand. Her eyes flashed and she took up her stance. "Very good. Let me experience your spear skills." Han Yi smiled coldly, "Or I'll give you another chance." "Who taught you your spear skills?" "Beautiful monk, but that's none of your business. You don't deserve to know. You people from the Han family don't deserve to know." Gu Jiao stabbed out with her spear. Han Yi felt an incomparably cold murderous aura. This clearly wasn't a regular spear, but why did it emit a boundless spear intent in this brat's hand? That's right, this was the silver spear that Gu Qingfeng used in operas. It was lighter than a regular spear, and much lighter than Gu Jiao's red-tasseled spear. Even so, Han Ye's arm was still slightly numb when he blocked the spear. This brat. What terrifying strength. I must kill him today, or else he will become a great threat to the Han family in the future. Han Yi didn't waste any more time, nor did he show any mercy. "I brought my spear here to experience your spear skills, but I probably didn't tell you that I'm best at swordsmanship." After he finished speaking, he stabbed the spear in his hand into the ground and pulled out the treasured sword on his saddle. The light of the sword flashed past Gu Jiao's eyes. In a flash, the assassination attempt on Xiao Heng flashed through Gu Jiao's mind. At that time the assassin used a long sword. A guess appeared in her mind. That night the person was you. Second Master Han was just a scapegoat, the real murderer was Han Yi. Han Yi was stunned for a moment before he realized that Gu Jiao was probably referring to the assassination attempt on Xiao Lulang in the middle of the night 2 days ago. Han Yi didn't deny it, only saying, "You and Xiao Lulang are indeed related. That's all the more reason to kill you." He couldn't let the crown princess get such a powerful master. The two sides started to compete again. Rumors like to exaggerate. If a person only had 1% of strength, they would often be praised as 90%. However, Han Yi was different. He had 10% of strength, but the world only knew 30% of it. Gu Jiao had only recovered 40% of her strength from her previous life, so she wasn't Han Ye's opponent. Gu Jiao's body was gradually covered with wounds. She used her spear to support her gradually weakened body, and raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. The #1 master of the younger generation in Xingdu was indeed worthy of her reputation. Han Yi looked at Gu Jiao proudly. "What other skills do you have? Show me all of them." "I have a lot of skills. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to live until the end." Shameless boasting. Han Yi swung his sword at Gu Jiao to stab her. Gu Jiao's spear touched the ground and she jumped up. Her toes hooked on a tree branch above her head, and she used the momentum to fly above Han Ye's head. Then, like a dragon soaring into the sea, she chopped down with her spear. Han Yi cut her spear in half with one move. Her body continued to fall, and Han Ye's sword went straight for her heart. She didn't dodge. In a situation where there was a great disparity in strength, she could only hurt herself to kill the enemy. Her previous attack was all a feint. She actually wanted to use her body to catch Han Ye's sword. When the sword entered his body, the distance between them shortened, and the dagger hidden in her left hand could cut his throat. Han Yi realized what Gu Jiao wanted to do and his eyebrows jumped. Madman. This youth from Zhao country was a madman. In order to kill him, he didn't even want his own life. Gu Jiao only had this one chance, but Han Yi didn't. His realm was higher than Gu Jiao's, so he didn't need to take this risk. He planned to stop. Gu Jiao reached out her hand, wanting to grab his sword with her bare hands. This boy wanted to cut off his hand. Han Ye's heart flashed with a chill. This boy's tenacity was really amazing. He had seen ruthless people, but he had never seen someone this ruthless. His sword could cut iron like mud. He dared to guarantee that all 4 of his fingers would be cut off. Just as Gu Jiao was about to die together with Han Yi, a strong sword energy came from the forest, fiercely shaking Han Ye's sword away from Gu Jiao's hand. Gu Jiao grabbed empty air. She fell down, but she didn't fall on Han Ye's body and she didn't fall on the messy grass. She fell into a familiar embrace. She raised her eyes and dazedly looked at the young handsome face that suddenly appeared in front of her. The little Ahog on the top of her head stood up. He carried her in a princess carry and lightly landed on the ground, gently placing her under a large tree. He took off his cloak and placed it on the ground, letting her sit on his cloak. His cloak was clean and carried a refreshing fragrance. On the other hand, she had already been covered in dust from the fight. Her little face was dirty and she looked like a stray cat. She looked at him with a confused expression. "And, why are you here?" He didn't rush to answer, but raised his hand to pick the grass and fallen leaves from her hair. He looked at her with a gentle gaze and gently rubbed her head, saying, "Wait for me here." After saying this, he acted like a parent worried that his child wouldn't be able to sit still. He took off the brocade pouch from his waist and handed it to Gu Jiao. "There's food inside." "Gu Jiao." Han Yi was badly shaken by the sword aura just now. Half of his arm was numb and it took him a while to regain his senses. He looked warily at the young man who appeared out of nowhere, his gaze cold as he said, "Who are you? What sect do you belong to?" The man stood up and turned to look at Han Yi. The gentleness and doting in his eyes disappeared, and in its place was a murderous aura. He stood with his sword and said word by word in the language of the Yen Kingdom, "Underground Martial Arts Arena, Gu Changqing." Chapter 722. Underground Martial Arts Arena, the secret organization that specializes in collecting masters from various countries? Han Yi had seen the masters there before. Many of his sparring partners came from there, but most of those masters were not his opponents at all. This person looked younger than him. Han Yi did not believe that there was someone of the same age who could beat him in martial arts. Han Yi thought for a moment and said coldly, "Are you also the reinforcements invited by the dethroned crown princess?" I really underestimated her. In these years of imprisonment in the Imperial Mausoleum, she really did have a lot of secret plans. "Were you also the one who assassinated the brocade guard in the Crown Prince's residence?" Assassinate the brocade guard in the Crown Prince's residence? Gu Changqing glanced behind him and a trace of danger flashed in his eyes. Gu Jiao blinked and pointed at her fingers. "If I don't admit it, it's not me." Gu Changqing had been in the Yen Kingdom for a long time and could speak Yen Kingdom's language fluently. However, he did not have the talent for languages and could still hear some slight differences in the accent. "Which country are you from?" Han Yi asked. Han Yi wanted to recruit masters for his own use. He did not know that Gu Changqing was Gu Jiao's elder brother. He only thought that they were allies who worked for the dethroned crown princess. This kind of relationship was often the easiest to break. Gu Changqing was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He hurt his sister like this. He wanted to cut him back sword by sword and knife by knife. Gu Changqing did what he thought. Where Gu Jiao was hurt, Gu Changqing made Han Yi suffer 3 times the injury. After dozens of moves, each of his moves saw blood. Han Yi was being suppressed very badly. He was being beaten up by Gu Changqing. Gu Jiao opened Gu Changqing's silk pouch. There was a packet of dried meat, Gu Jiao's favorite, a small packet of crab cakes, Gu Jiao's favorite, and a small box of dried plums, Gu Jiao's favorite. Gu Jiao took out the dried meat and ate it while watching the duel. She could clearly see that Gu Changqing's martial arts had greatly improved compared to when he was in Zhao country. It seemed that he had been dueling a lot in the underground martial arts arena these days. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. All the rewards must have been obtained after going through untold hardships and difficulties. "You're not qualified to bully my sister," Gu Changqing said coldly and kicked Han Yi in the chest, sending him flying. Han Yi didn't understand the words spoken in the language of the state of Zhao. He only felt that this person's martial arts were unbelievably strong. Ever since he was young, he had never met a worthy opponent among his peers. The young man in front of him was the first. As if reading Han Ye's thoughts, Gu Changqing said coldly, "You're wrong. You're the second. If it wasn't for my sister's strength being suppressed by the protective talisman, you little brat would have been a pile of mud." Han Yi wanted to retreat, but Gu Changqing didn't give him a chance to retreat. He cut his back with a sword. He fell forward and rolled a few times on the ground. He only managed to stabilize himself when he hit a tree stump. His blood flowed all over the ground. Gu Jiao gnawed on a piece of dried meat. Oh, it was good to eat. The difference in strength between Gu Changqing and Han Yi wasn't so big that Han Yi would be defeated like this. The reason why Han Yi was being beaten was because he had hurt Gu Jiao and touched Gu Changqing's reverse scale. When people were angry, they could always stimulate their potential and battle strength. Han Yi was lying on the ground with serious injuries. He tried to grab his sword, but Gu Changqing flicked it away. Gu Changqing raised his sword and chopped down at Han Ye's head. Han Yi closed his eyes. At this critical moment, 3 hidden weapons were shot from the side with a whooshing sound. Gu Jiao's eyebrows twitched. She waved her hand and shot out Tanghua needles. 2 of the hidden weapons were blocked. The other one was blocked by Gu Changqing's sword. The moment Gu Changqing blocked the hidden weapon, a man in silver robes used his qinggong to pick up Han Yi from the ground and take him away. Gu Changqing looked at Gu Jiao under the tree and resisted the urge to chase after them. But it was impossible for him to let Han Yi go so easily. He slashed out a ray of sword energy in the air. The other party didn't expect him to have this move and didn't have time to take Han Yi away. Ah! With a scream, Han Ye's hamstring was cut off by the sword energy. It's Qi Xian, Gu Jiao said. Qi Xian of the Tang sect? Gu Changqing frowned. That's him. Gu Jiao nodded. Gu Changqing said, I've heard of this person in the underground martial arts arena. Qi Xian also came to Xingdu of the Yan Kingdom through the underground martial arts arena. He was ranked 7th on the expert list of the underground martial arts arena of the Yan Kingdom. Gu Changqing was now ranked 11th. But it took Qi Xian 2 years to reach 7th place. Gu Changqing had only been here for 2 months. In these 2 months, Gu Changqing had been fighting almost day and night, just to get to Xingdu as soon as possible. Gu Changqing put away his long sword and came to Gu Jiao. He knelt down on one knee and asked her, Does it hurt? What's hurt? It doesn't hurt. Gu Jiao shook her head lightly. Gu Jiao's injuries were mainly on her arms and front shoulders. It could be seen how hard she fought with Han Yi. I wanted to go with you, but you're already on your way. Gu Yan's situation at that time was not suitable for him to travel. Fortunately, he had the admission papers sent by his master in Little Jing Kong. Gu Changqing didn't expect so many things to happen in the capital after he left. He was not a person who would regret, but at this moment he couldn't help but think that if he left a few days later, would he be able to come to the Yan Kingdom with them? But on second thought, it might be a good thing that he didn't come with them. It was better not to let his younger siblings see his dark days in the underground martial arts arena. How's Yan? He asked. The operation was very successful. Gu Jiao said. Gu Changqing was slightly stunned. The operation has been done? Gu Jiao nodded. Yes, I did the operation myself. Gu Changqing was relieved. He couldn't help but ask, will it relapse in the future? Gu Jiao said seriously, recover well. The probability of relapse is not high. Gu Changqing's lips slightly curved into a gentle arc. Jiao Jiao is really amazing. Gu Jiao seriously agreed. Yes, I think I'm amazing too. Gu Changqing laughed out loud. He carried Gu Jiao to the side of a wild lotus pond. He bent down and plucked a large lotus leaf. He handed it to the coachman beside him and said in the language of the Yan Kingdom, beat my brother well. He almost called her sister. The coachman suddenly understood. So they were brothers? No, you spoil your brother so much. You have to. Let him down. Let him hold the umbrella himself. You can't spoil him. The coachman obediently held the lotus leaf umbrella for Gu Jiao. The top of his head suddenly became cool. Gu Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 723. The novel will be updated more quickly. With Gu Qingfeng's lightness skill, it was not a problem for him to get rid of the 2 masters of Han Yi. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng and Xiao Heng should have already met up with the people of the State Preceptor Hall with the small medicine box. Gu Changqing continued to carry Gu Jiao forward. My carriage is just ahead. After passing through this forest we will arrive. There are also a few people from the martial arts arena accompanying me. He explained the situation to Gu Jiao in advance, so that they would not find strangers there when they arrived. If Gu Jiao did not want to see the people from the martial arts arena, he would let her wait nearby while he drove the carriage over. Okay. Gu Jiao did not mind. Thinking of something, Gu Changqing asked, by the way, the 2 people just now, one is Qi Xian, who is the other? Gu Jiao said, the heir of the Han family, Han Yi. Gu Changqing muttered, "The crown prince's mother's family?" Gu Jiao grunted, hugged his neck and looked at him curiously. "You know about this?" Gu Changqing tilted his head slightly at her with a bit of intimacy and said in a lighter tone, "I asked about some news of Xing Du at the martial arts arena." After a pause he asked, "Why did he want to kill you?" Gu Jiao said, "The former crown princess was injured. The monarch asked me to save the former crown princess, but he did not want me to go. In addition, I have some other grievances with the Han family." Gu Changqing frowned. "Other grievances?" "It's a long story." Gu Jiao was a person who could use her hands but not her mouth, so her words were very concise and comprehensive, and every sentence hit the nail on the head. Gu Changqing was silent after hearing this. He never expected that Gu Qingfeng would also come, and in such a way. Even when he was fighting at the border, he had already noticed the growth of his second brother, but he had never thought that it would be such a great growth. Actually, he didn't need Gu Qingfeng to be so tenacious. It wasn't just him. In fact, his grandfather didn't put too much pressure on Gu Qingfeng either. As for his second son, it was enough for him to be a carefree and happy young master of an aristocratic family for the rest of his life. In a situation where there was no external force to force him, he carried the burden on his own shoulders. They were all constantly growing in order to protect the people they cared about. There were too many shocking things. Other than Gu Qingfeng's experience as a slave in the Han family, there were also the grudges between Gu Jiao and Han Che and Han Shizi, as well as the entanglement between Xiao Heng and the Yan royal family. It looked like this trip to Great Yan was not going to be a peaceful one. While the siblings were talking, the carriage was already in front of them. There were a total of 3 carriages. The last carriage was the most ordinary one used to transport luggage. The middle carriage, the most spacious one, belonged to Gu Changqing. The leading carriage, which was ordinary, belonged to the manager of the underground martial arts arena, Peng Hai. He was the one who recommended Gu Changqing to Xing City. The fact that Gu Changqing could bring Gu Jiao to see him proved that this person was trustworthy. Peng Hai was a man in his 30s, but he looked like he was in his 40s due to his anxious appearance. From afar, he saw Gu Changqing carrying a person on his back and bringing another person with him, walking towards them with steady steps. Peng Hai suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. This king of hell went into the forest and actually brought 2 people back? And he even carried one of them on his back. Anyone who dared to come within 3 feet of the king of hell would be beaten up like a dog. Otherwise, how did the title of king of hell come about? And because the coachman wanted to hold the lotus leaf umbrella for Gu Jiao, he would bump into Gu Changqing from time to time, but Gu Changqing didn't show any anger in his eyes. Peng Hai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Peng Hai got off the carriage and walked towards Gu Changqing asking, "Changqing, what's going on?" Gu Changqing calmly explained, "Someone was robbed in the forest. After asking, I found out that she was a fellow villager from Zhao country. She was injured." "Coachman, and now she's not a younger brother?" The coachman was a nobody, so he naturally wouldn't care about the private affairs of these nobles. Working in Xing City, one should mind their own business. Gu Changqing carefully weighed the information he got from Gu Jiao before deciding to temporarily hide his relationship with Gu Jiao and the others. "Peng Hai, like hell I'll believe you. Your aura is different." Gu Changqing didn't care whether Peng Hai believed him or not. Even if he didn't believe him, Peng Hai had no evidence. He came to Xing City with Peng Hai and Peng Hai was his guarantor. If something happened to him, Peng Hai would be implicated. So it could be said that he and Peng Hai were in the same boat. Peng Hai smiled and said to Gu Jiao, "My surname is Peng and my first name is Hai. I see that you're quite young, so you can call me Brother Hai or Big C." Gu Jiao thought for a moment, Fatty Big C? How could someone have such a strange name? Peng Hai was speechless. "Can I trouble you to lend me some medicine?" Gu Changqing said to Peng Hai. He paused and said, "I want to send my fellow villager back. Can I trouble you to send this coachman back? I'll meet you at the inn later." "Do you know which inn?" Peng Hai asked. "The Floating Cloud Inn," Gu Changqing said. Seeing that he remembered correctly, Peng Hai turned around and went to his carriage to get the medicine. He took the bottle with the best effect. By the time he came to deliver the medicine to Gu Changqing had already carried Gu Jiao into the carriage. Gu Jiao's left ankle was swollen badly. Even her instep was swollen, and her shoe was about to burst open. Gu Changqing sat down beside Gu Jiao, picked up her foot and gently placed it on his lap. "Let me take a look. Bear with it." When Peng Hai came to deliver the medicine to Gu Changqing, He caught a glimpse of Gu Changqing taking off her shoe and holding her white, tender, chubby foot with his broad palm. Peng Hai was stunned. Was it that shocking? You. Don't tell me you're interested in her? No wonder you're not interested in women. It turns out you're interested in men. Moreover, she's so much smaller than me. Do you have any shame? No wonder Peng Hai misunderstood. Gu Changqing was too difficult to get along with. Once, the most famous courtesan took the initiative to throw herself into his arms, but he thought she was an assassin and knocked her down. That courtesan had broken 3 of her ribs and was still lying on the bed. Public morals were deteriorating day by day. Peng Hai handed the medicine through the window and put it on the table. Then he left without looking back. Imperial Palace, Zhaoyang Hall. Sheng Wanyan's breath was gradually weakening. The Imperial Preceptor gave her a life-prolonging pill, but it didn't have much effect. The Emperor didn't go to the morning court. He wandered around the room looking at the door from time to time. His eyes were cold and ruthless. He was a tyrant, a madman. No one knew what terrible things he would do in anger. All the palace servants were silent. He impatiently shouted, "Still not coming? Is the disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Hall dead?" The Imperial Preceptor Hall had an outstanding status. The Emperor of Great Yen rarely used such heavy words to reprimand the Imperial Preceptor Hall. Zhang Dequan hurriedly trotted out and said to the eunuch at the door, "Go and see if the disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Hall has come back." The Emperor looked at the Imperial Preceptor and angrily said, "I already said to let Wang Su bring people to kidnap him. You said to let the disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Hall invite him here." The Imperial Preceptor said, "I'm afraid Wang Su can't kidnap that kid." The Emperor coldly flicked his sleeve. He's coming. Zhang Dequan suddenly rushed into the room and said excitedly, "The disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Hall brought him here." The Emperor frowned and said, "Quickly let them in." "Yes." Zhang Dequan shouted outside, "Hurry up, all of you hurry up." They were in a hurry. The disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Hall and Xiao Heng almost rushed to Zhaoyang Hall at full speed. Although Gu Jiao had entered the palace, she did not have an audience with the Emperor. Therefore the Emperor did not know Xiao Lulang. His gaze fell on the ordinary-looking young man and said, "You are Xiao Lulang?" Xiao Heng looked at the screen in front of the bed and said, "I am Xiao Liulang's medicine boy. We were chased on the way and she was stopped by the assassins. This is her medicine box." As he spoke, he took down the small basket on his back and handed it to Zhang Dequan who was beside him. He knew to hand it to the eunuch in charge. This was not a rule that an ordinary medicine boy could understand. However, at this critical juncture, no one would care about this small detail. The Emperor wanted to invite a doctor for the former crown princess. In the end, the doctor was assassinated on the way here. No one would believe that this was a coincidence. The Emperor was furious. "Call Wang Su here." Zhang Dequan hurriedly said, "Yes." The Imperial Preceptor Hall gave Xiao Heng a deep look. Xiao Heng also glanced at the Imperial Preceptor Hall. This person was very similar to the Imperial Preceptor that Gu Jiao had described. He appeared beside the Emperor without any flattery or fear. He should be the Imperial Preceptor Hall. The Imperial Preceptor Hall knew that Gu Jiao did not have a medicine boy by her side. Otherwise, she would have brought him along when she went to perform the surgery on Gu Yen last time. Of course, he could also say that he was new. He just did not know if the Imperial Preceptor Hall would believe him. "Give me the medicine box," the Imperial Preceptor Hall said to Zhang Dequan. Zhang Dequan took out the small medicine box and handed it to the Imperial Preceptor Hall. The Imperial Preceptor Hall picked up the small medicine box and walked behind the screen. Xiao Heng's gaze was fixed on the screen. It was only a few steps away but he could not cross it. "That medicine boy, come and help," the Imperial Preceptor Hall said lightly. Xiao Heng's eyes moved. He did not care if the Emperor agreed or not and walked over. The Imperial Preceptor Hall put the small medicine box on the stool beside the bed and said to Xiao Heng, "Open it. You didn't even try and directly asked me to open it. Are you too lazy to do it yourself, or do you know that only I can open it in this room?" Xiao Heng's heart flashed with doubts. But to be honest, he was not sure whether he could open it or not. If he couldn't open it, would he really have to kick it in front of the Imperial Preceptor? Fortunately, Xiao Heng gently touched it and it automatically popped open. It was very easy to open. The Imperial Preceptor Hall's face did not change at all. He took out hemostatic medicine and several medicines that Xiao Heng had never seen before from the medicine box. Then he began to deal with Sheng Wanyan's injuries. Sheng Wanyan was bruised all over. The minor injuries had been dealt with by the Imperial Preceptor Hall. The next thing to deal with was the serious injury on her waist. Shangguan Yan's situation was not good. Even with the emergency medicine, she could only be temporarily stabilized. The Imperial Preceptor Hall said, "She needs surgery." The Emperor said from behind the screen, "Then give her the surgery." The Imperial Preceptor Hall said, "I can't do this surgery. Only Xiao Lulang can do it. Moreover, she doesn't have much time. If she can't be operated on within half an hour, she will lose the last chance to be treated." Half an hour, Xiao Heng clenched his fingers. The Emperor sent Wang Su and the disciples of the Imperial Preceptor Hall to pick up Xiao Lulang. If they didn't bring him back, they would be beheaded. Xiao Lulang was being hunted down. No one could guarantee that he was still alive. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, it would take more than half an hour to get from the Imperial Palace to the place where the incident happened. Even if the Han family's Black Wind Cavalry were used, it would be impossible to bring him back in time. A suffocating atmosphere filled the entire Zhaoyang Hall. Shangguan Yan's life was fading away. Xiao Heng's heart was aching. He suddenly couldn't breathe. Was he worried about Jiao Jiao? Or, the Imperial Preceptor pinched Shangguan Yan's wrist. "Not good, her pulse is gone." Xiao Heng's eyes trembled. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Coming! Coming!" Outside the door, Zhang Dequan's excited voice sounded. It was Wang Su who led the people into the palace. As soon as he arrived at the palace gate, he met Gu Jiao who was coming down from the carriage. "Get out." Gu Jiao strode into the room. The Emperor, Gu Jiao, you also get out." The Emperor was thrown out. In the room, except for Xiao Heng and the Imperial Preceptor, everyone was cleared out by Gu Jiao. Xiao Heng waited outside the screen. The scene was a bit bloody. Gu Jiao didn't want him to see it. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box and disinfected her hands with disinfectant. The Imperial Preceptor described Shangguan Yan's situation. Gu Jiao quickly came to a conclusion. There are 2 fractures in the waist with many soft tissue contusions and more potential injuries. This place is not suitable for surgery. Prepare a stretcher. The Imperial Preceptor glanced at her and reminded her, "She has no pulse." Gu Jiao raised a pair of gloved hands and came to the bed. Looking at the bloodless Shangguan Yan, she calmly and quickly said, "I know, save her first. 1 milligram of epinephrine ready to inject." Chapter 724. The novel is updated faster. After using 4 bottles of epinephrine, Shangguan Yan's blood pressure and pulse were restored. "Blood pressure is normal, pulse is normal," the State Preceptor said. "Stretcher," Gu Jiao said. She put away the sphygmomanometer. The State Preceptor went to the door and ordered a disciple of the State Preceptor Hall to take his junior brothers to carry the stretcher. The king frowned and said, "Where are we going to carry her?" The State Preceptor said, "The State Preceptor Hall, she can't be treated here." The king didn't ask why they couldn't treat her. He just frowned and said to Zhang Dequan, "You go too." "Yes." Zhang Dequan and the disciples of the State Preceptor Hall carried the stretcher, mainly the disciples of the State Preceptor Hall. Xiao Heng looked deeply at Shangguan Yan who was covered in blood, being carried out on a stretcher. His heart tightened for no reason. This feeling was too strange. Gu Jiao had already taken off her gloves. When she brushed past him, she secretly pinched his fingers. This seemingly inadvertent small action had a silent comfort. Then she went out of the door and said, "Medicine boy, keep up." The king's eyes fell on Gu Jiao's young and immature face, and his eyes flashed with suspicion. Obviously Gu Jiao was too young. It was hard to believe that her medical skills were persuasive. But the king heard the whole process of Gu Jiao's rescue. Indeed, Gu Jiao was the one who took the lead. Her voice was young and inexperienced, but her tone revealed calmness that was inconsistent with her young age. The king said to Gu Jiao in a deep voice, "If you can't cure her, bring me your head." Gu Jiao glanced at the king and said, "If she's cured, won't you bring me your head to thank me?" The king angrily said, "You." Zhang Dequan risked his life to stop the king and said, "Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Saving people is more important. Saving people is more important." "Boy, you're really bold. You even dared to talk back to the king." And to such an extent that they were left speechless. The State Preceptor nodded slightly at the monarch. "We'll leave first. After the operation, I'll immediately send someone to the palace to inform His Majesty of the results." A storm was brewing in the monarch's eyes. Zhang Dequan coughed softly. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Thank you for your trouble, State Preceptor and young Master Xiao. The State Preceptor, Gu Jiao, and Xiao Heng took Shangguan Yen to the carriage of the State Preceptor Palace. The roads in the Yen Kingdom were well built. There were no bumps along the way. With the disciples of the Imperial Preceptor Hall leading the way, the pedestrians made way for them. They were almost unimpeded. Gu Jiao sighed. This is an ancient ambulance. The carriage stopped outside the Qilin Hall. Two disciples of the Imperial Preceptor Palace quickly and steadily carried the stretcher down. The group went straight to the empty room guarded by two men of sacrifice at the end of the right corridor. Xiao Heng waited in the ward where Gu Yan once stayed. If Shangguan Yan's operation was successful, she would also be sent to this ward to recuperate. They are all trustworthy people, the State Preceptor said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao understood. She stepped into the room, put the small medicine box in the groove on the wall, and entered the operating room with the State Preceptor and the two disciples of the Imperial Preceptor Palace who were carrying the stretcher. When the two saw such a scene, they didn't say a word. They silently carried the patient to the operating table. After placing the patient in the prone position as required, they left under the State Preceptor's signal. Gu Jiao looked around and said, "The equipment is different from the last time. Are we entering a different operating room every time?" The State Preceptor came to the sink, carefully washed his hands, opened the cabinet door, and took out two sets of surgical gowns. There are indeed several operating rooms in this dimension according to the needs of the patient. Why is it the same as the small medicine box? Gu Jiao muttered. The State Preceptor lightly said, "Are you curious now? Let's make you think about it last time." Gu Jiao also cleaned up and changed into the surgical gown. She looked around the operating room with advanced equipment and said, "This is the first time I've seen these equipment, but I seem to know how to use them." The State Preceptor looked at her meaningfully. So, Gu Jiao thought seriously and suddenly realized, "I'm really a genius." The State Preceptor was speechless. The State Preceptor saw Gu Jiao take out a box of powder from the cabinet. He asked, "Are you going to use bone cement?" Gu Jiao said, "No, she's still young. She can't use bone cement casually. I'm looking for pedicle screws." Bone cement was a solidified liquid that could be injected into the repair site through puncture. After it hardened, it would become a part of the human bone. However, it was a foreign body after all. Although the short-term effect was good, there might be long-term complications. After a long time, it might require a second infusion. The State Preceptor asked, "Haven't you considered conservative treatment?" Gu Jiao opened another cabinet. "Let her lie down for 3 months? With her temper, I'm afraid she can't lie down." "I found it." The State Preceptor looked at Shangguan Yen and then looked at Gu Jiao. He didn't ask how Gu Jiao knew about Shangguan Yan's temperament. But to be honest, considering all of Shangguan Yan's injuries, she was indeed not suitable for conservative treatment. Everything was ready. Gu Jiao and the State Preceptor came to the two sides of the operating table. Gu Jiao, the patient's condition. The State Preceptor, the anesthesia is complete. Her heart rate and blood pressure are normal. Gu Jiao, the operation begins. Xiao Heng stood quietly in the side room and waited. Zhang Dequan also came over. He didn't know if he volunteered or the Emperor asked him to come. There were many side rooms here, but he didn't stay in the side room. Instead, he walked back and forth in the corridor. He was worried that he would make too much noise and affect Shangguan Yan's treatment, so he walked very quietly. He tiptoed like a thief. Xiao Heng seemed calmer than him, but his heart was in turmoil. After experiencing life and death, there were few things in the world that could make him feel uneasy. Gu Jiao had successfully escaped from danger. His uneasiness at this moment came from another woman. But it was strange, wasn't it? He tried to calm himself down. Worrying was useless. What he needed to do now was to figure out the whole story and find out the initiator of the incident as well as the executioners who helped the tyrant. Eunuch Zhang. He stopped Zhang Dequan in the corridor. He remembered that the little eunuch in Zhaoyang Hall called him that. Zhang Dequan stopped and looked at Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng had changed his appearance. At this time he had an ordinary face. Even his phoenix eyes had turned red phoenix eyes. Zhang Dequan didn't recognize him. "You are Xiao Yolang's medicine boy?" Zhang Dequan asked. "Yes." Xiao Heng said. "Ah." Zhang Dequan saw that Xiao Heng obviously had something to say. He looked at the operating room guarded by death soldiers and silently walked to Xiao Heng's room. "What's the matter?" Xiao Heng was about to speak when a little eunuch in the palace walked over. Eunuch Zhang, people from the rearguard commandery are here. They want to take Xiao Liulong's medicine boy to the rearguard commandery for interrogation. They were going to investigate the assassination. Xiao Heng was in disguise. He would be exposed after entering the rearguard commandery. There was a high chance that he would be tortured a little if he testified that the Han family's heir was the murderer. Zhang Dequan didn't interfere with the rearguard commandery's arrest. After all, the rearguard commandery was His Majesty's trusted yamen. At this moment, a disciple of the State Preceptor Hall came over. It was the eldest disciple of the State Preceptor Hall, Yi Qing. Yi Qing said to the little eunuch, "This is the State Preceptor Hall. If there's anything, wait until the State Preceptor comes out." The little eunuch opened his mouth. But the rearguard commandery, Yi Qing flicked his long sleeves and said with a strong aura, "The rearguard commandery is not qualified to arrest people in the State Preceptor Hall." The little eunuch was so scared that he trembled. "Yes, I'll pass on the message now." After the little eunuch left quickly, Yi Qing greeted Zhang Dequan and then looked at Xiao Heng. His tone and expression were much more polite than before. "You're young Master Zhao's medicine boy, right? My name is Yi Qing, and I'm the eldest disciple of the State Preceptor Hall. The State Preceptor has prepared some medicinal herbs for young Master Xiao. Come with me to get them." Xiao Heng nodded and walked out of the Qilin Hall with Yi Qing. Yi Qing said, "The little brothers have put the medicinal herbs in the library. It's right in front." Xiao Heng said, "Thank you." The two of them walked toward the library together. Yi Qing suddenly sighed and said, "Such a big thing has happened to the former crown princess. The entire palace is in an uproar. Although the former crown princess has been demoted to a commoner, the concubines have watched her grow up. Before dawn, the concubines asked for a decree to go to the imperial ancestral temple to worship the ancestors and pray for the former crown princess. As the deputy commander of the imperial guards, Heir Han is also in the ranks of the entourage." Xiao Heng's eyes moved and looked at Yi Qing. "Heir Han has been in the imperial ancestral temple all this time?" Yi Qing nodded and said, "Yes, the imperial ancestral temple is in the outer court, which is what the people call the front palace. If the concubines want to go out of the harem, they naturally have the imperial guards to escort them." The concubines prayed until noon. Heir Han's imperial guards escorted the concubines back to the harem before leaving. They were clearly assassinated at 9 in the morning. He had already entered the palace at midnight. If Han Yi had been in the imperial ancestral temple all this time, then Han Yi had a perfect alibi. If he had been taken away by the people of the rearguard commandery and accused Han Yi in front of all the officials, he would definitely be judged as framing. Gu Jiao and Han Yi fought, and the Han Yi in the forest was the real one. The Han Yi in the imperial ancestral temple was a substitute, and he used the same disguise technique as him. No wonder Han Yi dared to personally assassinate the doctor invited by the monarch. If he succeeded, it would be best. If they couldn't succeed, they would be jumping into the pit they had dug by testifying against Han Yi. The result would not only be unable to bring down the Han family, but also make the crown princess's injury a trick to frame the Han family and the crown prince. Good calculation, really good calculation. But why did Yi Qing tell him this? Was it unintentional or intentional? "We're here," Yi Qing said to Xiao Heng. "Let's go in." Xiao Heng and Yi Qing entered the library together. The library was very quiet, which complemented Yi Qing's peaceful temperament. Yi Qing looked like an easy-to-get-along with young man, but with a kind of polite alienation which didn't let people get too close. The disciples saluted him one by one. Eldest senior brother. Yi Qing nodded politely. Yi Qing took Xiao Heng through rows of bookshelves and came to his desk. He looked at the medicine basket on the table and said, "Ah, it's here." "I'll do it," Xiao Heng said. Xiao Heng stepped forward and picked up the heavy medicine basket, but he didn't know if he was too strong, but he accidentally knocked over a painting scroll on the side. Xiao Heng bowed and picked up the painting scroll. "Sorry." Yi Qing took it, spread it out, and smiled. "It's okay, this is the portrait of the imperial grandson painted 3 years ago." The imperial grandson. Xiao Heng's heart flashed a trace of subtlety, and he subconsciously looked at the portrait. When he saw the young man in the portrait and the familiar mole under the young man's right eye, he was stunned. Chapter 725. In the study of Zhanghe Palace, the monarch was reading through a mountain of memorials. The monarch was a tyrant and a madman, but he was not slacking off on the road of ruling the country diligently. Zhang Dequan was not around as he had gone to the Grand Preceptor Palace. The one serving him was Zhang Dequan's godson, also surnamed Zhang. The people in the palace called him Little Zhang. Little Zhang imitated his godfather's usual way of serving the monarch. He fanned when he should and poured tea when he should. He did not say much. However, when Little Zhang was fanning halfway, the monarch suddenly said in a deep voice, "Stand down." Little Zhang trembled in fright. What happened to His Majesty? Was he not serving the monarch well enough? The monarch said coldly, "Call Zhang Dequan here." "Yes." "Wait. Your Majesty." "Forget it. Forget it? Who is it?" "Forget it, forget it. You go or forget it. You don't have to go." Serving His Majesty was indeed not a job that an ordinary person could do. If his godfather was here, he would definitely understand His Majesty's meaning, but he did not. His Majesty had already beaten countless annoying eunuchs to death. Would he also end up without a corpse left behind? If he had known, he would not have curried favor with his godfather and asked for this job. "Your Majesty, Commandant Guan requests an audience," a eunuch reported outside the door. "Come in," the monarch said and frowned at Little Zhang. "Fan him." Little Zhang was relieved. He grabbed the fan and continued fanning the monarch. Commandant Guan Wang Su was here to report to the monarch about the investigation. Wang Su cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I went to the forest where they encountered the assassin and did not find any useful clues. The people from the commandant's manor wanted to capture the medicine boy for questioning, but they were stopped by the people from the Grand Preceptor Palace." The monarch snorted, "You went to the Grand Preceptor Palace to capture someone. You are very bold." Wang Su lowered his head. This subordinate knows his mistake. Although the rearguard commandery was His Majesty's trusted aide, its status in the imperial court was still inferior to the imperial preceptor hall. There was nothing wrong with capturing a medicine boy for interrogation. The only mistake was that he wanted to do it in the state preceptor's hall. How could the imperial preceptor hall face this? In fact, if the former crown princess was not waiting for the operation, Xiao Lulang would have been called to the rearguard commandery to cooperate with the investigation. "Continue investigating," the monarch said. "Yes." Wang Su cupped his fists. This subject will take his leave. He had come here to test His Majesty's attitude and see if he would allow him to take someone from the Grand Preceptor Hall. It seemed that the Imperial Preceptor Hall still held an unshakable position in His Majesty's heart. After Wang Su left, the monarch continued to force himself to calm down and read the memorials. All of a sudden, a little bean was peeking out from outside the door. He seemed to want to come in but was a little hesitant. The moment the monarch looked over, she retracted her little head. The monarch said calmly, "I've seen you. Come in." "Okay." The young Canton princess climbed up the high threshold and jumped in. She did not walk around the desk to the king's side as usual. Instead, she politely stood in front of the desk, wishing that she could be thousands of miles away from the king. The distance between her and the king would never be able to touch her little butt. "Don't you have class today?" the monarch asked. "School is over," the young Canton princess said. "What's the matter?" the monarch asked. The young Canton princess twiddled her little fingers and rolled her eyes. "I want to go outside the palace." The young Canton princess didn't know about Shangguan Yan's matter. No one would talk about this kind of thing with a child, and no one dared to gossip in front of her. Therefore she didn't know that the monarch had something on his mind. The monarch's face was as bad as ever, but even if he didn't have anything on his mind, the young Canton princess was already used to it. The monarch, "Where do you want to go?" The young Canton princess, "The State Preceptor Hall." The monarch, "Why do you want to go to the State Preceptor Hall?" The young Canton princess said with a guilty conscience, Just for fun." She lost her uncle's thrush bird. She heard that the state preceptor was omnipotent, so she wanted to ask him to help her make an identical thrush bird, so that she didn't have to lie and say that she lent the thrush bird to her classmate. The young Canton princess said in a childish voice, "Your Majesty, take me there." The monarch picked up a booklet and said, "I'm very busy." The young Canton princess said wittily, "Let eunuch Zhang take me there." Eunuch Zhang was stunned. The monarch said, "Zhang Dequan is not here." The young Canton princess opened her mouth. The monarch blocked her way in a second and said, "No one else can." The young Canton princess closed her mouth. The monarch thought that the little bean would use her invincible crying attack, but who would have thought that she didn't? The young Canton princess hung her little head in arms and walked away sadly. The monarch, don't you want to struggle? State Preceptor Hall. Zhang Dequan paced back and forth in the corridor so many times that he felt that the soles of his shoes were worn out. He looked at the iron door that was guarded by 2 men of sacrifice and said anxiously, "It's been more than 2 hours. Why hasn't she come out yet? Is the treatment not going well?" He patted his palm with the back of his hand and said, "What should we do? What should we do?" In the operating room, the operation was coming to an end. The pedicle screws had been inserted into the spine, and the next step was to fix these screws with a metal connecting rod. Traditional surgery used a large incision to completely expose the wound, and the connecting rod could be directly inserted into the pedicle screw slots. However, Gu Jiao was doing percutaneous minimally invasive surgery, so she had to use a special rod inserter to insert the rod from the tail of the pedicle screws, and then cross the slots of each nail. This was a subcutaneous puncture and the slots were only so big. Gu Jiao's hand couldn't shake at all, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to go in. The state preceptor looked at Gu Jiao without blinking. Fortunately, Gu Jiao's hand was very steady. "Seal the cap," Gu Jiao said. The state preceptor handed the cap to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao first tightened the cap on the side without the rod inserter, then took out the rod inserter on the other side, and lifted the cap on the other side. Finally, she removed the tail rod and sutured the wound. Gu Jiao took out the protein thread and did an intradermal suture for Shangguan Yan. This way she didn't need to remove the suture, and it would look more beautiful after recovery. The only problem was that it was more difficult than an extradermal suture. "You are very attentive to her," the state preceptor said. "Not bad," Gu Jiao said. The state preceptor and Gu Jiao packed up the medical supplies and asked, "How is your brother's recovery?" Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, "Not bad." Gu Jiao introduced her as a friend to the state preceptor, but during the operation Gu Yen called her sister, so Gu Jiao didn't hide it. Anyway, he knew too much, so he didn't lack this information. After the operation was completed, the state preceptor called an experienced disciple to come over and use the state preceptor's special stretcher to send Shangguan Yan to the side room. Gu Jiao, "Oh, he also knows how to make a stretcher. The state preceptor is not bad." When Zhang Dequan saw Shangguan Yan being pushed out, he rushed forward and asked, "Is the former crown princess okay?" The state preceptor looked at Gu Jiao and said, "Thanks to Dr. Xiao, the operation was very successful." Zhang Dequan looked at Gu Jiao in amazement. He really didn't expect this young man's medical skills to be so brilliant. He didn't understand the difficulty of the operation. Xiao Lulang was the first person to be called a doctor by the state preceptor. "Thank you, Dr. Xiao." Zhang Dequan also changed his words, "I will report your contribution to the emperor." Gu Jiao directly handed him a list. Zhang Dequan was stunned. "This is, Gu Jiao, the consultation fee, medicine fee, let your emperor pay, no credit." Zhang Dequan, the state preceptor, still had some affairs to deal with in the hall, so he left first. Before leaving, he asked someone to call Yu-He. Gu Jiao entered the room with a small medicine box. The other 2 disciples put Shangguan Yan on the bed and then retreated. Gu Jiao's operation directly went from noon to the afternoon. The weather was a bit hot, but fortunately the room was ventilated enough. The breeze blew the fragrance of bamboo in the courtyard, making people not so dry. Shangguan Yan's operation was done with general anesthesia. At this time the anesthetic effect had not yet worn off, so she was sleeping soundly. Her small basket was on the table, but Xiao Heng was not there. Where is husband?" Gu Jiao also put the small medicine box on the table. As soon as her voice fell, Xiao Heng came in with a medicine basket. His expression was somewhat complicated. Seeing Gu Jiao, he was stunned at first, then looked at Shangguan Yan on the bed. "You? How are you?" "Not Shangguan Yan, but how are you?" "Not only the one who was more seriously injured." Gu Jiao lightly said, "I'm fine, she's also fine. The operation was very successful." "Will the stitches be removed in a few days?" Xiao Heng's impression was that the stitches were removed during the operation. Generally, after removing the stitches, the patient would recover. "No need to remove the stitches." Gu Jiao shook her head, "But the nails will be removed in half a year to a year. The specific situation depends on her recovery." "Nails?" Xiao Heng's pupils shrank. Gu Jiao said, "There are 8 screws in her spine." Xiao Heng's eyes were cold, his big hands tightly clenched into fists. His mind flashed the back of her seriously digging the watermelon, and the fear of being rejected by him when she handed the watermelon to him, and the hurt and loneliness that flashed in her eyes when he didn't reach out to take it. He didn't know that she would become like this, he didn't know. Gu Jiao gently pulled Xiao Heng's cold fingers. She will get better. Xiao Heng grabbed Gu Jiao's hand, like grasping the last trace of light and reason in the darkness. His mood gradually calmed down. Well, she will get better. He put the medicine basket on the table. The two people's hands didn't separate. They looked at each other and opened their mouths at the same time. Your feet. One sprained and the other was scratched. It wasn't too obvious at first, but after standing for a long time, the two people's feet were swollen high, almost bursting their shoes. Let me see. Let me see. The two people spoke in unison again. Gu Jiao curved her lips and said, It's okay, I've applied medicine. I've also applied it. Xiao Heng said. Even so, the two still insisted on looking at each other's wounds. Gu Jiao's feet were frighteningly swollen, but it wasn't serious. Xiao Heng's wound was deeper, so Gu Jiao reapplied medicine and bandaged it. Gu Jiao put away the gauze and scissors. Xiao Heng looked at her busy little figure and asked, How did you get rid of Han Yi? Gu Jiao told him about Gu Changqing's appearance. Unfortunately, Qi Xian suddenly appeared and rescued Han Yi. Otherwise, he would have definitely died under Gu Changqing's sword. Of course, Han Yi shouldn't be happy too early. Gu Changqing cut off 2 of his hamstrings. Even if he didn't die, he would be half a cripple. Gu Jiao sat down on the stool next to Xiao Heng and pointed at the medicine basket on the table. Right, what's this? Xiao Heng said, State Teacher Palace's eldest disciple Yi Qing just came over. He said that state teacher prepared medicine for you. I didn't ask him for any medicine. Gu Jiao put the medicine basket on her lap and casually flipped through it. I don't really need it, so I don't need it. It seemed that Yi Qing's medicine was fake, but the message was real. Was it his own idea, or was it state teacher's order? If it was state teacher's order, why would state teacher do this? He even let him see the portrait of the imperial grandson. If he was really just an ordinary medicine boy, state teacher wouldn't do this. But he clearly changed his appearance, so how did state teacher recognize him? Could it be that the rumors were true, that the state teacher of Great Yen knew everything from astronomy to geography, could divination, and could predict fate? Knock, knock, knock. There was knocking on the door. I'm State Teacher Palace's disciple Yu He. Is young Master Xiao here? I had the kitchen make some food and bring it to you. Gu Jiao yawned. Come in. Yu He stepped in and put the food box on the table. I'll be next door. If young Master Xiao needs anything, feel free to call me. Okay. Gu Jiao said. Yu He looked at the two men tightly holding hands. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He turned around and walked out. Although they were men, but they were quite compatible. Xiao Heng didn't have any appetite. But then he remembered that Gu Jiao also hadn't eaten anything all day, so he asked, Are you hungry? Gu Jiao yawned again. I'm okay. Xiao Heng asked softly, Are you tired? Gu Jiao sat up straight, her eyes as big as copper bells. I'm not tired. Xiao Heng said, Then eat something before you sleep. Gu Jiao, okay. In the next second, Xiao Heng's shoulders sank. Gu Jiao's small head leaned down and fell asleep. Xiao Heng felt a burst of heartache and sadness. He put down the lid of the food box, held Gu Jiao's head with his hand and slowly stood up. His arms went around her back and knees, and gently carried her to the small bed. Her energy was as exuberant as little Jing Kong. She rarely got tired like this. She said it lightly, but the fight with Han Yi was definitely not that simple. Xiao Heng gently rolled up her sleeves and saw the hideous wound. 1, 2, 3. She stood on the operating table with her swollen feet and raised the scalpel with her scarred arms. Xiao Heng's eyes were slightly hot, and his chest was swollen. Perhaps only at such a time did he dare to show undisguised emotions in his eyes. He didn't want to stand behind and watch the people around him get hurt one by one. Since he couldn't stay out of the whirlpool, he would let the Han family, the crown prince, and all the people who wanted to trample on them, get involved. How old is the crown prince? 19. Do you know his exact birthday? It seems to be in the 12th lunar month. What a coincidence. My birthday is also in the 12th lunar month. It's New Year's Eve. Xiao Heng sat quietly by the table, looking at the portrait he brought from the library. Then he ground the ink, picked up the brush and dipped it in a drop of ink. Your Majesty. A carriage stopped at the gate of the State Preceptor Hall. The disciples of the State Preceptor Hall hurriedly came forward to salute. The king led the 4-year-old princess out of the carriage. Zhang Dequan followed beside them. The king pointed at the towering gate in front of them and said, "This is the state preceptor hall that you wanted to come to." The princess, "Wow." The king snorted, "What's there to wow about? It's not as big as the palace." "Then I still have to wow." She was a child with a sense of ceremony. After the king got out of the carriage, he let go of the princess's hand and let her walk on her own. His strides were bigger than usual, and it was difficult for the princess to keep up. The king went straight to the Qilin Hall. Just as he reached the gate, he ran into the crown prince and his entourage. The entourage was the crown prince, the crown prince's guards, and a few servants carrying brocade boxes. Prince Ming didn't come because he was grounded by the king. When the crown prince saw the king, he bowed respectfully, "Father." The princess politely greeted, "Cousin Crown Prince." The crown prince smiled pleasantly, "Light Shui is here too." The princess nodded, "Yes, I'm here to play." "What are you doing here?" the king asked the crown prince. The crown prince said, "Father, I'm here to visit third sister." The king's face darkened and said to the crown prince, "Who told you that she's your sister?" The crown prince hurriedly bowed, "Father, please calm down. I've misspoken, please forgive me." The king coldly entered the hall of the Qilin Hall and walked to the corridor on the right. The crown prince respectfully followed the king, slightly half a step behind. As he walked, he said casually, "I've just received the news, Hanyi, he had an accident." The king said lightly, "What can happen to him? He was still in the palace this morning." The crown prince said calmly, "It happened after he left the palace. On the way back he was plotted against and his legs were seriously injured. The whereabouts of the assassin is still unknown." Before he finished, the king pushed open the door to the room where Shangguan Yen was resting. They saw a tall and handsome figure sitting by the bed. He was wearing a plain white gown and his hair was as black as ink. His hair was tied behind his head with a white ribbon. A light breeze blew by, causing his hair tie and black hair to flutter, and it slowly emitted a scholarly temperament that was like an ink painting, yet it also faintly revealed a trace of the nobility of the imperial family. "Who are you?" the crown prince frowned and asked. The other party stood up and turned around unhurriedly. The crown prince suddenly had an ominous premonition. "I can't let him turn around. I can't." No, unfortunately it was too late. Not only did he turn around, but he also revealed a face that was almost the same as the young man in the portrait. Auspicious phoenix eyes with a mole. A 19-year-old handsome face with a trace of clean youth. The crown prince's face suddenly changed. The king looked at Xiao Heng in a daze and walked toward him step by step. Chapter 726. Xiao Heng's clothes were not made of very expensive fabric, but when he wore a plain shirt, he still looked handsome and magnificent. The room was very quiet. No one knew if it was because they were mesmerized by him, or because of the king's reaction. Everyone didn't dare to breathe. Or maybe both. The crown prince summoned his courage and called out, "Father, father?" The king didn't hear him, or maybe he heard and ignored him. From the door to the bed, the king took a long time to walk the short distance of more than 10 steps. He was already past the age where he would be excited about something. His myriad of emotions were hidden in his weather-beaten eyes. He came to the front of the child. The last time the two met face to face, the imperial grandson was only a 5-year-old child. He was less than 2 years old when he returned to Xingdu with Shangguan Yen. When he was 3 years old, the Xinyuan family rebelled. When he was 4 years old, the Xinyuan family was destroyed. When he was 5 years old, he was imprisoned in the imperial mausoleum with the crown princess. Since then, the king could only see him from afar in the state preceptor's palace almost every 2 years. But every time, the king would ask the state preceptor to draw his portrait, so he recognized this child no matter how far he was. The king stopped and stared at Xiao Heng. "Qing." Xiao Heng's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. "Your Majesty?" Everyone was stunned. The king was stunned. "Do you still remember me?" Xiao Heng, "Wait, shouldn't I remember you? I come back to Xingdu every 2 years. Don't you two see each other?" This kind of small situation was naturally not difficult for Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng glanced at the crown prince, who still hadn't recovered from the shock, and said without changing his expression, "That person called you father. I think, except for His Majesty, no one in the Yen kingdom can afford this title." The king came back to his senses. "So you just recognized me. No wonder you left so quickly in the carriage last time." Xiao Heng paused for a moment before he realized what carriage, what last time. No way. Are you that bald old man over there? This happened the night he was chased by Han Yi. The men of sacrifice who came to save him threw him into a carriage. The carriage was split open and he only recognized Zhang Dequan. The monarch asked, "Since you've come to Xingdu, why don't you show up? Why didn't you return to the palace to find me?" Xiao Heng lowered his eyes and said with a sad face, "Because someone is trying to kill me, my mother told me to hide and not come out. But when I heard that my mother was injured, I really can't continue to hide." The monarch's face darkened. The crown prince was a little surprised. First of all, he didn't recognize Xiao Heng. When he first saw him, he really thought that Shang Guanqing had returned. It wasn't until he heard the word kill that he snapped out of his daze. He didn't send anyone to kill Xiao Lulang. From the beginning to the end, he only dealt with Xiao Lulang. That boy's original name was Xiao Heng. His father was Xiao Ji, Marquis Xianping of Zhao Country. When he was 14 years old, he sent someone to assassinate Xiao Heng. Who knew that Xiao Heng faked his death and escaped and survived as Xiao Lulang. Sometimes the crown prince habitually called him Xiao Lulang. But it didn't make sense. Hadn't the mole under Xiao Heng's right eye been removed? So, was this Shang Guanqing or Xiao Heng? He felt that it was more likely to be Xiao Heng. After all, Xiao Heng was in Xingdu. On the contrary, there had been no news of Shang Guanqing for a long time. But Xiao Heng didn't know his background, did he? How could he come to pretend to be Shang Guanqing? The crown prince's mind was in a mess. There was no way for him to sort out his thoughts on this occasion. On the other hand, the young commandery princess at the side skipped in. The monarch introduced, "Light Shui, this is Shang Guanqing. According to seniority, you should call her little aunt." The young commandery princess went to Lingbo Academy for a long time and always interacted with little Jing Kong, who was her age. She almost forgot that she was a junior. She quickly straightened her back and looked up at Xiao Heng with a serious face. She said, "I am Shang Guanshui." This person was so good-looking. She really wanted to grab her face and scream. The young commandery princess had actually met Xiao Heng on the first day of class at Lingbo Academy. However, at that time, Xiao Heng was wearing the uniform of Kanglin Women's Academy. His face was covered with a veil so no one could see his appearance. Xiao Heng pretended that it was the first time he met the young commandery princess. He knelt down on one knee and looked at the little girl at the same level. He smiled and said, "Hello, Aunt Light Shui." Countless pink bubbles appeared on the young commandery princess's head. This nephew was so cute. Unlike Ming Junwang, that annoying fellow. From today onwards she would protect him. The young commandery princess's eyes were so bright that they could sparkle like stars. However, she tried to be reserved and calm on the surface. She said, "Well, hello, little nephew." Shang Guanqing followed his mother's surname, which was somewhat similar to the child of a woman's son-in-law. Therefore, he was not the emperor's grandson. He should not call the emperor grandfather but imperial grandfather. However, Xiao Heng would not easily call him imperial grandfather. Based on the emperor's attitude towards him, Xiao Heng had a preliminary judgment of the emperor's grandson's position in the emperor's mind. The emperor cared about this grandson to a higher degree than he had imagined. Xiao Heng's decision was actually very risky. If the emperor did not like Shang Guanqing, then he would have exposed himself in vain. There were two people lying on the two beds in the room. One was Shang Guanyin, who had just finished an operation and was still in a coma. The other was Gu Jiao, who was so tired that she fell asleep. The emperor's eyes swept over the two people and finally fell on Shang Guanyan's body. He asked, "Did the doctor say how is your mother's condition?" Xiao Heng looked at the sleeping Gu Jiao, clenched his fingers and said, "I heard from the doctor surnamed Xiao that my mother broke her spine in 2 places. In order to save my mother's life, 8 nails were inserted into my mother's back. Iron nails into the bone." The emperor's aura instantly turned cold. His murderous aura instantly filled the entire room. The young commandery princess, who was not afraid of him, subconsciously jumped to Xiao Heng's feet. She turned her head to look at the emperor and hugged Xiao Heng's thigh, becoming his little nephew's leg accessory. Xiao Heng did not move and let her hang there. The emperor was very angry about the crown princess's serious injury. It was unknown whether it was because of the remaining father-daughter relationship or because the emperor's prestige was provoked. Xiao Heng secretly planned in his heart what to say next. "I heard that my mother slipped and fell from the hillside." The emperor looked at him. "My mother's martial arts were abolished before she went to the imperial mausoleum. This matter was known to everyone and was not a secret." Xiao had already heard about it. But the next few words depended on Xiao guess based on Shang Guanyan's performance in Tianxiang Pavilion. But these years, in order to train my body, my mother would accompany me to practice martial arts. I am not talented and did not learn much, but my mother learned a little bit. Directly saying that Shang Guanyan practiced martial arts again, it would seem that she had bad intentions. But if she said that she taught Shang Guanqing, who was weak and sickly, there was no doubt. The emperor recalled Shang Guanyan's appearance when she climbed over the wall of the cold palace. Her martial arts were indeed a bit mediocre. She shouldn't be too powerful. Otherwise she wouldn't have crawled out of the palace through the dog hole. Martial Aunt Nan was also abolished of her martial arts. Xiao Heng knew the highest level of martial arts that could be achieved if she practiced martial arts again. Therefore he did not advocate Shang Guanyan's martial arts. He then said, "My mother is very clever and has a little martial arts. I don't believe that she would fall like this." "That's the imperial palace, ah. Is there someone who dares to do something to your mother in the imperial palace?" The crown prince wanted to say so, but if he really said so, it would make him look very suspicious. The crown prince strode forward and personally moved a stool for the emperor to sit down by the bed. Oh, filial piety is still his. He actually let the emperor stand for so long. Imperial father. The crown prince helped the monarch to sit down and said with a pained expression, "This son also feels that there is something fishy about this matter. Since you have already grounded third Shang Guanyan, this son believes that she will not run out of Xiaoyang Hall without permission. Perhaps she found someone suspicious, so she chased after them." My goodness, on the surface he said that Shang Guanyan's injury was suspicious, but in fact he secretly emphasized that Shang Guanyan disobeyed the emperor's ban. "Who told you to run out of Xiaoyang Hall in the middle of the night? If you obediently listened to the emperor's words, wouldn't everything be fine? If this is not asking for it, then what is it?" The young Junju didn't understand what they were talking about. She hung motionlessly on her nephew's leg, like a confused little fruit. Xiao Heng's eyes were cold, and with the temperament of a young man he said, "How does your royal highness know that my mother was lured out and not kidnapped?" The crown prince choked. "This," Xiao Heng coldly said, "I heard that not long after my mother returned to the imperial palace, your royal highness ordered the guards to hurt my mother." The crown prince refuted, "I didn't. It was the guards who did it. I wanted to stop them, but it was too late. The cause was your mother pushed me. She pushed me down the steps of the pavilion. Do you know how high the pavilion is?" Xiao Heng asked back, "So your royal highness held a grudge and let people throw my mother down from the high hillside?" The crown prince's eyes trembled and he suddenly raised his voice, "I didn't." "Enough, stop quarreling," the emperor sternly said. The young Junju plugged her small ears with her fingers. The emperor said to Zhang Dequan, "Take the young Junju out." "Yes." Zhang Dequan came over and took the young Junju out. "What's the situation? We'll know when your mother wakes up." "How is your body?" the emperor asked Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng was about to say that he was fine, but he remembered that Shang Guanqing was sick. He changed his youthful aura and weakly said, "Still the same." The emperor said, "Since you're here, let the state preceptor take a look at you." Xiao Heng didn't speak. The emperor frowned and looked at him. "What's wrong?" Xiao Heng lowered his eyes and whispered, "Anyway, it can't be cured. You don't have to waste medicinal materials on me." The emperor looked at his weak and sick grandson, and then looked at Shang Guanyan, who was seriously injured and unconscious. He deeply frowned. The room once again fell into a strange silence. The crown prince's heart gradually sank. The emperor was old. Although he was still temperamental and tyrannical, there was an inch of his heart that was not so hard. This point could be seen from his attitude toward the young Junju. He was not so tolerant of the young Shang Guanyan. Did he like the young Junju more? No, he was not as cruel as he was when he was young. Shang Guanyan's injury and the emperor's grandson's illness hit the flesh of his heart. The Xianyuan family was destroyed at the right time. If it was now, who could guarantee that the emperor would raise the butcher's knife to the Xianyuan family, even the babies in swaddling clothes? The crown prince cupped his hands and saluted, "Father, let me investigate this matter. I will definitely find out what happened last night and give justice to third sister." This time the emperor didn't correct him when he said, "third sister." The crown prince secretly clenched his fingertips. "I have my own ideas on this matter." The emperor refused. The crown prince was not surprised by his father's decision. He didn't really want to take the matter into his own hands. He just wanted to show his attitude in front of his father. The emperor looked at Shangguanyen with a complicated look and said to Xiao Heng, "Take good care of your mother. You didn't touch your bedroom." The last sentence was undoubtedly to welcome the emperor's grandson back to the palace. Xiao Heng said almost without thinking, "No, I want to stay in the state preceptor palace to accompany my mother to recover." The emperor didn't say much, stood up and walked out of the door. The crown prince asked the servant to leave the tonic and turned to follow. When he crossed the threshold, the emperor's footsteps paused slightly, as if he was waiting for something. However, he didn't see it in the end. Xiao Heng did it deliberately. He knew that the emperor was waiting for him to call him imperial grandfather. In fact, it was just an act. He could call him imperial grandfather 100 times, but he didn't want the emperor to get his wish too early. After all, he didn't cherish things that were too easy to get. Xiao Heng carefully recalled his performance just now and made sure that he didn't make any big mistakes. The emperor's affection for Shangguanqing's grandfather and grandson was an unexpected surprise. One of the reasons for the emperor's preference for Shangguanqing should be that Shangguanqing didn't have long to live. The emperor was afraid of all people related to the Xinyuan family, but a grandson who didn't have long to live was not a threat to his imperial power. The crown prince's performance today was very mediocre. He was impulsive and easily angered. But combined with the crown prince's secret actions, he speculated that it was just a disguise. The purpose was to make people think that he couldn't hide things in his heart and couldn't play tricks. Xiao Heng touched the mole under his right eye that was dotted with ink and said lightly, "Then let's see who can pretend better." Chapter 727. After coming out of the Kylan Hall, the monarch went to find the young princess. The crown prince said goodbye to the monarch and got on the carriage to return home. When the carriage was far away from the imperial preceptor hall, he changed his impulsive and irritable expression and became serious and restrained. The carriage traveled on the spacious street. He said in a deep voice, "Do you know who I saw in the imperial preceptor hall just now?" On the bench beside him sat a man in the official uniform of the commandery. His surname was Xiao and his name was Xue. He was the commandant of Fengche and was in charge of all the carriages and ceremonial guards in the Great Yen Palace. The authority between the commandants was not constant. Occasionally they would infiltrate each other. Xiao Xue was once responsible for investigating the assassination of the crown prince. Everyone thought he was the confidant of the Wang family, but they didn't know that he had been used by the crown prince. He had even accompanied the crown prince to the Tianqiong Academy to watch the boxing competition. "Your Highness, who did you see?" Xiao Xue asked. The crown prince said, "I saw the eldest grandson." "The eldest grandson returned to Xingdu?" Xiao Xue was surprised. The crown prince smiled faintly. "Surprised, right? I didn't receive any news. I suspect that he is not the real Shangguanqing. He is Xiao Heng." Xiao Xue asked, "That? Xiao Lulang?" The crown prince nodded. "It's him." As the crown prince's confidant, Xiao Xue naturally knew that Xiao Heng had come to Xingdu. He asked, "Did he reveal his identity, or was he pretending to be Shangguanqing?" "Pretending to be Shangguanqing," the crown prince said and frowned. "I'm not sure." Xiao Xue looked at the crown prince in confusion. "Your Highness, what are you not sure about?" The crown prince sighed. "I'm not sure whether that person is Xiao Heng or Shangguanqing. They look so similar that I can't tell them apart." The crown prince and Shangguanqing had not seen each other for more than 10 years. He only took advantage of the time when Shangguanqing returned to Xing capital to sneak a peek near the state preceptor's hall or look at the portrait. He did not know much about the grown-up Shangguanqing, so he could not distinguish the two from their behavior and voices. The crown prince said, "Even my father couldn't recognize it, let alone me." Xiao Xue said, "This is the brilliance of the dethroned crown princess. She let Shangguanqing stay away from Xingdu and not have any contact with anyone, so as to minimize the distinguishing features other than his appearance. Once Shangguanqing dies of illness, she can take Xiao Heng back to her side, and no one will know that it's someone else." The crown prince paused and said, "Although there are rumors among the people that father dotes on Shangguanqing because he doesn't have long to live, what if the eldest grandson's illness is cured and father still dotes on him? I can't take that risk." Xiao Xue said, "Yes, His Majesty is old and he's not as ruthless as he was when he was young. He killed Empress Xuanyuan's entire family. It's hard to guarantee that he won't make up for it on Empress Xuanyuan's children and grandchildren in his twilight years. The crown prince's eyes turned sharp. So Xiaoheng must die. Once Xiaoheng died, Shangguanyan would not be able to live. Xiao Shui pondered for a moment and said, "In fact, it's not difficult to identify whether the other party is Xiaoheng or not. There are two people who must have dealt with Shangguanqing." The crown prince thought for a moment. "You mean the state preceptor? He may not help me. That guy is stubborn and won't be roped in by any force." Xiao Shui said in his heart. "That's because no force can be above the state preceptor's hall. To put it bluntly, no one is qualified to rope him in." The crown prince shook his head. What's more, he and Shangguanqing only met once in 2 years. They don't know much about each other. As for the slight difference in voice, it can be said that he changed his voice. Xiaoheng is a man. How can his voice be the same when he was a teenager? Xiao Shui pointed out, "Did your highness forget that there is another person?" The crown prince. "Who?" Xiao Shui. "Wang Su." The crown prince was slightly stunned. He has been stationed in the imperial mausoleum for several years and personally taught Shangguanqing martial arts. If there is anyone who can identify the real Shangguanqing, it's him. Xiao Shui said, "His Majesty hates it when people deceive him. If the person your highness saw today is really Xiaoheng, then Xiaoheng has committed the crime of deceiving the emperor." "You're right." The crown prince deeply agreed. "But there's one thing I can't figure out. Why doesn't Xiaoheng directly recognize the emperor, but uses Shangguanqing's identity?" Xiao Shui said, "Because it's much simpler to use Shangguanqing's identity. If Xiaoheng used his own identity, then it would involve who Shangguanqing was, what the crown princess's intentions were, how much the emperor had been deceived over the years, and so on. Of course, the crown princess could say that she did this because someone wanted to harm Xiaoheng, but the problem was that she couldn't produce any evidence. Would the emperor believe her without any evidence? With the emperor's suspicious personality, he would only think that the mother and son were plotting something behind his back. So to be on the safe side, it was safer for Xiaoheng to disguise himself as Shangguanqing. Not only would there be no complications, but he could also receive all the love from the emperor. In addition, Xiao Shui faintly felt that perhaps Xiaoheng didn't want to become a member of the Yan royal family. If he used Shangguanqing's identity, he could leave without any burden after the deed was done. But soon Xiao Shui denied this guess. He was the eldest grandson of the most powerful Shangzhou kingdom's emperor. Who wouldn't want such an identity? He shouldn't overestimate Xiaoheng's temperament. He wasn't so indifferent to fame and fortune. Everything was just a matter of weighing the pros and cons. The crown prince was at his wits' end. "You're right, but what if he's really Shangguanqing?" Xiao Shui sneered. "Then it's even easier. It's much easier to expose Shangguanqing than Xiaoheng. We didn't expose him before because there was no need. Anyway, Shangguanqing won't live long and he didn't cause trouble in Xingdu. As long as he stays in the imperial mausoleum, we can pretend that he doesn't exist. The one we want to get rid of is Xiaoheng from the beginning to the end. But if Shangguanqing is not afraid of death and comes to Xingdu to make trouble, then don't blame us for being rude." The crown prince smiled with appreciation. "I really can't live without you." Xiao Shui cupped his hands. "Your Highness, you flatter me." How could the crown prince not understand this? He just said it through his mouth. The crown prince seemed to be innocent, but in fact he was more shrewd than anyone else. The crown prince said, "There is still a problem. The Wang family is only loyal to my father. I want to ask Wang Su to work for me, but I'm afraid Wang Su won't agree." Xiao Shui smiled. "Your Highness, you just need to cater to his liking. This subordinate heard that Wang Su has taken a fancy to an antique. That antique is now in the hands of the Han family's old man." The crown prince smiled. "It's in the hands of my uncle, then it's much easier." In the state preceptor hall's ward, Xiaoheng took out Shangguanqing's portrait and looked at it carefully. Gu Qingfeng used his qinggong to come to the courtyard, opened the window to the maximum and jumped in from the windowsill. "How's it going? You didn't expose yourself, right?" "No," Xiaoheng said. Gu Qingfeng came to Xiaoheng and sat down. He looked at the sleeping Shangguanyan and then looked at the sleeping Gu Jiao. Then he reached out his hand to Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng looked at him strangely. "What?" Gu Qingfeng raised his hand. "2 taels of silver. Did I buy the clothes you're wearing for nothing? 1 tael of silver is for the clothes and 1 tael of silver is for the travel expenses. Why don't you think about how much credit this set of clothes has contributed to your success? People rely on clothes and Buddha relies on gold. Today you're here to perform. Without this set of clothes you can't set up a stage." Do you know how difficult it is to find a set of clothes similar to the one in the portrait? Xiao Heng said, I don't have any money on me. When Jiao Jiao wakes up, I'll ask her to give it to you. Gu Qingfeng choked. Then forget it. Asking that girl to give him money, isn't that the same as asking for her life? It would be good if he didn't empty his wallet. Gu Qingfeng's eyes fell on the portrait. Is the person in this portrait really the imperial grandson? Why do I feel that he looks like you? You guys aren't twins, are you? No. Xiao Heng said. How do you know? Gu Qingfeng asked. His birthday is different. His birthday is 10 days earlier than mine. He asked Yi Qing in the library. Gu Qingfeng said, birthdays can be faked. Isn't Ming Junwang the same age as Shang Wanqing? Let me guess, is it because he's older than Ming Junwang and can be the imperial grandson? Xiao Heng looked confused. Is that so? Gu Qingfeng said that he believed it. Don't worry about this. When Shang Wanyan wakes up, everything will be revealed. Right now there are more important things for them to do. Xiao Heng said, there is one person who may know that I'm not Shang Wanqing. Gu Qingfeng's action of pouring tea stopped. Who? Xiao Heng looked at a green leaf on a branch outside the window. His eyes were cold as he said, Military Officer Guan Wangsu. Chapter 728. It was no secret that Commandant Guan Wangsu taught Shang Wanqing martial arts in the Imperial Mausoleum. Xiao Heng had heard about it a long time ago. But he didn't expect that one day he would have to pretend to be Shang Wanqing. Wangsu, this hidden danger must be solved. It didn't mean that he had to kill him, but it was enough to prevent him from coming out and disrupting their plans. Gu Qingfeng curled his lips and patted his chest. Who else could do such an important thing except for him? Remember to give me the money. You take it first. I'll ask you for it later. After Gu Qingfeng emphasized his 2 taels of silver, he went out from where he got them. His martial arts were not good, but his lightness skill was superb. He didn't alarm the men of sacrifice in the Imperial Preceptor Palace. Remember to pick up Jing Kong, Xiao Heng said, looking at his back. Xiao Heng watched Gu Qingfeng's back paused in mid-air, as if he was gritting his teeth and complaining about him. Then he disappeared from the Imperial Preceptor Palace with hidden bitterness. The room became quiet again. Although so many things had happened, not much time had passed. In just half an hour he completed the change of identity from Xiao Heng to Shang Wanqing. He met the monarch and confronted the crown prince. There was no way out. After today he would put himself in the whirlpool of power in Xingdu. Everyone would know that he was back. There was more than one force spying on them in the dark. But the whirlpool of power in Xingdu was destined to be bigger and bigger until all the people who had hurt them were swallowed up. The commandant's mansion was located outside the Great Yen Imperial Palace. To enter from the outside, one had to pass through the Gao Gate, Fengtian Gate, and Duan Gate. Gu Qingfeng paced back and forth outside the Gao Gate, secretly wondering whether he should sneak in or wait here. I forgot to ask if Wang Su is in the imperial court. If he has already left, then no matter if I sneak in or wait for him outside, there will be no result. No, he should be here. His Majesty had met with Xiao Heng. Based on my understanding of Xiao Heng, even if there wasn't anything fishy about the former crown princess injury, Xiao Heng would still find something fishy about it. Since the monarch trusts Wang Su so much, he will definitely send Wang Su to investigate the case. And the crime scene was in the harem. Gu Qingfeng was deeply amazed by his own wit. How did I become so smart? As expected of me. Wang Su was indeed investigating the case in the harem, but he couldn't find any clues. The scene was very clean, except for the traces of Shang Wanyan's fall. There were only the footprints left by her personal palace maid. In addition, there were several kinds of footprints that belonged to the eunuchs who came to move Shang Wanyan. All of them have been eliminated as suspects. Seems like he's an expert who knows Qin Gong. Wang Su stood on the hillside, looked at the place where Shang Wanyan had fallen and jumped. This was a steep slope, but the walls of the slope were covered with vines. Even if one were to randomly grab 1 or 2 vines, they would still be able to grab 1 or 2. Wang Su carefully examined the scene for half an hour and finally left with a sullen face. He was an outsider. Although he was ordered to enter the harem to investigate the case, he couldn't walk in the harem without permission. Li Sandy from the Zhanghe Palace followed him. Li Sandy didn't say much and just followed him silently. When the two were about to leave the harem, a eunuch in his early 30s suddenly walked toward them. Oh, isn't this Wang Darren and Eunuch Li? What a coincidence. he greeted with a smile. Li Sandy slightly bowed and said very politely, "Eunuch Su." This eunuch's surname was Su and his name was Gao. He was the favorite person of imperial concubine Han. Su Gao smiled and looked at Wang Su, chatting with him. "Wang Darren came to investigate the case, right? I don't know if Wang Darren has any clues?" "Not for the time being," Wang Su said. Su Gao's eyes flashed with a trace of loss. "So it's like this." Wang Su said, "It may not be man-made, maybe it's just an accident." Su Gao sighed. "Yes, the harem is an important place. Ordinary assassins don't have the courage or the ability to enter. In any case, I hope Wang Darren can find out the truth as soon as possible. Don't let the former crown princess get hurt in vain." Wang Su said, "If there's nothing else, I'll go first." Su Gao smiled and said, "Wang Darren, take care." Wang Su went out of the harem. Li Sandy sent him out of the Meridian Gate. Walking on the bluestone path in front of the palace, Wang Su slowly spread out his palm. It was a hooked silk thread. It was found in the thorny bushes on the hillside. There were no footprints in that place. If this silk thread didn't come from Shangguan Yan's clothes, then it must belong to the murderer. Gu Jiao slept for a long time, but Shangguan Yan woke up first. The effect of the anesthetic had largely faded, and her mind was sober. She opened her eyes and looked at the strange roof in a trance. For a moment she didn't know where she was. "Wait." Xiaoheng came over and looked at her. Today Xiaoheng didn't wear a mask revealing his face. Shangguan Yin stared at him, her mouth couldn't close. After a long while, she closed her eyes. "I'm dreaming." He was the person she could only see in her dreams. Xiaoheng sat down on her bed and looked at her. "Does your wound hurt?" "Hurt?" Shangguan Yin was startled. "It hurts." She was hurting all over. This wasn't a dream. She opened her eyes and looked at Xiaoheng with shining eyes. Xiaoheng smiled softly. Shangguan Yin suddenly felt embarrassed. She couldn't move, only her eyes rolled around in her eye sockets. Then her ears turned red at a visible speed. Xiaoheng was slightly surprised. "You weren't like this when you were in Tianxiang Pavilion. You didn't feel ashamed when you watched me and Jiao Jiao doing this and that. I thought you were as good as my father." Shangguan Yin was injured in more than one place. She was wrapped like a rice dumpling. She moved her fingers. Xiaoheng saw it and asked her, "What do you want to take?" "A handkerchief," she said. Xiaoheng asked strangely, "What do you want to do with a handkerchief?" Shangguan Yin sternly said, "To cover my face, I'm shy." "Xiaoheng, Jiao Jiao and State Preceptor performed an operation on you. The operation was very successful. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Xiaoheng asked. "No." Shangguan Yin said and looked at Gu Jiao on the small bed. Xiaoheng followed her gaze and looked. "She's asleep." Shangguan Yin softened her voice. "Then let's talk in a low voice." Xiaoheng smiled. "Okay." Shangguan Yin looked at his flash of a smile, and her eyes also flashed with a trace of bright charm. However, suddenly she realized something and her expression slightly changed. "This is the State Preceptor's palace? How can you come to the State Preceptor's palace?" Xiaoheng calmly said, "I met the Emperor and the Crown Prince. I told them that I am Shangguan Qing." Shangguan Yin opened her mouth wide. Xiaoheng continued, "I saw Shangguan Qing's portrait." In a flash, Shangguan Yan's eyes flashed with countless complex emotions. She looked at Xiaoheng in a daze. She wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she only carefully probed, You know everything?" Xiaoheng nodded, and Shangguan Yin was stunned. "No, what?" Xiaoheng said, "Life experience." Shangguan Yan's eyes flashed with shock again, but she quickly calmed down. "How do you know?" "I guessed it," Xiaoheng said truthfully. His behavior in Tianxiang Pavilion that day was very clear. Coupled with his various encounters, the various news revealed by Yi Qin, and even Zhang Dequan's shout of His Highness Zhang's son, that night, he was getting closer and closer to his life experience. When he saw Shangguan Qing's portrait, he finally had an answer to this question. He was Shangguan Yan's child. It's just that he was not completely sure about his relationship with Shangguan Qing. Who is Shangguan Qing? My brother? Twin brother? A negative tone. Xiaoheng opened his mouth. Then he is? Shangguan Yan bit her lips and whispered after a long while. Xiao Qing. Xiaoheng was not surprised by this answer. There was no other reason than Shangguan Qing's birthday was Xiao Qing's birthday. At that time, Xiaoheng and Xiao Qing were poisoned at the same time. There was only one antidote. In order to let Xiao Heng get the antidote, Shang Guanyin hid Shang Guanqing and told Xian Pingho that she killed him. The process of making Xian Pingho believe it was not easy, so Shang Guanyin didn't want to mention it. Even later, Shang Guanyin almost died when she faked her own death. Shang Guanyin looked at Xiao Heng with a nervous and perturbed look. Do you think I'm too cruel? In order to let her son get the antidote, she deprived Xiao Qing's chance to live. It was difficult to say who was right and who was wrong. He was not her, so he didn't know what kind of struggle she had in her heart. She only wanted her son to live on. All these years, she had been burdened with what she owed Xiao Qing and Xinyang, as well as the longing for her own flesh and blood. Perhaps anyone in the world could accuse her of being heartless, but Xiao Heng, who had survived because of her heartless nature, could not. I won't. Xiao Heng said, How did you think of taking Xiao Qing away? Shang Guanyin whispered, I wanted to take him back to the Imperial Teacher Hall and see if the Imperial Teacher Hall can cure him. You might ask me why I didn't take you away and see if the Imperial Teacher Hall can cure you. In fact, even if I knew the current situation and had to do it all over again, I would still make the same choice as before. The Imperial Teacher Hall was a way out, not the best way. She would rather be condemned by everyone. She would rather bear the infamy of her previous life. She still wanted to be a selfish mother. All of the crimes and suffering would be left to her to bear. Her Ahing just needed to live well. You are not afraid that Princess Xanyang will kill me to avenge her son? Princess Xanyang was not a weak woman. She was also very decisive. Of course, he was not accusing her of being naive. He just wanted to know more about what she had experienced. The good, the bad, the dangerous, the things he had struggled with, and the things he had missed all these years. Shang Guanyin said, Xian Pingho will not let her know that her son was killed by me. You really understand my father. He did indeed lie to Princess Xanyang, saying that Xiao Qing died at the hands of assassins. It was only later that Princess Xanyang found out under the instigation of some people. However, she did not succeed in killing me. At the last moment she carried me out of the fire. Shang Guanyin blamed herself. It was all because I attracted those assassins. Otherwise you too would not have been poisoned. Xiao Heng hesitated for a moment, but still decided to tell her. Those assassins were not attracted by you. They were left behind by the previous emperor. That year, the people who poisoned me and Xiao Qing were the dragon shadow guards that the previous emperor of Zhao country left to my mother. The one they really wanted to poison was Xiao Qing. I was poisoned because they were careless. This tragedy had nothing to do with Shang Guanyin. If there was someone to blame, it could only be blamed on the previous emperor. And in a sense, it was fortunate that Shang Guanyin took Xiao Qing away. Otherwise, they would have continued to poison Xiao Qing. At that time Long Yi was not there. Xian Pingho and Princess Xanyang did not suspect the dragon shadow guards. It was really impossible to guard against. Shang Guanyin had been living in guilt for Xiao Qing all these years. When she heard this news, she found it hard to believe. Are you deliberately making up a story to comfort me? Xiao Heng shook his head. I'm not. I can't make up this story. The previous emperor's brain circuit was similar to that of the great Yan emperor. They were both crazy and ruthless. When Princess Xanyang married Xian Pingho, it was to prevent him from rebelling. Once he had the thought of rebelling, Princess Xanyang would immediately let the dragon shadow guards kill him. The previous emperor knew that Princess Xanyang could not get along with men. He was not worried that Princess Xanyang would fall in love with Xian Pingho. But after all, the two were husband and wife. In case Xian Pingho used force to make Princess Xanyang give birth to his child, who could guarantee that Princess Xanyang would not be soft-hearted because of the child? Therefore, the previous emperor issued an order to the dragon shadow guards that even Princess Xanyang did not know about. The child of Princess Xanyang and Xian Pingho could not be kept. From Xiao Heng's many years of observation, Princess Xanyang was not soft-hearted toward Xian Pingho. If you asked her to stab Xian Pingho with a knife, she would not even blink. The previous emperor really thought too much. Since ancient times, emperors have always been suspicious, harming others and themselves. Moreover, there was one thing that the previous emperor was wrong about. One of them did use force, but the one who was forced was Xian Pingho. The past was unbearable to recall. As expected, Xiao Heng did not think about the entanglement between Princess Xanyang and Xian Pingho. He spoke out another doubt in his heart. But since Xiao Qing and I are not twins, why do we look exactly the same? As he spoke, he pointed at the mole under his right eye. Even this mole is the same? Shang Guanyin embarrassedly said, This is because I gave him a face-changing mask. Xiao Heng and Xiao Qing were half-brothers. In terms of appearance, there was a certain degree of similarity. For example, the two's face and nose were very similar to Xian Pingho, but their eyebrows were not the same. Xiao Qing inherited Princess Xan Yang's almond eyes and flat eyebrows, looking gentle and weak. Xiao Heng inherited Shangguan Yan's phoenix eyes and slightly raised eyebrows, with a trace of heroic spirit. When he smiled, it was particularly warm and healing. This was also why everyone who had seen the young Marquis of Zhaodu called him a gentle as jade, a youth who made people feel like they were bathed in the spring breeze. But later, Xiao Heng had an accident and was stranded among the common people. The smile on his face was less, and the gentleness in his eyes disappeared. He was covered with a layer of invisible sharp armor. In the early years, I didn't care too much about the problem of appearance. Until one time, I heard a servant whisper that this child didn't look like me at all. When he was young, it was hard to tell, but the older he grew, the more he didn't look like me. I was anxious. The state preceptor hall was willing to treat Xiao Qing because he was the eldest grandson of the emperor. If people found out that he wasn't, he wouldn't be able to continue receiving treatment. So, I sent someone to Zhao country and got your portrait. Then I drew the parts that didn't look like you. Speaking of this, Shangguan Yan paused. It was at that time that your identity was exposed, letting the crown prince know of your existence. Xiao Heng suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Then everything made sense. Xiao Heng touched the mole on his face. Shangguan Qing had drawn it according to him. Now that his mole was gone, was he imitating Shangguan Qing or imitating himself? He really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's wrong? Shangguan Yan looked at him and asked. Xiao Heng said, my mole is actually gone. At that time, Princess Xan Yang, in order to not let those people easily find him, burned the mole on his face after a big fire. He changed his appearance and his voice and figure were different from before. In addition, he lost the mole. Even his own father, Marquis Xian Ping, spent a lot of effort to confirm that it was him. Shangguan Yan gently said, she is really good to you. Her tone was gratified but also sad and lonely. In the end, she still missed it. In his 19 years of life, there was never a mark of her. Can I call you Aheng? The crown princess was born to be respected. Even if she was executed in public in the throne room, she never lowered her noble head and never begged. But at this time, just asking if she could call him that, she used up all the humility in her bones. Xiao Heng said, you can call me whatever you want. Then can you please call me? Shangguan Yan didn't say this. She lowered her eyes and endured the sadness and bitterness in her heart. Can't cry. The descendants of the Xian Yuan family shed blood but not tears. She didn't cry when she gave birth to a child. She didn't cry when her bones were broken. She didn't cry. In fact, Xiao Heng still had a lot of things he wanted to ask her. For example, what happened last night, what happened more than 10 years ago, why did she become a slave? Xiao Heng looked at her weak body and said, you rest for a while. I will go and get something to eat. Okay. Her voice was choked with sobs. She tried hard to suppress it. Xiao Heng stood up and stopped in his tracks. Shangguan Yan's heart suddenly jumped. Is he going to call me? Is it? Xiao Heng said, I forgot to ask you what you want to eat. You just had an operation. Millet porridge and barley porridge are both good. Shangguan Yan was disappointed and said in a low voice, both are fine. Xiao Heng, then millet porridge? Shangguan Yan, okay. She had no appetite. She was a bad woman. She didn't deserve to be his mother. Xiao Heng stepped to the door. When he was about to cross the threshold, he stopped again. It may be a bit late to say this, but he turned around and looked at her sincerely. Thank you for giving birth to me. Thank you for bringing me into this world, and thank you for everything you have done for me. Mother. The word mother, that he had waited for 19 years, softened the years and comforted the more than 7,000 days and nights of separation. Shangguan Yan choked and couldn't speak. Thank you, my son. Chapter 729. Gu Chengfeng waited outside the palace for a long time until his temper flared up. Wang Su, can you do it? I still have to pick up the child later. You're delaying me from my work. I'll count to 3. If you still don't come out, I'll go into the palace to find you. Wang Su came out. Wang Su had just brought people to search Tianxiang Pavilion yesterday. Gu Chengfeng had seen him before. The symbol of Commandant Guan on him was obvious. It was hard not to recognize him. After Wang Su left Gao Men, he sat on the carriage to return to his residence. Gu Qingfeng followed quietly. Wang Su was not in a hurry. The carriage did not go too fast. As they left the palace, there were more shops and pedestrians on the street. This caused Wang Su's carriage to slow down. Gu Qingfeng followed at a distance. When Wang Su's carriage passed by a restaurant, it was stopped by another carriage. A middle-aged man dressed as a steward came down from the carriage. He smiled and cupped his hands towards Wang Su's carriage. It was unknown what he said to Wang Su, but Wang Su got down from the carriage and entered the restaurant beside him. Gu Qingfeng did not go in directly. Instead, he went to the ready-made clothing store diagonally across the street to buy a set of female clothing. He could not bear to buy jewelry, so he only used a hairband. Wearing a veil, he looked like an ordinary girl. He entered the restaurant and said he was looking for someone. The waiter saw that she was dressed plainly and did not look like a rich family's daughter. He was too lazy to greet her and told her to look for someone herself. Gu Qingfeng quickly found the middle-aged man in a room at the east end of the corridor on the second floor. He was guarding the door. There were 2 men of sacrifice with him. Was there such a big lineup? What was going on? With the men of sacrifice guarding, it was impossible for Gu Qingfeng to eavesdrop in the corridor. He entered an empty room, pushed open the window and jumped out onto the roof. He used Qinggong to come to the room where Wang Su was. He bent down, picked up a tile, opened it slightly and looked down through the gap. Chem? An old man? He was dressed very luxuriously. He sat on an armchair, his hands resting on the handle of a rosewood cane. Gu Qingfeng happened to be on top of his head, so he couldn't see his face clearly. Wang Su, on the other hand, was sitting opposite him. Due to the angle, Gu Qingfeng could see a small part of Wang Su's face. "What is old Master Han doing?" Wang Su said. "Old Master Han? Han Ye's grandfather, the head of the Han family?" Gu Qingfeng pricked up his ears. Old Master Han winked at the manservant beside him. The manservant walked towards Wang Su with a brocade box in his hands. Wang Su glanced at the brocade box and asked seriously, "What's the meaning of this?" Old Master Han raised his hand and the servant opened the brocade box. Gu Qingfeng wanted to see what was inside the brocade box, but he was blocked by the servant's brain spoon. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. However, he saw Wang Su's body tense up. He couldn't tell if he was excited or surprised. Could it be that this old thing wanted to bribe Wang Su? The Han family was imperial concubine Han's mother's family and belonged to the crown prince's party. Speaking of this, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh at the complexity of the Yan royal family. In Zhao country, the princes were not allowed to form cliques for personal gain, but the Yan monarch didn't seem to care. The Yan monarch didn't seem to be angry when the top 10 aristocratic families openly supported their own princes. The only aristocratic family that the monarch had suppressed was the Xinyuan family. The whole family was destroyed. Old Master Han smiled and said, "I know you've been coveting my treasure for a long time. Today I'll give it to you." Wang Su withdrew his gaze from the box and said seriously, "I don't deserve it. Old Master Han, you've frightened me." Old Master Han laughed and said, "Don't be so nervous. It's just an antique. I can afford it. If you like it, I have many more in my house." Wang Su asked, "Old Master Han, what can I do for you?" Old Master Han said, "You're a smart man. I'll be frank. There's something I don't understand and I want to ask Commandant Wang to explain it to me." Wang Su said, "As long as it's not related to the imperial court, I'll tell you everything I know." The Wang family and the Han family were the top aristocratic families in Qingdu. In terms of background, the Wang family was more profound than the Han family. However, consort Wang Xian didn't give birth to a son and only had 2 princesses. Therefore, in the eyes of the people, the Han family with the crown prince was better. But in fact, according to Gu Qingfeng's investigation, the Wang family was more valued by the monarch. Old Master Han said faintly, "I heard that the crown prince is back." Wang Su frowned and said, "Oh? I haven't heard about it. You're well informed." Old Master Han smiled and said, "You don't have to make insinuations. After all, I'm the crown prince's uncle." The crown prince just went to the state preceptor palace to visit the deposed crown princess. His Majesty was there and so was the crown prince. The implication was that he didn't pay much attention to the deposed crown princess, but it was such a coincidence that the crown prince met the crown prince. The crown prince was old Master Han's nephew. How could he not tell old Master Han such an important thing? Wang Su took a deep look at Old Master Han and asked, "Then what does this have to do with you coming to see me now?" Old Master Han said, "To tell you the truth, I suspect that this crown prince is a fake." Wang Su's expression changed and he asked, "Why do you say that?" Old Master Han said meaningfully, "My family's people were transporting ores to Qi City. Yesterday they sent a pigeon back saying that they met the crown prince. Qi City is at least 7 to 8 days away from here. I don't think the crown prince can grow a pair of wings and fly back." Wang Su frowned and asked, "Your family's people know the crown prince?" Old Master Han seemed to have expected him to ask this question. He smiled and said, "You don't think that with our Han family's ability, we can't get a portrait of the crown prince, do you?" There was a portrait, but the matter of the crown prince meeting the crown prince was a fabrication. But if he didn't say that, how could he arouse Wang Su's suspicion? No matter whether Wang Su believed him or not, he would still go to the State Preceptor Palace to check. Gu Qingfeng clenched his fists. This old thing was very cunning. Wang Su looked at Old Master Han with a serious expression and asked, "So, Old Master Han, you want me to expose the crown prince?" Old Master Han nodded without hesitation and said, "Exposing him is beneficial to our Han family. That's right, that's my purpose. I want to clear all obstacles for the crown prince. We're all smart people, so why pretend to be innocent and hypocritical?" Wang Su said seriously, "If he's a fake, then it's my duty to expose him. Old Master Han, you should take back your things." Wang Su didn't do this for the Han family but for the emperor. Old Master Han sent him again and again, but Wang Su refused. In the end, Old Master Han sighed helplessly and Wang Su took his leave. Gu Qingfeng slowly put the tile back and planned to leave as well. At this moment he heard a conversation in the room. "Master, why didn't he take it? He didn't refuse us, did he?" It was the middle-aged steward. He had been waiting in the corridor outside the door and didn't hear the conversation inside. Old Master Han smiled and stroked the antique in the brocade box. "The crown prince is still too young. It's a bad idea to cater to his interests and ask for help. It's better to attack his weakness and turn him into the master. How can I let go of this treasure?" Gu Qingfeng thought, "Good Lord, he's trying to get something without risking anything." The middle-aged steward said worriedly, "Will he tell the emperor about our attempt to bribe him?" Old Master Han said sarcastically, "If he sincerely accepts it, he probably won't tell the emperor. The crown prince took this into consideration and decided to bribe him. But I think it's okay if he tells the emperor. The deposed crown princess and the crown prince are a huge threat to the crown prince. If we don't do anything, it'll be suspicious." Sometimes if we reveal a little flaw, the emperor will think that we're all under his control. We're not a big threat. The middle-aged steward said excitedly, "Master, you're wise." Gu Qingfeng's mouth twitched. The crown prince must have inherited his craftiness from the Han family. Does the Han family all use this kind of tactic? It's really from the same origin. Gu Qingfeng didn't like this guy and really wanted to beat him up. But with his current strength, it would be a little difficult to deal with the two men of sacrifice outside the door. He would never admit that he had no power to fight back. "I'll call that girl over some other day and put you in a sack." Gu Qingfeng chased after Wang Su. Wang Su originally wanted to go home, but after talking with Old Master Han, he decided to go to the Grand Preceptor Hall. Wang Su had stayed in the Imperial Mausoleum for a few years and taught the Crown Prince martial arts, although the Crown Prince didn't learn a single move. But after all, they had been together for a long time and there were things that only the two of them knew. He would know if the other party was really the Crown Prince after a test. After the carriage had traveled for a while, he frowned and said to the coachman, "Stop." "Yes." The coachman stopped the carriage by the side of the road. Wang Su got out of the carriage and went to a pastry shop to buy the Crown Prince's favorite peach pastry. "Excuse me, do you have a washroom?" he asked the shop owner. "Yes, in the backyard," the shop owner said. "Then I'll put my peach pastry here first." "Okay." Gu Qingfeng waited outside the shop for a long time, but Wang Su didn't come out. What's going on? Did he fall into the latrine? Gu Qingfeng decided to look for him. He searched the backyard inside and out, but there was no trace of Wang Su at all. Gu Qingfeng slapped his head. Oh no, he found out and ran away. Wait, I can't be anxious. Where would he go? I know. He must have gone to the Grand Preceptor Hall. He went to find the Crown Prince. Gu Qingfeng had been in contact with Xiao Heng day and night. He always listened to Xiao Heng's analysis of the aristocratic families and the current situation in Qingdu. Under the influence of what he saw and heard, his logical reasoning had improved. After that, his temper became a little more stable. He took a deep breath. I'm not anxious. I'm not anxious. Damn you, don't be anxious. He'll be finished if he sees Xiaoheng. Gu Qingfeng ran away immediately. Xiaoheng, hang in there. You must avoid Wang Su. If you can't avoid him, you can play dead. Wang Su was wearing the official uniform of Commandant Guan. If Xiaoheng saw him, he would be able to recognize him. However, Wang Su was not stupid. After he entered the Grand Preceptor Hall on the pretext of seeking an audience with the monarch, he dirted his clothes when no one was looking and borrowed a set of clothes from the Grand Preceptor Hall's disciples. In an empty corner, Wang Su tied his hair into a high bun on the top of his head. At a glance, he was an elder disciple of the Grand Preceptor Hall. Is His Majesty and the Crown Prince in the Qilin Hall? He stopped a disciple passing by. His aura was so strong that the disciple thought he was an unknown senior brother. The disciple said respectfully, His Majesty and the young princess have gone to find the Grand Preceptor. The Crown Prince is in the Qilin Hall. Thank you. Wang Su thanked him and walked toward the Qilin Hall. It was already evening. The summer days were long and the sun was abundant. The sky was still bright. He came to the corridor of the Qilin Hall. The corridor was empty and looked like there was no one, but there were a few gazes in the dark. Wang Su understood that these gazes were from the death warriors of the Grand Preceptor Hall. He was not here to kill people. There was no murderous aura on him, so the death warriors would not attack him. He looked through the rooms one by one and finally saw a side room with the door half open at the end. He came to the door of the side room and could faintly see a young man sitting at a square table with his back facing the door. There were flour, bowls, meat stuffing and other things on the table. The man seemed to be rolling the dough. His movements were slightly clumsy. It was obvious that it was his first time doing this. On the bed beside him lay the injured crown princess. On the other small bed there was someone sleeping. Wang Su thought that this young man must be the crown prince that old Master Han had mentioned. There was a secret signal between him and the crown prince. He only needed one sentence to test whether the crown prince was real or fake. His actions had to be fast and his voice had to be loud. Only then could he catch the other party off guard. As the thought flashed through his mind, Wang Su suddenly pushed open the door and jumped into the room. He shouted with full energy, Heavenly King covers Earth Tiger, bang! The young man picked up the rolling pin in his hand and knocked him out. After the rolling pin with internal energy hit Wang Su, it flew back into the man's hand. Gu Changqing did not turn his head. With a face full of flour, he continued to seriously and clumsily roll the dough. Younger sister wants to sleep. Don't be noisy. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.